reviving traditional poles in a large scale to meet the needs of the large population of India. But a small section of the people who are residing in the Indian Himalayan region, including the Northeast India, are living upon 2 by 4 feet water source. They, we, the scientists, academicians, administrators, policy makers, financiers, NGOs, and I would also like to acknowledge the dignitaries who join us today. Our dignitaries will be joined physically as well as in virtual mode. May I call upon Dr. Alok Tikar to be on the dais, sir. Sir is IWMI representative India and principal researcher. Madam Archana Verma, IAS, additional secretary. We have virtually Shri Sunil Kumar, Chairman Central Groundwater Board, as a special guest. We also have P. Mario Scott, Member, Central Water Commission, in the virtual mode. We also have our Honorable Secretary, Shri Pankaj Kumar Ji, as a chief guest, virtually, but it was in fact his concept, his ideas that motivates us and bring us to this one platform. I would like to call upon Sri Ajit Kumar Sahu sir. He's on the way, he'll be joining soon. He has joined online. Yeah, he had already joined online, but physically he'll be joining soon. I would like to request Rina to help us, to assist us in felicitating our guests. I would request our director, Sri Pradeep Kumar sir, to do the honor. Madam Archana Verma, IAS, was a cadre from Assam, Meghalaya capital. Madam has worked tremendously in the state of Assam. Presently, Madam is working as a mission director, National Water Mission, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Distribution, in the rank of Additional Secretary. Ma'am, we welcome you in this occasion. We would like to request again our director, sir, to felicitate Alok Sikar sir. Alok Sikar sir was served as Deputy Director General, Natural Resource Management at the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, India, and Technical Expert for Watershed Development, in the rank of Additional Secretary to the Government of India, National Development Authority, Planning Commission, Government of India, New Delhi. He was Director of ICR Research Complex for Eastern Region, Patna, and Basin Coordinator for the Indo-Gangetic Basin under the CGLR Challenge Program on Water and Food from the year 2002 and 2007. Presently, he is a country representative of IWMI India. Sir, thank you, sir. Now I would like to call upon our respected director, Dr. Pradeep Kumar sir, to give the welcome message. Sir, please. To begin with a very prayer or for a peace of mind, I think we start with the lighting of flame, and I request our dignitaries, Honorable Sri Archana Ma'am, to do it along with other dignitaries. May I request the other dignitaries and participants be on stand-up mode so that we honor the God that we have in our heart. Rina and Jaya can assist us for lighting of flame. Rina and Jaya can assist us for lighting of flame.
वो नहीं है, आपका कलश होना चाहिए. You know, in Ministry of Jal Shakti, अब कलश करते हैं. पानी भर I was there. मुश्किल होता है Come and you also come. देखिए आपका दिया जल नहीं रहा चूल्हा भी जला लो पता चल जाता है ये
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now, please be seated. I would like to call upon our director to give the welcome address.
Good morning to you all. Honorable Secretary, Department of Water Resources, River Development, Congratulations. Mission Director, Central Automation, National Island. Online Chairman, President of the Board. Country Representative of IWI, Dr. Alex sir. Invited speakers, all dignitaries of different state governments, NGOs, CSOs present here. I extend you warm welcome on behalf of Malayalam for this important symposium on SPRINGSHED management. The importance of spring in the life and livelihood of the ill people need not be retold. We all know that more than 200 million people of India are dependent on spring for every drop of water. At the same time, we also have observed now that springs are dry, or most of the springs have dried up. We all can understand that what is happening to those people who have earlier used water from those springs. States like Meghalaya, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, Nagaland, they are doing their work. The other organizations like Aquadam, PSI, Tata Trust, SDCI, UNDP, NABARD, all are doing their work. But I feel that somewhere we are missing out something. Though everybody is doing their work for the water security of the people, perhaps we are working in still silos or in isolation. That is why we said that if we can have some common platform to discuss, to deliver it, along with the state government, so that we can create some common agenda and objective to work together for the people of the hills who actually need our support most. Our guiding light is our Honorable Secretary, sir. Actually, sir, I can still remember the words that you have showered upon me, your words of wisdom. You talked about the water crisis of northeastern India when I met you for the first time after joining Neriyalam. So you have mentioned about SPRINGSHED that to be developed or that to manage for sustainability in northeastern region. So this is your guidance and your idea that we are trying to do a little bit so that the springs of the northeastern as well as the entire India can be rejuvenated and can be used for the people of the hill region. So, Mr. Director, ma'am, you are the driving force all along. The last 1 month, Madam has guided us continuously, and I can understand that being a National Cadre officer, she understands the entire northeastern region very well, and this is her mission and vision for the region. That is why she wanted that this symposium should be a successful one, and all the parties who meet for this purpose should come together and work together. We are blessed with the presence of Dr. Alok Sikka, country representative of International Water Management Institute. He has devoted his entire life in water sector, including watershed management in his country. And also he was taking a leading role in formulation of the resource book of SPRINGSHED management on behalf of IWMI. So sir, we welcome you to this symposium. Leaders, scientists, researchers of organizations such as UNDP, SBCI, NABARD, Tata Trust, NISAC, GP Council Institute of Knowledge Processing, Indian Institute of Water Management, Bhubaneswar, Aquaram, PSI, Rainforest Research Institute, Naga University, Central Ecos University, Assam Ecos University, ladies are here for the deliberation, which truly is strengthening us for today's symposium. I welcome you all to this important symposium. I welcome our partners. They are not only participating, last 2 weeks they are also contributing with their suggestion and guidance. NIS team as well as NIS Ruki, NIS Guwahati, as well as the Regional Director, Central Government of Guwahati, Regional Director, Rajiv Gandhi Institute, all are here. I welcome you all for this symposium. Independent researchers are also presenting their research work. I know the community is very small. Still, I think lot of works are not being done in SPRINGSHED management or SPRINGSHED researches. Well, slowly this is growing up. Since they are coming here with their research work, I'm really overwhelmed. I welcome you all to this symposium. We want to listen to you and learn from you. I'm hopeful that together we can achieve the goal of water security through our concerted works. This is beginning, but we want to go a long way together. We want to continue the effort. And with these words, I welcome you all, those who are offline, online, to this symposium. And I hope that this symposium can help us to bring out some concrete recommendations so that the works for SPRINGSHED development, for sustainable water management and water security can be achieved in the coming days. Thank you all. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. It's a privilege for me to request our honorable special guest, Sri Dr. Alok Sikka, representative India, IWMI, and the principal researcher. Sir, please.
Very good morning to all of you. Secretary, Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Illumination, Mr. Jasakti, Shri Pankaj Kumar, Additional Secretary and Mission Director, National Water Mission, Madam Archana Brahma, Mr. Pradeep Gora, I understand Mr. Sunil Kumar, Chairman, Central Groundwater Board, he is online. I also see in the audience many faces known to me, but I think if I start taking name of everybody and somebody is left, it won't look nice. But still I will say, because Director, National Institute of Hydrology, Roorkee, my previous institute where I worked some time back. And I also see Dr. Mr. Divya from SBC, with whom we worked on the resource book which we were talking about, on the SPRINGSHED management, what are the best practices. But I am not talking much about that, and I am speaking about that in the next technical session. I also see Director of Indian Institute of Water Management from ICR, and all the learned delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, first of all, let me congratulate the organizers for having conceived this idea of organizing a workshop on such a topic of interest, which is really need of the hour. And I think already the time is running out, and we really have to do something great about that. And so that is something I think that credit goes to the organizers, Pradeep and team, and other organizers like NIH is there, and the NIRI was, and also the CGWB, I see the chairman is already there. As earlier Pradeep has mentioned, I mean, springs are pretty much ingrained in our civilization. Because springs have been, are being, and will remain to be a major source of our water for drinking purposes, agriculture, livestock, livelihood, and as well as, more important than that, is on the ecosystem side. The fact remains that over the years, for the past couple of decades, what we have been experiencing is a steeply declining in terms of the discharge and the perenniality of the flow in the spring, and what we call normally as the drying up of the spring. The drying up of the spring connotes two things. One is in terms of the quantity, that is the discharge, what we call in technical term, and the perenniality of the flow, means the longevity of the flow, because I know that I have had a long experience of working in, started my career from Uttarakhand, now Uttarakhand, that time UP, Dehradun, and also Roorkee. Also I have lived for 7 years in the Nilgiri Hills in Ooty. That the springs, which when I started my career in 1978 from Dehradun, and now when I try and look back, there is a tremendous difference. I remember some of my colleagues, and we started even in those late 70s, measurement of the springs in the Himalayan belt, of course in the Uttarakhand, now in the Uttarakhand. And that time also we were observing that for a period of time it has been reducing, declining. I also remember, I think Mr. Pankaj Kumar and Madam Archana Verma would remember that when you go to Mussoorie towards your academy, on the way there are many cars. So there is a Nalodan also, which is typically a landslide prone area. And from our institute there, we were involved in that rehabilitating those landscapes and the landscapes. So that used to be one indicator was that once we rehabilitate and protect and conserve those areas, the springs which were not perennial, which were getting dried up even in the month of February or March, after all these treatments, they had water even during May and June. So that is a very direct way of assessing the impact as an impact indicator about these kind of measures. So there has been a long history, so to say, and as of now, about 15% of the Indian population depends on the springs for most of their requirements. And of course, in the mountain areas, more than 90% or so, if the drinking water needs, domestic needs come from there. And it is not that, but over the years, what has also been happening, that besides the quantity and the perenniality of late, it is also being observed that in terms of the water quality of the springs is also becoming an issue. Because of many reasons. We also understand that there are a number of drivers which are leading to this kind of a situation where the springs have started drying out. Of course, there are many reasons. Few among those are the land use change, faulty management practices, faulty construction practices, population pressure. Besides all these things which are taking place, another worrisome thing for us is the looming climate change which is taking place. So that is causing a lot of concerns that it's a need of the hour that we try and put our minds and souls together to address this issue of managing this spring and the areas which are the recharge areas and how best we can protect them, revitalize them, and what we call the SPRINGSHED management. This also reminds me that, as Pradeep was mentioning, that when I was part of the Government of India and instrumental in integrated water management program, and we came up with the guideline in 2008 and then operational part in 2011. Those in this room are there from Nagaland or Sikkim and other places. When we started prospective planning of watershed management program, I remember it was perhaps 2011 or 12, from Nagaland and perhaps also from Sikkim, I know pretty much, Dharavikas. And they were the proposals. And as a part of our technical committee, when I was sitting with the Secretary D's and Secretary DULR, then the discussion point came up that, well, this is the SPRINGSHED, our guidelines are for the integrated water management project. Of course, then as a technical expert, I had to intervene and give my views. And I think everybody agreed to that. And that was the time, I think, first time, I think, even from the IWMP, the funds were kind of mobilized towards that kind of SPRINGSHED. And now I am very happy to note that the government has already come up with the guidelines, which is a new guidelines of, new generation guidelines of IWMP, which is now up to PMKSY 2.0. And it has, in the title itself, also the guidelines for the SPRINGSHED management. So that is quite reassuring that the government is very serious about it. And of course, government has already been serious, as I said, that even in 2011, they started giving that kind of a funding support. So this is what is the kind of the importance that we see, and now that over the years, as I said, that we have come where the government is so serious, and you can see in the presence of the Secretary, water resources, because the other day when I was talking to him also, he was mentioning that. So this is something that we have to see that it is not just for meeting the local needs, but also ultimately this feeds into the river system. So this is what I think. I'll not take much of your time because I have another keynote speech also to give. So I think I'll leave over here, and thank you very much once again, and I look forward to having a closer collaboration with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Due to some preoccupied activities of our secretary, honorable secretary, now I would we have to little bit go faster. So I beg the pardon for this. Now I would like to request our honorable secretary, Sri Pankaj Kumarji, to address the inaugural remarks. Actually, sir was the one who had give us the concept or have motivated us to bring the SPRINGSHED management on priority list. So I request our honorable secretary, Sri Pankaj Kumarji, to give the honorable address. Sir will be joining virtually on this platform.
उनका पॉइंट नहीं आ रहा है।
That around 5 million springs are currently, many of them are in danger of being degraded. So, lack of attention in the presentation. Also, there, because of my experience in Nagaland, our towns in Nagaland, the population has been increasing. There is not good nearby source. And what we find is that processes basically springs. Their environment is still degraded. At the same time, the demand for water is increasing. So you are fighting a losing battle. You are tapping bigger and bigger forested areas which are further and further away from towns, requiring more and more capital expenditure. And still you know that after 10 or 20 years, even this would not be enough. States like Mizoram already are in a difficult situation. So this problem is in the entire northeast and also in hill regions of the other parts of the country. Now in the recent years, there have been welcome efforts to improve the situation. There is an increased awareness that we have to think in terms of identifying and managing. And so wonderful work has started in this direction. In Nagaland and other states, there are instances of good work being done. I hope I am audible. There appears to be some echo. Okay. So, if you the watershed component, a new has been introduced from Pakistan. I was talking to the Secretary of Land Resources recently, and he told me that not many proposals for SPRINGSHED management are being received by the Department of Land Resources. So it points towards still a sizable departments dealing with water issues, whether it is the Department of Public Health Engineering, whether it is the Environment and Forest Department, whether it is the Soil and Water Conservation Department, whether it is the Land Resources Department. There is a need, and I must include the Rural Development Department also. It's a very important department, and in fact, Manrega has to fund most of these initiatives on SPRINGSHED management. So in all these departments, there needs to be an increased sense of awareness and urgency on SPRINGSHED management. And there also needs to be capacity building. Because I am also told, I am no expert on this, but I am told that SPRINGSHED management is much more complex exercise than watershed management. And therefore, you have to understand more nuances of managing the SPRINGSHED. And that is why we have set ourselves a target of training at least 100 persons, 100 officials in each northeast state in the current year, so that we bring about a cadre of officers who are aware and who have the capacity to think in terms of the SPRINGSHED development. And these officers, as I said, have to be drawn from rural development, from public health engineering, from land resources, from soil and water conservation, whichever departments are there in state governments which are dealing with water issues. There is also the first step of mapping. But we have to map the springs in every state with their updated status. We also have to look at those springs which were there once upon a time, but which have dried. And we have to improve them also, so that we take measures for their revival. Now, as you know, these streams, the first, second order, third order, they all combine for rivers, or tributaries of rivers. And recently, while reviewing a matter of Indian River in Uttar Pradesh, we were told that the source, which again arises from springs, some recent decline has been seen. We are carrying out a study there also to see how SPRINGSHEDs have got affected there, and what impact it is having on the flow in the river. So eventually, not only as the precious and valuable sources of water in the villages, but also as sources of water which contribute to the important river flows. SPRINGSHEDs constitute the lifeline of our system. I am sure in this workshop, officers who are present from various states and departments, they will put their brains together and work out plan for generating awareness and for mapping and rejuvenation of our springs, so that we can provide water conveniently to our people in the hill regions of the country. Till now, we have left most of the things to the community, especially in the northeast. Most lands are managed by the community. We also look after and protect the forests in major areas and their forested lands. While they are very good at it, we have to equip them with these skills of SPRINGSHED management. We have to be in close contact with them. We have to develop a program with them, a line of action through which they can start taking care of their springs. And I am reminded of a social entrepreneur, very well recognized social entrepreneur in Nagaland, Mr. SYMPOSIUM CUM. And he brought this to my notice for the first time in that state when I was working there. And he said that in his village, he had carried out some works on the basis of expert advice to protect the springs. And in the very next year, the discharge from the spring increased very appreciably. So that was my first introduction, in fact, to the idea of SPRINGSHED management and its efficacy in managing the water. I do hope when you share your experiences, and there will be certainly plenty of good experiences in all the states, all the hill states to share. All we have to do is to put it in a structured form, and we have to then scale it up so that we can tackle the task of mapping and distributing our SPRINGSHEDs in a purposeful manner. I do wish Derima and all the partner stakeholding organizations and all the participants who are present all the best in your deliberations and chalking out the course of action which will be aiding the availability of water in our regions of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, your words are guiding principles for going forward in SPRINGSHED management. It will be a place for us to release the aspect of our seminar by our Honorable Secretary, Dr. Kumarji, The aspect consisted of executives from the state petrol, that is our Honorable Secretary, and petrol from this symposium that consists of Sir Sunil Kumarji and Madam Madam, as well as our director. Also consisted of the collaborators institute as well as the papers, especially an architect written by our scientists and those contributors. I hope that the architect will give him or enlighten him in some of the aspects of the concept. Thank you, sir. On the way, the meeting is going to be virtually. We are the hybrid mode. Now I would like to request our Honorable Special Guest, Sunil Kumar, Chairman Central Groundwater Board, virtually to address the occasion. Sir. Sunil Kumarji was actively participated in the webinar which was organized in September 2021. That was the first seminar on SPRINGSHED management which we did in online platform. but he was there actively and with his guidance and other dignitaries and other experts like Smith Sensor, Akers sir, and all others. We are looking forward to the physical platform of seminar.
Can you hear me? मेरी आवाज तक पहुंच गई? मेरी आवाज पहुंच गई? Very good morning to all of you. Respected Secretary sir, actually he has already delivered his address, and see after the Chief Guest has delivered, we are not supposed to, but definitely we will be talking on the issues of SPRINGSHED management.
क्या number?
AS and Mr. Director, Madam Archana Verma ji, Ajit Kumar ji, who is on the way from Baghdad, Principal Researcher, Shri Alok Sikka ji from IWMI, distinguished guest, media persons, officer from state and center, my colleague from Central Government Board, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of you, and congratulations to Nerivalam for organizing this workshop and symposium on the SPRINGSHED management. As Secretary Saab has already told that springs are the life of the hilly regions, and we all know that with time and the development which is going on in all the states, the springs, their discharge are declining, and this is due to various ecological degradation and changing land use pattern because of lot of development in the hills, and this has actually led to reduced recharge in the river. At the time of this NMCG creation, lots of discussion were taking place in the ministry. At that time, UP Singh Saab was the Additional Secretary in the NMCG, and at many times we were pursuing that actually the rivers are getting the whatever water, most of the contribution is from the groundwater. It took almost 2-3 years for us to make this thing in the mind of the administrator and policy maker that we need to conserve the groundwater in the basins of these major rivers, protect the springs in the Himalayan terrain, so that these rivers continuously flow, and we achieve the Aviral Dhara slogan of the Prime Minister Government of India. We all know that we have got 10 hilly states, starting from Jammu Kashmir and the northeastern states. And Sir has already told that about 50 million people are residing in these states, and they are mostly dependent on the source of water. Spring is a major source of water, and about 60% of the springs out of the 5 million as enumerated or estimated by the Niti Aayog, 60% of them are in the hilly regions. I have my stay in the northeastern states for 3 years and had been to Shillong for many times, and I have seen how the people are utilizing the rainwater and the spring water for their daily use. So telling them to sustain these spring, protect these schemes, rejuvenate these schemes, I think it is already built in their mind. We simply have to nudge them, simply have to tell them again that please remember your heritage, maintain them properly. We are also working on resolution of the spring and to help the state wherever possible in two ways. One is helping them to prepare their watershed management plans, and other to provide them appropriate training at our institute at Raipur. We have got a very good institute at Raipur where we have facility of hosting about 100 people at a time, and we have got 4 ultra-modern training rooms, superb facility of say gym and having a nice time there, excellent faculty, so we can provide the best of the both world in the institutes. We invite all the states to come there, to sponsor the people so that we can give them and share their experience with us so that we can enrich our knowledge together. In this line also, we have created a directorate in Central Groundwater Board, which is specially dedicated to aquifer recharge, spring rejuvenation and climate change. And in every state, where the relevant studies are to be taken up, like the recharge and the SPRINGSHED management, mapping of the springs, rejuvenation, their monitoring, remarketing the recharge area, and making the security plans for those villages which are dependent on these schemes. And one more thing, the beautification of few of the springs, making them as the place for tourism. These activities we are taking under this directorate, and we are pursuing with the state government to have a collaborative approach to develop and maintain these springs as a source of water as well as a place to visit by the people. I have gone through the technical session details which have been provided by Mr. Gora. Thank you, Goraji. And I am just seeing from here that my colleague Sudhir Kumar is also there, Dinesh Verma is there, and Mr. Kapil is there, which are visible in the video. So I understand they will be giving their best to make the recommendation outstanding, so that we come out with excellent recommendations, so that the maintenance, development, protection of the springs is taken up at the level of Government of India as well as the state government. I believe that the 2-day workshop will be discussing all the issues which Secretary Sahab has told, and the experience sharing between the central and state agencies will definitely be for a way to bring out recommendations to the Government of India for sustainable management of the spring and spring sets. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now I feel really proud to introduce our very own PM Sir, Member Central Water Commission. PM Scott was working as a chief engineer in Central Water Commission, ENBDO Kilo. He was also a director of Neriwala for a short period. Sir, I would like to request our previous director, our family of ours, the PM Scott, Member CWC, to address the occasion. Sir, the line is all yours.
Good morning to everyone, especially to Secretary Sir. The dignitaries who are seated on the dais, the participants who are attending physically and online. It is a matter of privilege for me that I have been invited by Neriwal to share my thoughts during this 2-day National Symposium cum workshop on SPRINGSHED management. being organized by Neriman in association with National Institute of Hydrology and the Central Ground Water Board. Now, what is a springshed? A springshed is an area of land that contributes groundwater to a spring. Now, our actions, our behavior within the springshed contributes to the quality, whether it is good or bad, of the water flowing from the spring. Now, looking at the figures of global groundwater scenario, groundwater is being extracted at the order of about 982 billion cubic meters per year. And out of the available fresh water that we have, rainfall, natural lakes, reservoirs and rivers all contribute to just only about 2%, while the rest 98% is locked in the aquifers. Now, coming to the scenario of groundwater abstraction, it presents quite a very alarming scenario. Now, with India withdrawing groundwater to the tune of 250 billion cubic meters per year. Now, this quantity is more than the quantity extracted by China and the USA combined. Now, since time immemorial, springs are the lifeline of our community in the hills and in the mountains. They have been the source of clean water. Traditionally, spring water was used for drinking and household purpose. On a personal level, since I also come from the hills, we have been surviving on spring water for a large part of our lives till the time when an organized water supply was made available to us. Now there are variations in discharge and seasonality of water resources which can arise from geological, ecological and climate diversities of the region. These water resources have played a significant and dominant role in socio-economic, cultural and environmental related activities in the mountains of our country. As per a rough estimate, there are about 5 million springs spread out across India, out of which 3 million are in the Himalayas alone. From the Nilgiris in the western Ghats to the eastern Ghats and Himalayas, springs are a safe source of drinking water for our urban and rural communities. About 90% of the drinking water supply in Uttarakhand is spring-based, while in the northeastern state of Meghalaya, all villages in the state use springs for drinking water as well as for irrigation. We usually consider that spring water is free from contaminants just like pathogens, chemicals, metals, and these are considered safe by our local communities. Now, looking at springs from a biogeographical perspective, they often function as a permanent source of water. They are important for our ecosystem services as they improve the base flow in our river systems and also support biodiversity. Now, our hills and mountains have had a glorious tradition of water harvesting. The local communities, they have developed their own spring-based hydrologic technology, which is quite unique in its usefulness and spring revival. Despite the key role that springs play, I see that springs have received a sort of stepmotherly treatment from the powers that be, whether it is we or others. And the sad part is that most of our springs are facing the threat of drying up. This could be due to increased water demand, changing land use patterns, and environmental degradation. This survey in Sikkim found that the water production has declined in half in all the springs in the state, which is a dangerous sign, which is almost entirely dependent on springs for drinking water. Similar stories are there from other regions of India. Also, the quality of water is deteriorating. So therefore, SPRINGSHED management needs a multi-dimensional approach and integrated action. The objective is to successfully integrate natural science with social sciences, hydrogeology, and engineering and biotic measures and capacity of the springs. SPRINGSHED management in the mountains holds the key to enable every rural household to have potable water in adequate quantity and of prescribed quality on long-term basis. So we in the government, the state governments, civil society organizations and non-government organizations have to actively contribute towards programs to promote awareness of the importance of springs and to build capacities to protect, develop and manage spring sheds across the country. Capacity building at the community level and spring shed management is essential to improve groundwater literacy and help in long-term management of springs and sustainability of interventions. Spring shed management thus is an integral part of our ongoing scheme of Jal Jeevan Mission, and this can be achieved through coordinated national, state and local level initiatives involving all possible stakeholders and partners like governments, civil society and people at large. Now in this spring shed development, what are the challenges and conflicts that we face? So I've tried to collect some of these, and the first is the lack of data. Then we have the lack of awareness of the utility of such data, even if we are having. And then the third is the geological or aquifer boundaries. These are rarely coinciding with our administrative or social economic boundaries. Then we have limited field studies on springs. So with this I will wish the symposium happy success. Thank you.
Now we are joined by Sri Ajit Kumar Sahu, IAS Commissioner, Ladakh. Sir, we would like to welcome you to Jaipur with the bouquet, Namasa and memento. Sri Ajit Kumar Sahu, sir, was the IAS batch of 2003 Jammu and Kashmir cadre. He is presently working as Commissioner Secretary, General Administration, Department of Ladakh. He is handling Department of School Education, Social and Tribal Welfare, Public Health Engineering, Irrigation and Flood Control, Housing and Urban Development, Public Works and General Administration of Ladakh. Sir has also served in various districts of Jammu and Kashmir as Deputy Commissioner. Sir, with you, we would like to hear in this occasion some words from you.
you. Respected Secretary Sir, Additional Secretary and Deputy Director Ma'am, Alok Sakalji, Mr. Pradeep Bora, honorable delegates, experts, participants. Good morning to all of you. I'm very sorry for being a bit late. I have joined here and come here mostly as a participant and learner because I am not an expert on this subject. Hello. So, but because I am working in this field for last 3-4 years. Earlier I was PSC Secretary in Jammu and Kashmir and now in Ladakh. And this is part of the whole Himalayan region and the hilly state on which this symposium is concentrated upon. So I would just like to present the issues which we are facing and we would seek experts to comment on it and later just discuss on it and help us in managing the springs, especially in Ladakh. We always hear that the springs are drying up and there are issues that the sources are drying up. And we are facing this issue even while implementing the Jal Jeevan mission. And you are already aware that Ladakh has a different topography and a different that's the climatology. It's an extremely cold area. Even now the temperature in the main town is -10 and in the villages, remote villages is -20. But one of the major reasons of success of Jal Jeevan mission there in Ladakh, that despite in this temperature, right now water is running in the tap and water is being provided to the villagers in the household. And one of the major reasons are the springs, because the spring water don't get freeze during the winters, and even in the town, Leh town, the most of the water during the winter is supplied through spring or mixing the water, spring water, because those water are the warmer than the surface water. So that is a lifeline, and whenever the spring, the source gets dried up, the villagers face a lot of problems and they used to shift. But certainly we don't know, and there are less information available how to conserve and develop more and more springs. Especially in the Ladakh region, the geology is very different. The land is very porous. So we don't know even that if we make percolation tanks, if we do that watershed, whether that water will add to the springs or not. Because whatever studies have done, it shows that even the aquifers below the ground are moving, are dynamic, they are not static, they keep flowing. So that is one of the major issues. And another thing is that the glaciers are drying up. And with the glacier drying up, the spring sources are also drying up. So that is another difficulty. We don't know because that's an arid zone and there is very less precipitation. Whatever glaciers are the main source of the water. If those dries up, how to recharge those sources of the spring? That is another issue which needs to be looked into. And even the glaciers which are the glaciers which are visible, those are drying up, but simultaneously there are glaciers which are underground. These are the, like we can say that the permafrost. So those are also available, but we don't know how long it will sustain. So we are implementing Jal Jeevan mission in every village, but these sources, that is springs, which providing water to these Jal Jeevan mission schemes, those also need to be protected. So we have kept program for the rejuvenation of the spring, but certainly we would require in technical input, whether those efforts and those interventions are effective or not. You must have heard about that artificial glaciers, and you have studied, these people are expert on this. Artificial glaciers are being considered one of the very good way of recharging, because we are conserving the water which are flowing in the winter, that is going waste. So that is being conserved. Simultaneously, there is a local technology that is called GIMS, that is like pond anywhere. But this is in a different because when during winter these ponds get frozen, and all the water is being collected during the winter in these ponds. So those also help in recharging the spring sources. So there were some efforts earlier made by the NITI Aayog when the inventory was prepared, and some mapping of the springs were done. So that's still incomplete. So the UT administration, which is because you all know that Ladakh is a new Indian territory, we have recently started with the GIS mapping of each of the spring source and each of the springs, and we will be putting it up on the GIS platform. On we have our own Geo Ladakh portal as well that we are also on the way of developing the state water information system. So those will help us. Simultaneously, there is very less data available because there is no method of data collection. We are the Central Water Commission is sorry, National Groundwater Board is installing some piezometer which is in land, and the UT administration is also intervening in that and putting up more piezometers. And we have recently also conducted that basin-wise, rather valley-wise, groundwater mapping. And we have requested National Groundwater Board for 3D mapping of the lake town area, because we are not fully, because if it's a vast area, if you say that the groundwater draw is lesser, but we don't know that specific position, a specific location, what is the status. So that's why we are going for the 3D mapping as well. So I think these things will help, but certainly more deliberations and more technical inputs are required so that to assess the actual position in the area like Ladakh. And I would request, ma'am, that like Secretary Sir has told, that they are going to train 100 people in each district. So I would request that the district of Ladakh should also be included, so that our people are also aware of this because as Dr. told, that it's a very complex and it requires a multidisciplinary approach. So that is what I wanted to present. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for inviting, and thanks to Mr. Bora for hosting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the experiences of Ladakh, and we also share our experiences to you by our experts. And now I would like to call upon our Honorable Guest of Honor, Madam Archana Barmadji, Additional Secretary and Mission Director, National Water Mission.
At the outset, is my voice clear or is it echoing?
Madam, it is perfect.
Like me. So, Dr. Pradeep Bora, Director Nerivalam, Dr. Alok Kumar Sekta, IWMI, India Head, Shri Ajit Kumar Sahu, Mission Secretary, EAD, Estate Hospitality and Protocol, Ladakh, Shri Sunil Kumar, Chairman, Central Groundwater Board, Shri P. Scott, Member River Management, and above all, the one concerned in absentia, so I'm sure he's not around. So at the outset, let me extend my gratitude to Dr.
Pradeep Bora for organizing this fantastic conference. Like Ajit, I am very new to the sector, but one thing I know is that I am not new to water. I have had a very special relationship with water, and especially springs, because we grew up during our holiday times in our father's village, which is in the Terai region of Nepal. And it's a place called Khori, which is just like you can cross over to Nepal. And there, during our whole childhood, the only thing that we used to do was go to Amrit Dhara. It was called Amrit Dhara. And there, as children, we used to bathe and then collect water, and then all our man Fridays used to collect water and get it to the house, drinking, bathing, washing. And it was a lovely connection with that Amrit Dhara. But after coming into the service, and after my father's, he was mining lessee there, after Project Tiger closed there, I went and looked for Amrit Dhara. But Amrit Dhara had dried up. And it is in the rapacious nature of man that we cannot, be content with what we have. We are mercenary by instinct. And nature does not like mercenaries. She sometimes shows her ways in forms of cyclones, earthquakes, and what have you. So spring, poetically also has been a part and parcel of so many poems. And there's this phrase that when you feel happy, you say, "Spring in my feet." And there's this famous saying by Alexander Pope that little learning is a dangerous thing, drink deep or taste not the fragrant spring. So spring has defined civilization, springs define life, and springs define nature, especially for people in the hills. So for centuries, these 50 lakh springs, I read somewhere, have nourished communities, have saved communities from becoming extinct. However, we have not respected, we have not revered this source, and we human beings have been always very acquisitive, very human-centered. So I feel that, any solution to any problem in life, especially those that are natural, cannot just be technical. Like in this workshop also, I'm noticing that since most of you are domain experts, with due apologies, but it is very, very technical. But you see, ultimately, any technical solution is for the community. And unless you include community in your technicality, unless, as I think the speaker before me earlier said, Sunilji, that unless, their traditional knowledge, they are masterful in their knowledge, they have lived with that natural resource, they know more than us. We often go with a preconceived notion that this is the best for them. Like I keep repeating the story of Amrit Sarovar. When I went for a conference in Pune, there was this panchayat member who just got up and said that, "Madam, गड्ढे खोद रहे हैं आप, बिना हाइड्रोलॉजी जियोलॉजी स्टडी किए आप गड्ढे खोद रहे हैं, मेरे गांव में बाढ़ का प्रॉब्लम है, वो लोअर फॉर्मेशन पे है, जब बाढ़ आएगा तो वो सरोवर बंद हो जाएगा, दिल भर जाएगा." So, even all the topics that we are discussing in a workshop makes a very poor apology to capacity building. I don't see people who actually live in the hills in the conference here. We should get more voices from really the grassroots, because they have the wisdom and they are the ones who can tell you what is best for them. We may have studied in wherever, LSR, Harvard, JNU, but that doesn't make us wise at all. It is people who lived there. So our policy should be for the communities, our technology, our expertise should be for the communities. और वो रहने चाहिए, वो हमारे टेक्नोलॉजी के भी पार्ट रहने चाहिए, because some of them are smart innovators. I remember जब हम अमृतधारा में जाते थे, तो we had these Man Fridays. The way they used to carry water and go about the spring so reverentially, and they were great innovators. I always have this deepest respect for native minds. So that is one thing I want to say, that we should include those voices. उनको किसी भी कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये नहीं होना चाहिए कि ये टेक्निकल है, बिकॉज बिना लोगों के इसका कोई फायदा नहीं. So it has to be backed by harnessing the potential of the community. And the second thing is, maybe it's not very relevant to this conference, but reverence for Mother Nature begins at home. And we follow by example. Like I follow my daughter. I used to be a huge water waster because I have grown in a place where there was no shortage of water. So I used to brush my teeth keeping the tap open. Then I saw she came back from school and said, "Ki Mama, you're wasting water, you're wasting electricity, sab cheez on rakhi ho." So it should begin at home. We should set examples in small things, like somebody was telling me that if you don't shower every day, you save a lot of water. And that's what these communities I saw used to do. I mean, nobody need teach them. They did shower every day, and that was okay. And wherever springs have survived, I've seen that there is some kind of deification. Like in Sikkim, we have this concept of Devi Than, where there is a whole, there are whole deities and all around the spring. Even in West Champaran, where I come from, next to the spring we had a folklore of some Devi springing up from the spring. So we have to cultivate that reverence to nature, which may not be Ma or Baap or anything else. It can just be reverence to nature as a limited, natural resource, which if we are mercenary about it, may just die. So, what else do I say, since I don't have much technical expertise, so I'm trying to hide it by just giving golas. But another thing which I have noticed as an administrator and a practitioner of policy on the ground is that if you don't give livelihood to people, I mean to be fair to them, if you don't give livelihood, they will rape nature. So it's also important that when you are talking about technology or thinking about technological solutions, we must also think of sustainable livelihood solutions, so that springs are not destroyed because of massive deforestation, overgrazing, overutilization, overextraction. So all that has to be built in our technology so that people get livelihood which is sustainable and eco-friendly and does not adversely impact the climate. So I'm happy that we have experts from water resources, hydrology, forest, climate, and what have you have been told. But my only request would be that let us not get technical about something which is not very technical. water is not technical. And let's not think in silos, let's not divide nature into river, spring, ocean, trees, mountains. Let's think of it as an integrated whole. And I'm sure director, we have a very dynamic director who has really taken a lot of interest in organizing this conference. And first time I've seen somebody chasing me with, every day request that, ma'am, we need this, we need that. And being from Assam, I have an obligation. So I also keep saying that JJM हो, PMKSY हो, ये जितने भी पाइप वाटर स्कीम है, पानी रहेगा तब तो जाएगा ना. इसीलिए water source strengthening is so important, and that is why Nerivallum, this conference, is so important. In the end, I just want to say that there is a good news. We have notified the Bureau of Water Use Efficiency just on 10th October under NWM, and that whole right now it's a small organization, but we are planning to make it into a think tank of an integrated think tank on how to increase water use efficiency. Because one of the goals of NWM is increasing water use efficiency by 20%. So we are hoping that all these problems will find solutions in this newly created Bureau of Water Use Efficiency. So I again thank Dr. Pradeep Bora for giving me this lovely opportunity of visiting my home, Kara. I love Assam, and especially I love Tezpur. So I'm seeing it's become a little crowded, a little dirtier than it was when we had just joined service. So I'm really looking forward to the deliberations of the conference. Thank you.
What motivates us and also keep us thinking of how to solve the problem. We keep thinking. Now I would like to request our respected Professor A.C. Jamna sir, Professor Gabriani Nedivalam, to do the board of things. Professor Jamna sir is also the coordinator for this symposium. Under his supervision, we all could perform our assigned duties in a coordinated manner.
Thank you, madam. Good morning, everybody. This is the time for vote of thanks to the organization. At the very beginning, we are very grateful to Honorable Sri Pankaj Kumar sir, Secretary Department of Water Resources, for accepting the responsibility of this section of this symposium as well as chief guest of the Global Association. He was kind enough and spent sufficient time for the session of the symposium in spite of this very hectic schedule, which itself indicates how essential is the role of SPRINGSHED management in fighting water availability in the water area. He understands by heart how the hilly state of the region is fighting water scarcity, even for drinking water. Even if the region receives significantly high rainfall during monsoon, food security and increasing cropping intensity cannot be achieved without addressing water scarcity. I extend my sincere thanks on behalf of the organizers for addressing this symposium of the SPRINGSHED management. Thank you, sir. My sincere thanks goes to the Madam Ratana Verma, Additional Secretary and Mission Director, National Water Minister of Agriculture. She recently provided a manual of National Water Minister. Nerivallum is also actively associated in implementing the rules. It was her constant inspiration and active participation into which this symposium could be organized. Thank you very much. Sincere thanks goes to respected Dr. Kumar Sikka, who is international water management consultant in ISW mine, with relationship and India and international participating with symposium. He has performed working experience at various capacities, various national CCIR. Thank you very much. I also express my sincere thanks to the PM Scott Sir, CWES, respected member of Central Water Commission, for gracing this occasion to make it successful. His constant inspiration for Nadivalam and its development for the last so many years. Thank you, sir. My sincere thanks goes to Sri Ajit Kumar Sahu, IAS Commissioner and Secretary, Ladakh, for gracing the symposium, for physically participating from such a distant area, which also boosted our morale. Thank you very much, sir. I express my sincere thanks to Sri Subudh Yadav, IAS sir, who is Joint Secretary Administration of Department of Water Resources, as well as advisor to this symposium, and Sri Anand Mohan, IAS Joint Secretary, who has participated in this seminar online. Thank you, sir. Thanks goes to Dr. A.K. Sitapati, former director, former director, ICAR, and Dr. Amrandati Kaur, former regional director, Central Ground Support, who are keynote speakers and physically present here for this symposium. Thanks also goes to Dr. Sudhir Kumar, director, NIH, and the FT Kapil, regional director, Central Government Board, Northeastern region, are physically present here in the symposium and participating. Thank you to the reading Simre, Chief Engineer BOBO, PWC, and Sri P. Darby, Chief Engineer OMIO, Central Water Commission, for presenting physically here and online as well, and encouraging our symposium. Thanks goes to Dr. Pradeep Kumar Koda, respected Director, Nadivalam, who is a key inspiration and person, and always an inspiration in organizing this seminar. We also extend our heartiest thanks to the representatives and officials of Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Dissemination, officers of National Water Mission, IIWM, Bhubaneswar, Regional Aid, United, UNDP, and Swiss Development Corporation of India, Department of Water Resources, Government of Meghalaya, Department of Soil Conservation, Government of Assam, Tata Trust, NABARD, Advanced Center for Water Resources Development and Management, People's Science Institute, College of Agriculture and Agriculture Engineering, Central Agriculture University, Gangtok, Northeastern Space Application Center, Nihari, Guwahati, Department of Agriculture Engineering, Nagaland University, Assam University, Department of Civil Engineering and Environmental Science, Tezpur University, Mahapurush Samanta Sankardev Vidyalaya, representative from CIS Institution India, etc. for participating in this symposium. Thanks goes to the Land Resources Department, who has also extended their support in organizing this seminar, and the officers from the Government of Nagaland and Government of Mizoram, who are online, participated in this symposium. Thanks also goes to the students who are physically and online. Thanks also goes to my colleagues who are working hard to make this occasion successful. Thanks also goes to the Tezpur University, SSD Guest House, Tezpur, for providing the guest houses to accommodate our esteemed guests. and the Gautam Medi who has made all the arrangements for the administration. Thank you very much. Thank you all again. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Now we have a break for tea. To be very precise, it is only 11 minutes. And after that, we will be back in the same room for the plenary session on lifeline for ill people. Please.
What time? Tell me what time.
11 minutes.
It's already 11:30.
3 minutes?
Time bol do, 30.
We'll be back in this room after 10 minutes. The sign is up right in front of the gate. Sudhir Kumar, Director, National Institute of Hydrology, Roorkee. Sir has very much experience in this field of hydrology. And yeah, the next is Nirish Verma, Regional Director and Head of the Department, Rajiv Gandhi, National Groundwater Training and Research Institute, Chhattisgarh. Then we have with us Dr. Brijesh Kumar, Professor and Head, Department of Hydrology, IIT Roorkee. Yeah, this Fulam, Gamusa and the Memento. Yeah. Then we have Mahendra S. Lodi ji, Scientist E, Head, Northeastern Regional Center, GB Pant, Institute of Himalayan Studies, Arunachal Pradesh. Then we have Dr. R. Ma'am Divya Sarma, Deputy Head of Cooperation, Swiss Development Corporation of India. Welcome, ma'am. We have R. Ravi Babu, General Manager, FSDD NABARD, Mumbai. So all of these eminent personalities have expertise in spring management along with river basin as well as the water management in general. Until water disappears from our house, it remains invisible to us. We all know this. Till it is available, we do not care. When the wells are dry, then only we give words to water. So this session will be moderated by Dr. Pradeep Kumar Bora, Director, Mary Valam. Sir will be the moderator of this session. And this session will have a report here, Dr. Chadam Victoria Devi ma'am. So may I have Pradeep Bora, sir.
You can speak from here, better. There's a nice rainbow in the background.
The welcome speech.
After a rainfall.
Okay, respected all panelists here. In the welcome speech, I have already mentioned one thing, that the very purpose of the symposium is to come together to the same platform. That is why we try to reach to all the NGOs, CSOs and government departments who are working in SPRINGSHED management. And also, we try to reach to ICAR. Actually, that was quite a bit late that I could reach them, so that is why many participants we could hear physically. But Assam Agricultural University, ICAR, Water Management Center is joining, and other centers are joining from remotely joining, and then also one principal scientist from Indian Water Management Institute, Bhubaneswar, has joined us. So this is the very purpose of coming together, so that from the panel discussion as well as tomorrow's deliberation with the state government people, we can come to some kind of recommendation to go ahead for our future works. Because my personal dream is that, like watershed management, SPRINGSHED management should also be a people's movement. Unless people come together, people do themselves do something for the spring, government department or the government scheme cannot suffice. So that is the very purpose of the symposium. We are really fortunate that experienced person like Alok Sikka sir is here, and Surit Kumar sir is here, and then all young professors and professionals who are also working now in SPRINGSHED management, and already in audience also we have seen that many people who have already worked or are working in SPRINGSHED management are here. So this session we planned a bit open session type. Well, first obviously presentation will be made by none other than our former Deputy Director General ICAR, former Director of ICAR Research Center of Eastern Region Patna, and then presently country representative of IWMI. We are really, we have already heard him in the opening session, but we would like to hear from him more with presentation. So first, I'd like to request you to present.
Can we speak from here in a more
First presenting. After that, you will be speaking.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you. I think can you put my presentation on? And so the chair, co-chair, and the moderator, and the fellow panelists. So of course, I mean, I was told that I have to make a small presentation. So, and what I'm going to be presenting to you is basically stock taking, which we did with the support from SDC, and happy that Divya is also here with us, and also in partnership with Niti Aayog, and many other partners and the stakeholders. One among them we interviewed is sitting here, learned person, my college mate, not mate, my junior, Sumit. Sumit was one of those and maybe there are many others. So if you can please put the presentation on. And this presentation is basically, we are trying to see to document the best practices in SPRINGSHED management. Could you please think there's one, a wrong one. It's okay, I'll manage with it. So please go ahead.
You take the mic then. If you have to walk, go mic there.
Yeah.
So I think anyway this is a presentation which is different than that, but anyway it's okay. So it's basically that as we all know, and we have been talking this morning about this springs are dying, and revival is very much necessary, and also the fact that besides the technological options and the solutions, none of the things in the natural resource management sector works without active community involvement, that is for sure. And that's why you must have seen also that even in the guidelines of water management and now the PMKSY 2.0, the community participation has been underlined, underscored. And so that is there, that without which we cannot really manage. So now let me come over here and then because my eyesight is not that strong now. So here this gives just a brief history of how the SPRINGSHED started working late 90s or early 2000s, that was the case. Started off with few of these NGOs, as listed over there, PSI, Dehradun, Chirag, many others. I mean, just to name few. And then, of course, Aquadam came with certain this because the way we try and look into this SPRINGSHED and the watershed, as somebody was telling in the morning session, in watershed, it's the area which is getting to a common outlet point, this is the surface water. When we started up, of course, still it is there, that it will also, when the recharge and infiltration is taking place, it will also revive the springs, and which it does. But then subsequently it has also been seen that the springs are largely governed by the hydrogeology. And in case of hydrogeology and the aquifers, we as hydrologists we know that for simplicity we assume that the topographic boundary and the water to be the same, but that doesn't happen always, and more so in the hilly terrain. And so that is where this hydrogeology came, and rightly so, this Aquadam and others, they came up with that, because it could be the case that where the same watershed is draining to that particular spring, but there are a number of cases where this watershed may be getting recharged even from the other watershed, because it is underneath some other places. So that's the kind of a difference, and that is why the key difference between the two is that here we need to be very careful in targeting the recharge area, delineating the recharge area to target the interventions, whatever interventions we are going to be taking up in terms of increased recharge, increased soil moisture and infiltration and so on and so forth. So that's what I was thinking, and as I was telling in the morning that what happened that even sometimes back in the around 2011, 2012, even under the IWC guidelines, the integrated water management guideline also, this thing started rolling out. And subsequently, of course, it was, as I said, spearheaded by numbers of CSOs, civil society organizations, and of course in the government country in the northeast, and also in the Uttarakhand area, and also in the Himachal Pradesh. And then of course we know that how it has been going hand in hand. And now the fact that, as I was telling in the morning session also, the government of India has come with a revised new guideline under the PMKFY 2.0, under the watershed component, which talks about the integrated watershed management and the SPRINGSHED management. Now if you try and look into the difference between the two, when you are trying to locate more or less the treatment measures for increasing recharge might remain the same, but as I said, the delineation of the recharge area is the main thing. And again, the guidelines also say that when you are locating this thing, you try and detect it in the broader catchment and you try and do the more. So if in a very simplistic way I have to put it, I would say even in a watershed, there may be some many localized springs for which you can have a very targeted area and have more intensive treatment over there so that you get some total benefit at the local point. Of course, that will also reduce the sediment load and the runoff and other things at the outlet of the watershed. So this is a win-win situation for either of the case. Next please. So this is something that the Niti Aayog and the others, I can move it or not? So this one, as I was telling, that is basically based on the work which with SDC and the Niti Aayog we did with many partners. Most of them are also sitting over here to document what and do the stock taking in terms of what are the best practices and come up with a resource book, which I think most of you are aware of that. And so from that perspective, just go back. That what we did, that we have talked to many people, individually, in a group, we have done the field visits, as we see over here, we have done a lot of literature in trying to arrive at how the things are at present and how the things should be moving. Next. and again go on clicking twice. That here, these are the places where we have had the expert interviews. And throughout the ISR, throughout the Indian Himalayan region, including Ladakh. Ladakh, after we had a discussion, but we didn't go to the field because of certain reason. Now, when we are trying to look into these best practices, we have looked into 5 areas: scalability, applying practice, replicability, sustainability, capacity building, and the knowledge creation. So those are the kind of the ones that we are trying to see that how all these things they score around these kind of things. Because as you see, all of them are very, very important when you want to do the scaling out. Next. So from that point of view, those who are familiar with the SPRINGSHED management, there are 8 steps in the SPRINGSHED management methodology, which has been defined by the NITI Aayog and also by the EC mode. And here, then we came up next. That we wanted to look into all those things and reclassify them into 6 categories. Looking into the need assessment and spring inventory, data monitoring, convergence, hydrological observations, funding, and social justice. Next. Here, you can go on one by one. So here the step 1 was looking at the comprehensive spring map, because as you know that's the starting point. And in trying to look into that, what are the traditional methods? As you can see on the right hand side, we have been doing standardized methods. And then there are some remote sensing, and after now recently we have started the LiDAR technology. Next please. And so then making the best use of the local level institutions, and then trying to create and curate the publicly accessible data sources. So that is something that is the best management practices. Next. Then one on the data monitoring aspect, where we have tried to say that there are long-term monitoring, where the instrumentation is being done and also automatic realization. We also know the fact that there are a number of situations which for the time I cannot go into that. I mean, when you put there is vandalism and things like that, so but that's something that we have to kind of live with now. Next. Clone picking. Then, based on all these things, now the hydrological mapping, not only does the traditional and also using isotopes and other advanced techniques. So this is how that you can have improved knowledge and try to have a recharge of identification. Next. And next is the community mobilization and capacity building. Now the community capacity, because as Madam Archana was talking about, because this is what we have seen is the crux of the thing. Because unless you participate in resource assessment and mapping, that is nothing that you are going to be leading anywhere. And then you have to build the capacity at the various level of the user group and etc. And as I was talking about that it's a hydrogeological mapping and also trying to delineate the area. And we also know that it is not possible to have so many hydrogeologists in each and every place. So the idea was to have a para-hydrologist who are working in the barefoot hydrologist or whatever way you kind of call them as. So have a charter of them and train them to do at the local scale. Next. So this is something that to have an inclusive approach, and then we can come up with a complete work plan of that particular area. Next. Because unless the plan has got the social acceptability, it is really not going to be implemented properly in the right harness. So this is something, and then finally you can't do anything without the money. So that is where next is. Here we have tried to say there are a number of health activities and number of main activities which are coming, which have admissibility in the various programs of the government. And then the idea is, because as Madam was working in silos, how best we can try and break silos, or we can try and see how best we can integrate those silos following some kind of a convergence approach. Like here you can see that in Uttarakhand and some other places, Kampai really working fine to converge with that. And Manrega, as we all know, and also the watershed, and now the Jal Jeevan mission. And when we are talking about the Jal Jeevan mission, particularly in the hilly areas, and we also talk about the source sustainability. And the source sustainability will come mostly from the SPRINGSHED management and the spring revival. Next. I think I'll skip these things because these are a little bit more scientific and the time may be less. That these are basically, we try to see under the need assessment which particular thing is only highly scalable and replicable. Similarly, in terms of the spring inventory, what are the ones which are scoring high marks or low scores on sustainability and scalability? Again, same thing on the spring monitoring, and you will see in the spring monitoring, like they say that you have a local capacity building, and so that locally people can do it, but when we ask about the remote sensing and LiDAR, it goes low in the scale because the people we are talking about, perhaps they do not have much understanding of that, so that also could be the reason, but it doesn't say that you don't have to do that. Maybe today we are a little bit in the starting phase, but slowly I think that the remote sensing has to come into play with the high resolution data to the spring market. Next. So same with the next. Community mobilization, as you say, this is something which is very highly important for replicability and scalability. Next. And capacity building. Next. And the funding. So to conclude, I must say that as we know that there are diverse approaches, but it doesn't mean that that is not good. No, it's good because there are not diversity, there are localization. So in the local context, there has to be very kind of diversified approach. But the basic principles should remain the same. And similarly, we have to have a better coordination across scales and actors because we know that there are many players which are there, not traditional and the technical and the social and the institutional, and the underlining that the community focus. Because community focus is a must, and also the gender inclusiveness. Because that is what is the gender inclusiveness, and now we call it gender equity and social inclusion. And spring revival must go hand with community based. This is just talked about. So let me spend 1 or 2 minutes on that. You see, even no matter how much good work we keep on doing on the spring revival, our demand is increasing day by day. So, in addition to augmenting the supply side, it's very important that we also take a good amount of demand management. Because even the Secretary Water Resources are talking about that, I understand in his speech. And this is something which is less attempted or rather hardly attempted in the spring year. So this is something that I think we would like to advocate, that the community-based water demand management is very important when you are trying to look into that, how best that resource can be used, and of course conversion mechanism for funding resource. And then spring revival science needs to be integrated with science of hydrology, geology, social science, etc. And finally, I think it's a time that we give a lot of emphasis on monitoring and measurement of these springs. Let us ensure that we do that at various stages, pre-implementation, during implementation and post-implementation, and both in terms of quantity of water as well as quality of water. So that is something that I think going forward we have to be very careful about that. So next, so with this, finally the few recommendations which have emerged out of that, the conclusions which I have made, is if we can have a simple decision support system or a decision support tool in trying to aid all these things and use our technologies as I have already mentioned, and how best we can mainstream the technology through various simple, like source book is one such attempt, but there will be number of attempts. Already there have been attempts. We don't say that there have never been the earlier attempts. And then the institutional, we also found that it will be good to have a state and national level spring mission headed by with the state level agency. I think in the guidelines of IWMP perhaps something is there, and the approach I have already talked about, and creating a national spring mission. So madam Now you are with the National Water Mission, and now that there are guidelines on the SPRINGSHED management, it's high time that we can perhaps think of having this thing as one of the policy recommendations to initiate the process for spring mission, and of course with a strong directing on bringing the conversion into that force, because not creating yet another department or any mechanism. So I think with these few words, I think I'll stop over here, and thank you very much.
As we have already shown that this is some kind of open session. So firstly, I request the panelists, if they have any query on this presentation, whatever, because sir has given certain recommendation to go ahead, and already I think sweeping recommendation has been given that to create a mission under perhaps the Jal Jeevan mission or so. So other panelists may ask some question if okay. And then also the audience, because I know that a lot of people are working on SPRINGSHED. So I think they have certain questions to be asked to take place there, because sir has already prepared a resource book for entire nation. So I think this is a good opportunity to ask questions. Yeah, Dr. Bridges.
Already I think Sita Saab has covered most of the things. It is very challenging to ask the questions because meticulously it has summarized the thing. So the question is that, is there any side effects of charging the water area in the spring sources, like in terms of the landslides and all, particularly in the height?
Yeah, good question. I think that reminds me of my stay and work in Nilgiri, where landslides used to happen frequently. And my advice was there and it is now that more often than not, we end up doing heavy water storage systems on the steep slopes, where if you build up much of hydrostatic pressure, and the geology, everything is going to come out of it. And that's what we have to be very careful when we are doing here also, that on those slopes, either we have a vegetative measure, or we do not have any kind of bigger dams and things like that. So that's something that there I remember that when it used to happen, the DM would always call me that so press in media will be always interested whether it's man-made or whatever it is, when you are not going to do this. So the bottom line is, we have to be careful in steep slope, what kind of temperature.
Thank you. It's not a question, it's just a remark. First of all, disclaimer, I'm not a scientist. I'm interested to learn from scientists, but I also feel it's very important to have solutions which are simple and look beyond pure facts. Some of the things that you talked about are very valid, like isotopic studies, use of remote sensing. We actually got Swiss scientists to look at the application of remote sensing for mapping springs. I'm sure every one of you knows that springs are such tiny single points which emerge from the ground and then flow down. Actually, even with half a meter resolution, you cannot map them. There is a limit to how far technology can take us, and it is becoming cheaper, but it's still very expensive. So we have to look for solutions where people can help us do these things. And when you say the made effort, I know Sikkim incentivized communities to map the springs. Nagaland made intensive efforts. Wherever there are habitations, people know where water sources are. Wherever habitations are not there, it is difficult to map them. Then let us incentivize trekkers, army people. Why don't, when they are in those areas, they will be able to map those resources. There is a scheme worldwide which is run. If you find a new star, you have the opportunity to name it. if you find a new spring, let us give people an opportunity to name it, and that should be incentive enough. We can honor our parents, our families, but it has to be a unique one. And that will help us create a geotag resource at the national level if a person finds a unique spring. So instead of looking at very complicated and expensive techniques, let us harness our manpower, our people, their innovative thinking, and use that to build this resource map for us. That's all from my side. Thank you so much.
भाई ऑडियंस बहुत शांत है.
You were in studio, a question please from you. See, this is a discussion session. Nobody is going to make a speech.
I'd like to add something.
Yeah. Talking of you.
Dr. Lodi has some question before.
No, let us speak. पहले ऑडियंस को एंगेज करने देते हैं. तब लोधिया साहब बोलेंगे. नहीं तो सब सो रहे हैं.
Anybody or anybody can answer.
और सोइए मत कोई. नहीं तो मैं उठा के पूछूंगी क्वेश्चन, क्योंकि मैंने कुछ पता है नहीं वाटर के बारे में.
Please go ahead.
हाँ प्लीज पूछिए. Yes. What's your question?
No, basically I have been working in Spring a lot. So
question तो होगा.
Observation बता सकते हैं.
अच्छा ओके.
So we work on that Niti Aayog report, and it has been there for 3 to 4 years. What I would like to just second Dr. Ikshika's message is that it's a high time to have a spring program or a mission. It's because we are really dealing with the water security issue, especially in the Himalayan region. And we really work hard to develop that report. So that is a request to Artha ma'am, if you can take it forward. Thank you.
Can I come in?
Yes, Mr.
Yeah, that is, I think, court service.
अब तो मिस्टर लोधी को बोल रहे थे पैनलिस्ट हैं.
To add one.
Can I come in? Good afternoon.
No, let the panelists speak. Let me moderate. दे दीजिए.
Hello.
Yes.
I'm audible.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing regarding the impact of this recharge structures. I'm working in Arunachal, and while working with the community, I was monitoring one of the projects which was done by Forest Department in Arunachal. The people were asked that if due to these recharge structures, particularly trenches, if my animal is falling into it and dying, then who will pay for it? So this was the question, and this is a very serious issue from the community perspective. So we suggested them at that time that we cannot make these ditches too deep that anyone can die in these ditches. Only 2 feet height we recommended for them to create these structures, pits or trenches, whatever they are constructing. So just wanted to add from my side. Yes, apart from landslide, there is other effects which these recharge structures can cause.
Interesting.
Yeah, can I come in?
No,
Hello.
Hello.
Actually, I am having the working experience with springs for last say 25 years, right from Arunachal, northeastern states, West Bengal, Sikkim, as also in the Andaman and Nicobar Island. So, whatever I have observed, being a hydrogeologist in Central Groundwater Board, I have found that actually that hilly aquifer mapping, that is very much required, which is not being done. Because in the hilly aquifers, which is, the ideas are very nascent, even in the hydrogeologist, we must know, suppose in case of a hard rock area, say you take an example of Sikkim, or you take an example of Arunachal Pradesh, or Meghalaya, where hard rocks are there, how much depth of weather zone it is existing on the hill slope, that is hill slope hydrology. Hill slope hydrology is very little learned by the people working. So perhaps because of that, all this question of landslide impacts, etc., these are also coming. It is also there, and that is very much required, that weather zone mapping. And in case of
that in northeastern state, many of the geological formations are devoid of water. These neither can take the recharging rainfall or any other water if it is put from outside. So knowing the rheologic property of the geologic formation, that is very much required. Perhaps I will be telling all these things during my deliberation, but it is my humble submission that weather zone mapping or that overburden mapping, it is very much required if you want to get a success in case of spring management in the entire country, maybe in the abroad.
But again, it is of course because if there is
Can I come in?
weather zones, there will be no moisture to be hold.
Namaskar, can I come in?
Online. You want to say?
I'm audible.
Someone wants to join. Oh, Padma.
First of all,
Who wants to?
the groundwater in hilly areas are not reaching experts.
The groundwater in hilly areas are not in regional experts. Springs have a very localized you can say aquifer, and mapping of that aquifer itself is a challenge. Very detailed geological survey all identified difficult to in that area. But for the larger springs, yes, we can go for revival or it cannot be done. Another thing is inventory of springs. Still we do not have accurate or information about the number of springs present in all the area. The NITI Aayog report which has been developed, I think 3-4 years back, I have seen that report, and the number of springs which have been mentioned in that is very, very small, and that is not a fact. So we have to go for, first of all, inventory of the springs. For that purpose, let me tell you, NIH has developed a portal that is known as Ishwar, and that portal is information system of margin springs for vulnerability analysis and resolution. In that portal, we are trying to add the data of all the springs. It has not been open for public now. It has already been developed and is being used by the institute. And we have already entered the data of 1,500 springs in the Ravi catchment of Majapur. And it has 37 parameters which we are ready. So first we have developed a complete map of springs in the Himalayan area. Only then we can come up with resolution and going further. First we need to develop an atlas with all the details of the springs with unique names as we are mentioning. Anyone can, for that also we have developed an app. So we can send a local people for that, and with that app they can, if they have located new things, they can pick up all the information from there. And that will come to us, and we can analyze that one, so that all the information from the area has been gathered at that point. Thank you.
That's good thing. Sudhir, I think.
Just take the mic.
Good morning, can I?
This is a good application app which you have, and I think it has to be kind of propagated, and people should know about it, that how and what and how they should be doing, and also then loading and putting input should be very specific, where the ground level people can look into that. And that's not put many parameters. If you put many parameters, then people will resist from doing that. That's my suggestion. And again, when you were telling about this thing, see, small or large, again for the mapping, even virtually when we are doing it, the scale, and what scale you want to do. There are maybe some very tiny also, and there are some bigger ones also. Those are the things.
Dorji, you have a question?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes, please go ahead.
Sahu sir is sitting there, and Mr. Sikha has given a very wonderful presentation. Thanks a lot. I got 2-3 points, particularly related to the cold desert zone like Ladakh and Kinnaur. Where snow, winter snow is the only source of water in summer for irrigation as well as drinking. Now, one gentleman has pointed out the inventory of the springs. Here in this area, if I am not mistaken, if we talk to this
public health people, they got all springs data. They are tapping those springs for drinking water irrigation. So it is with them. Only thing is how to bring this data out and find out the critical springs which are very important to be taken up first as a program to water for the water security of that village. One. Secondly, I wanted to know from Mr. Sikka, because he has mentioned he has not been able to visit the Ladakh. Have you any experience of this snow harvesting for spring rejuvenation? This is very important aspect again for Ladakh and this Himachal Pradesh, the area where there is no rainfall in summer. So this snow winter, if we can catch this, harvest this, and the slow melting of the snow will definitely rejuvenate the spring. So this is what I wanted to share at this time. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Dorji, because yes, to be very frank, I have no experience of snow harvesting in Ladakh. I mean, personally working, but only I know the theoretical conceptual things. And I was talking also with Mr. Sahu that is something that the snow harvesting and putting in a spread way and like a snow harvesting ponds. And so we have to have a series of those kind of things in order to see that. But as I said, I have no expertise on that, and that's what I was telling him, that we'll be happy because I have been doing rainwater harvesting, but snow harvesting I have never done, and that is one area I think we would be happy to look into in more depth. Because that is something is required for Ladakh area.
Yeah, if you leave the snow harvesting, this is the only source for spring rejuvenation in this area.
Yeah.
That is a very critical point. And snow pattern nowadays is shifting. We are not getting snowfall during winter. So this is very important aspect and need to be flagged and need to be seen under Jal Jeevan Mission or some other program how we can go for it. Thank you.
And also that the early snow melt is nowadays taking place. So we have to see that how best we make best use of that in putting through a series of ponds as well.
Yeah, earlier we used to have melting in March. Now we are getting melting in December itself. So that is the issue. During this melting, all this runoff goes to the rivers. Instead of rejuvenating these springs, it goes to the rivers and the river goes to some reservoir or some other place where people remain there without water for a long time in summer.
And that is why during the lean summer season, you don't get when you really need it.
Yeah, exactly, sir. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
So, Ajit, you would like to say something?
Yeah, Dr. Ravi Babu wants to say.
After that, Ravi Babu.
Thank you, Gurjeji, for bringing this issue. That's what I highlighted in while addressing that snow is the only source there, and we are promoting a lot. And as you suggested, that PHE employees are already having the information of all these things, and we're taking benefit that we are trying to map each and every that is spring in Ladakh. And also that we are promoting the snow harvesting in a bigger way. Presently under Amrit Sarovar, there are 75 new snow harvesting structures are coming up, and 1,000 such structures are planned. So I think we are going in that direction.
Great, sir. Thank you, sir. Great, sir. It's a great news for Ladakh Nicholas, sir. Thank you.
Yes. I am Ravi Babu, a respected salesperson, pro-salesperson, and fellow panelist and the audience. Dignitaries joining online and offline. Ma'am, I'm really impressed the way you told very naturally about the Amrut Dhara. I just share our experience in the field of SPRINGSHED management. Before that, let me just introduce about NABARD's journey in the NRM sphere, Natural Resource Management sphere. For the past 30 years, we are implementing a participatory watershed management program across different states of the country. We covered about 2.5 million hectares. We may question why NABARD is implementing, when Government of India is implementing IWMP, how we are setting the precedence. In fact, we have provided the SPRINGSHED guidelines also to Government of India. We are mobilizing CSR funds, public and private partnership. We are complementing the efforts of Government of India. In fact, we have covered 2.5 million hectares under Watershed Development Program. Coming to SPRINGSHED Development Program, we have started our journey in the year 2017-18. we have programmatic guidelines. We draw inspiration and experiences from Sikkim, Dharavikas. Our officers visited to the field and taken the insights. Now, from our guidelines, Government of India has drawn the content and the guidelines under New Generation Watershed Development Program. They have been taken into the mainstream program. So whatever we do, we learn, we practice, we come out with experiences. They go to the mainstream IWMP. We are part of national level steering committee headed by Secretary Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development. Just to cite the experience of SPRINGSHED Development Program, Madam, we have the experience of implementing 419 SPRINGSHED projects starting from Himachal Pradesh to Mizoram. And also in the plain states, wherever hilly terrains are there, occupied by tribals, inhabited by tribals, we have been implementing SPRINGSHED Development programs. To give clear perspective, in Meghalaya, we provided funds and we channelized the National Adaptation Fund on Climate Change. We channelized rupees 23 crore for the development of springs in Meghalaya. 306 SPRINGSHED development projects were implemented. 1,500 springs were rejuvenated. The Department of Soil Conservation is the executive entity. In other places, we have civil society organizations who are implementing SPRINGSHED development program. Madam, ours is a holistic SPRINGSHED development program. We have included livelihood component, not only the protection measures, but also livelihood development, capacity building and knowledge management. As also, we have given due importance for the participatory implementation and monitoring. We have been using advanced technology platforms also to monitor the impact of the intervention in terms of land use, land cover changes, vegetative index. I will not be talking about technicalities, madam, as you told in the morning. We should make it a general one, but we have seen how it is influencing the green cover and the rigor of the green cover, and how the water index is getting affected, how discharge is improving over a period of time, particularly in the lean period, how the discharge is doubled in the springs where we have implemented. The challenge is, madam, as other fellow panelists and also the audience, eminent scientists have pointed out, SPRINGSHED development program is different from watershed development program. Spring is the groundwater. The way we have borewells and dug wells in the plains, here springs are the groundwater source for the hill people. We have to understand that to tap spring, to rejuvenate the spring, we have to look at the aquifer which is contributing water to that. Once we identify the aquifer, identify the recharge area which is contributing water to the aquifer, then start working on it. Madam, we are working in a very sensitive, fragile ecosystems. We should be very careful in taking up different interventions. We have seen success and failures. We have hands-on experience of implementing SPRINGSHED development program. Now we have village level committees representing the people who are implementing, taking forward our agenda of participatory implementation and monitoring. We invite the scientists and also the dignitaries on the dais to really visit our projects, not only in Meghalaya, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, even in Maharashtra tribal areas, eastern part. We have in different states. Madam, we have been providing the grant support for the NGOs as also the village level committees to revive the springs. The challenge, madam, not only the inventory and mapping, but prioritization is very important. When the spring is giving more than 5,000 liters per day, such type of springs, and we have to apply climate change vulnerability lens. Otherwise, prioritization is of no meaning. We need to talk to community, we have to prioritize the springs and go ahead with the protection measures with all other host of integrated development measures. Then only the SPRINGSHED program will be taken up, and we are now coming out with a training program to train the para-hydrogeologists, to involve the local people to understand the behavior of underground movement of water, types of rocks, how the water moves below the ground. This is a very complex subject, but we have to take it to the people, how the underground water movement is taking place. This is the crux of entire SPRINGSHED development program. We need to bring a military of people of youth, particularly to understand the geohydrology in the language known to them. So this is the requirement which we have seen, madam, and we will be taking help of Medival also. We have this issue of lack of local organization who can anchor this program. If we bring Aquadam, PSI, lack of trust is there, trust deficit is there among the hill people. It is very difficult to convince people by bringing experts from outside. We want to develop local action, local people for this. We will be looking forward for the guidance of Ministry of Water Resources, along Sikasa, the scientists, the eminent scientists, and Lady Balam to help us. Thank you so much.
Yes. Please state your name also.
Yeah. Mike is there. One. Yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello.
Yeah, please.
Hello.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm audible.
Just hold on, whoever is online.
Other thing also are to complement that.
Yes, sir. I'm asking this question because we are just making this 5-year.
Please, you switch on the mic.
Yeah.
We are just making the 5-year plan, and the economics of the each approach is different from the one to another. Like isotope is much costly or
Okay.
Let me just mention here. See, Switzerland is a very advanced country, lots of resources. Even they don't do isotopic studies. The only reason they run isotopic studies is to understand if there is intensive pollution. If there is
chemical pollution, to track that, they study isotopes. Dr. Sen, Professor Sen, under SDC support, is doing some studies. Please understand, the samples have to go to Bhabha Atomic Research Center for analysis. It is not something we can do, every one of us. उनके पास और भी बहुत काम है हमारे सैंपल्स को एनालाइज करने के अलावा. So we have to understand this is a technology we will use to validate our approaches on ground. Once that validation is done, let's use simple thumb rule to actually look at a much larger area where we are working. Himalayan region is huge. Springs is also Western Ghat, Eastern Ghat. We have to find simple, cheap, replicable, scalable solutions. They are, of course, have to be context specific, but we cannot talk about big technology. We can run small experiments with them. But the reality is, even West doesn't spend so much resources in this effort. And results of those efforts come in the long run. Right now, we need intensive effort to even make sure that water is available on ground. Situation can get worse. Climate change will really make the situation even worse than today. Forget India, forget Himalaya. West. Switzerland ने कभी drought नहीं देखा. Since its inception, 200-500-600 साल में कभी drought नहीं देखा था. In the last few years, they have been seeing drought. Snow has been brought from mountains on the grass. It has been sprinkled so that the cattle can feed on the grass. The grass doesn't dry. So the situation for Europe is also changing. In fact, I was talking to my colleagues and saying, actually India is way ahead. SPRINGSHED, yes, 96, 97, we talk about that we started. Actually British started. A professor, actually very learned man from Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, actually once told me that Madam Kempty Falls has so much water because British made some management of water upstream of Kempty Falls, and that's the reason why those falls had such intensity of water. We have not managed that upstream recharging structure, and therefore the cost has today's Kempty is not even 30% of what I had seen in my childhood. So really sometimes it's actually about managing what has already been done and then reinforcing our effort in a manner that the solution actually provides us benefit in a sustainable manner. It's very nice to talk about climate vulnerability. Switzerland has done extensive work on that in India. SDC did the first climate vulnerability assessment. We did the framework starting in Kullu. Then we went across Himalaya and then we did entire India. this is fantastic. But the reality is, छोटे scale में उसका impact when we do vulnerability assessment, we talk about block level, we talk about district level. Localized micro climatic differences are so huge. और हम लोग दिल्ली में बैठ के या देहरादून में बैठ के इशू को उतना समझ ही नहीं सकते हैं जितना कम्युनिटी समझती है. They know their issue. They also know the solution. We only need to come and say yes, ये पिछले 50 साल में बहुत बढ़िया चल रहा था. अगले 10 में शायद नहीं चल पाएगा इसी मॉडल में, क्योंकि the rate at which the change is happening is so intensive. So can we actually do this, tweak this to make it a little bit better, so that the benefit can be long run? And that is what our effort is. So I think that's what we should look at. And data is going to be expensive. We need to really build on what we have been doing. But thank you so much for all this.
तो ऐसा है, टाटा ट्रस्ट के साथ जो हम लोग काम करेंगे वो अलग करेंगे. ये रिसर्च के लिए भी तो बात नहीं करना है. गाँव के आदमी को पानी पिलाना सर.
Yeah, I think one of the experts who worked with you, sir, Dr. S. Rao is there. He wants to ask something.
Yes, sir.
He wants to comment something.
Myself, Professor Swat from NIH. मैडम और सिक्का साहब के कुछ प्रश्न हैं. मैं सोचता हूँ मैं थोड़ा सा प्रकाश डालना चाहूँगा क्योंकि I am working since like past 5 years in this area, and today we have largest database on Spring, and I have largest database. Basically, Spring inventory किसको कहेंगे? क्योंकि सर मैं सभी इंडिया की टोपो सीट से स्प्रिंग डिस्पैच कर दूं तो स्प्रिंग इन्वेंटरी नहीं. काफी लोग ऐसा कर रहे हैं. ठीक है. तो first we have to standardize the format of spring inventory. We have taken at least 40 parameters in the inventory which comprises all the general geotag information, water quality information, dependency information. So we have to standardize the spring inventory format. Number 1. Number 2, आपने कहा था कि हमें छोटे स्प्रिंग्स मैप नहीं करने चाहिए बिकॉज
छोटे से लेके बड़े तक सब करने हैं.
हाँ, बिकॉज जो नीति आयोग का जो गैस है वो है 50 लाख. बट दैट इज डिपेंड अपॉन द सम स्मॉल स्टडीज. वो सही है गलत है, नोबडी कैन चैलेंज. बट सर I have 2000 spring data. The 80% springs have been 2 to 5 LPM discharge. They are small springs, so we cannot deny that spring. तो मेरा इसमें यह है कि पहले पूरे इंडियन हिमाचल रीजन में, हिमालय रीजन में 1 लाख गांव हैं. First we have to map the springs which is located in village, because every village located near a springs. पहले वो हम 1 लाख springs कर लें, then we talk about another springs. और दूसरा आइसोटोप का मैंने बात किया, because we have a good lab of isotope and every year we are testing 10,000 sample of isotope in our lab related to some this spring and some. So for single spring isotope is a costly, but हमें we have to identify the cluster of springs. कहीं पे क्योंकि फ्रैक्चर्स होता है वहाँ पे आपको स्प्रिंग्स मिलते हैं, और कहीं पे कांटेक्ट होता है वहाँ पे आपको लाइन से स्प्रिंग मिलती है. तो उसमें हम आइसोटोप को यूज करके हम उसका लैटिट्यूड, वो जो रिचार्ज का एल्टीट्यूड क्या है, और दूसरा की सोर्स क्या है, क्या सोर्स जैसे ग्लेशियर से है या स्नो से है या लेक से है या रिवर से है, तो हम वहाँ पे उसको कर सकते हैं. थैंक यू.
Dr. Vijay Kumar from National Institute of Hydrology. I have a question because all of us have accepted that spring is form of groundwater. So we have a groundwater restoration committee which is evaluating the resources of the country. So I would like to know what is the percentage of the yield from spring through groundwater. Is there any component presently available in groundwater restoration committee, and how to go for if we want to include it or a special area, as a special area.
Spring is actually a groundwater, so we are not mapping at present. We are doing central mapping,
physically in the valley and just not on the socially. So what Dr. Kar was telling, we think of doing that, but the next to two is coming. Still in that area we are not focusing. We are doing certain studies, we are getting with the rainfall, how rainfall is affected, but at present we are not fully implemented.
Hello, sir.
Our panelist. Somebody online?
No, it is me here. Sir, in front of you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Imran from Macpadam. I will not spend time on what we have done and what we will do. I'm very happy that Madam Archana was very honest, and she said that any water scheme will not do justice if there is no water in the taps or in the pipe. And she also used a very important word which is called as source strengthening, which is what we are going to talk about for today, right? So one of the sources is spring, or if it is hand pump or borewell in the same. Now my only observation was that many of our dignitaries and also from participants, they are saying we have a lot of spring data. Now this spring data is from springs which have been studied, not the springs which are not studied. And so I think there has to be efforts. Dr. Alokji has said, Diya Madam has said, and I think we need to really think about doing inventory of sources which are not studied. And my main observation is, what next? If we know from guesstimate that there are 5 million springs, and if from study we understand that there are 10 million springs, for example, my question is, what next? I think we have to also think about the decision support system. Like for example, in here in this state, we know this is the number of springs. What are the actions that we are going to do? How we are going to shortlist the number of areas where we need to do intervention? What are the schemes? Which are the number of people or organizations we are going to use to do this activity? That is all from me. Thank you.
Make it short. I'm a very strict moderator.
I can do that. Thank you so much. Actually, now that Imran has touched on this, I just want to let you know.
Use the mic.
It is on. I have no idea.
So Imran just mentioned that on decision support system. I just want to let you all know, actually SCC is supporting development of such a decision support system. Aquadam is of course a partner along with IIT Roorkee, also with CCMOD, PSI is also a partner on the ground. We are working in the 4 states, which is Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Manipur and Sikkim to sort of draw our lessons. But I really request all of you that if you have learning or lessons from your particular states or regions, please do share it with us, because the more information we have, more robust this DSS would be. Because in the end, the idea is that it should be a tool for us to use so that we can find context-appropriate solutions for various parts of Himalaya, so that we do not, there is no adaptation or action which triggers other kinds of problems. So that's all for you.
Thank you.
We'll have the last words from someone who has not
spoken. I would like to say something about Ladakh.
Then later.
I think we have to hear from PWC.
The money bags have not spoken.
I have come here representing a community. That is the usual community. We have a small presentation, but I am not going to go into that. I have one, as a community user, those who are going to doing research and those who are implementing it, I have one request. See, for example, notice, we are talking about this lifeline, this springs. I just want to come with a figure that in notice, I'm talking only about notice, not the Himalayan region. In notice, Brahmaputra, Barak, all the entire water basin is about 650 BCM. Out of that, only 24 BCM is usable as per syllabus studies. The groundwater, in addition to that groundwater usability, that is about, I think, around 60 billion or so. And groundwater usability. And then if you then we have river flowing into Myanmar and Bangladesh, separately about 30 BCM. If you consider all these usability, 24 means around 5 or 4% water availability in Northeast. With about 34% of India's water resources in the Northeast, but usability is only 5%. Out of that, groundwater is used, groundwater, rechargeable, groundwater portion of Assam is around 80%. So the hilly region of Northeast covers about 20%, and that distributed all the 7 states. And see the water scarcity in all this abundance, that is the challenges I come here today. The hilly area people, for us, this spring is the lifeline. And I have a small, data, I'm not going to that because of the time. We have usually in the spring, in some of the, so the spring in Nagale, we have 2 springs. And normally, the curve is that in monsoon summer it will be around 40 liters per minute. And then in the lean season it comes down to around 10 liters or 8 liters also. The village is about 60, I'm taking one example of this, the requirement is about, it's a 600 population. So 55 liters per capita. If you convert to that, the requirement is about 26 liters per minute required by the village. Whereas the availability is only around 10 or 8 liters in the winter season. As a community member of the village, I want that they should be augmented in winter. And I want that there should be proper planning from the state also. And that I want, like everybody else, I also want that there should be piped water supply to all the households, which is not there because it is not there even for drinking purpose also. Another one is that when you talk about all these water resources, irrigation, development, everything, we are talking about the northeastern region, in the hilly states of Manipur, Nagaland, Mizoram, Meghalaya. We are all talking about livelihood, lifeline for drinking water, just to get sufficient drinking water during the lean season. This is the situation which we want the scientific those who are working in this field. This is the challenges we have. For funding also, there is a talk about implementation of the Niti Aayog report also. Yes, I think it should be there. But I want that this, as a community, part of that community, I want that there should be focus in the northeast also. Because this 10 liters per minute for entire, this amount example in most of the villages, especially in Meghalaya, I think in Manipur, especially in India. So these are the challenges. And then, okay, when it comes to solutions, yes, I need augmentation, one. During the list, 10 liters per minute augmentation is required. And then, for that, instead of like talking isolated way of SPRINGSHED alone, if there can be a proper planning, basin planning, right from the springs. Normally, notice what we are talking what about basic planning, we talk about the projects, big projects. But the livelihood here in the north is that we have to, basic planning has to start right from the source. That is the spring. And that is at the hill of everybody, almost all northern villages, we are living on top of the hills. So this basic planning has to start from that. If this, we want that to be included in the planning also. And then, of course, if you talk like everybody has mentioned about, many speakers have mentioned that, if you have to go further, categorization in the form of, okay, isotope like for validation will be required. But if you have to talk practically, I think villages, identification of those sources. And that categorization, that with that inventorization through that, and then reinforcement through all this validating scientific studies, well, I think we can go and like that. That was my point.
Thank you, Mr. Actually, I take the credit to among the assemble, the large gathering of experts on spring. I think there is no end of discussion today because the speakers are Madam are leaving by 1:30 or so. So we have to wind up today. So I request our person man to.
I should say the last.
I just request the fourth person to speak or wind up something before Madam.
I will just say thank you.
Thank you. I think we heard here that there was on this SPRINGSHED management and the way forward which has been given by Dr. Kaka. Two things which I am taking from here that as a policy maker is very important for me, and that is that mapping and the data collection, that seems the most important thing which is here. And second is that community involvement and involving the community in whole management of the whole water that thing there in the village level of the community level. I think I find it very important, and that is what what we are going for this making of the water policy. That is what we are trying to strengthening the Pani Samiti of the local village, including in the maintaining the Jivan Mission structure as well as the watershed and aspects of conservation. I think that will certainly benefit, and certainly will in the next session we will be hearing more and learning. Thank you.
And that is like a real obedient junior. Thank you, Chief. So thank you all for this very, very lively participation. Under NWM, we already have a big focus on SPRINGSHED, so we don't need another vertical, another mission. And I agree, we don't need a one-size-fits-all. We need to learn from the communities. And I'm happy that most of the technical people here are aware about that. And I got to know some things which are so amazing that even animals can drown. So things have to be seen from the perspective of not only Mother Nature but animals too. So I'm not going to allow anybody else to speak now. You've had your time. And I agree with Divya that, while we can have isotopes and stuff like that, we need simple, cheap, replicable, scalable, and things on the ground. We may think big, but act small. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you all the panelists and the participants. It was really lively discussion, and I know that Madam has already noted down many things that I think.
Don't you can't speak after the chairperson's concluding.
But yes, okay, ma'am, sorry ma'am for that. I invite all the participants for the lunch. It is just the
training hostel. After the lunch, we will again assemble here for a technical session. And we are eager to hear from Dr. Kaur as well as Dr. Satpati, who have been working on spring. Yes, they worked during their service period and also they are working now. We are really looking forward to hear them in the post-class session. So thank you, everyone.
So they are living on this spring water. Next slide. Next slide. Actually, if we go for detailed study for spring, springs are basically of two kinds. One is gravitational spring, another is non-gravitational spring. Gravitational springs are those which are actually going as per the gravity. What we are generally, as we are working on the springs, those are generally gravitational springs. Otherwise, springs are also come against the gravity. Next one. So, Brian has classified the spring accordingly. Next one. So this is the non-gravitational spring. You can see in this well the water is coming up. So that auto flow, it is auto flowing well. Next one. So these are the gravity springs. Generally, many know all these things. Depressional springs, also called topographic spring, contact spring, fracture spring, tubular spring, and submarine spring. This is the spring I used to find in the ocean areas. I also having some experience to work in the coast. So in Andaman I have worked, so I used to find all this type of springs, and also have been dealt a lot by the USGS people on the Mexico, on the Florida, and many other places. Mighty that submarine springs they have reported. Next one. So these are different types of springs. This one is generally topographic springs, generally everywhere. Most of these springs you come across, these are this type. Another type that is very important, that is stratigraphic or contact spring. Because the lower part, it is impervious in nature, and the top part, that is porous. So it holds and collects water from the rainfall, and at the junction, the water is coming out. So these are contact or topographic, stratigraphic springs. Then this is a fractured spring or false spring. Fractured springs and false springs. These are related to but the hard rocks. This is basically generally you find in case of hard rocks, but the rocks are fractured. So through the fracture, water will come out, and of course there should be some impervious there, so that water cannot go down, and ultimately along the fracture trace, the water will move down and ultimately flow. Similarly happens with that fractured spring. If you go to the Meghalaya, if you go to Arunachal Pradesh, as also in Sikkim especially, many places you may find this type of fractured spring. Not always, but in many places you can find. But in other parts, say in Mizoram, Manipur, Tripura, these fractured springs or these type of false springs are rare in nature. This is a submarine spring. These are detected off their coast. This is basically when there is high tide, it goes down. Below the high tide level. But when there is low tide, you can see the auto flow. Automatically the water is coming to pressure, and it is coming out, and water is very, very pristine and good in nature. Only electrical conductivity is 80. No fecal quantity, no fecal count. And these are the tubular springs. Those who work in the limestone areas, they may come across this type of thing. These type of springs are also quite preponderant in the hills. They are in Sikkim, they are, of course, in the other states, as I was telling you. In Meghalaya, these are the good numbers, because in Meghalaya we are having limestone deposits. So there you may find this type of things. But you can find this type of things in other states. Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, no. Next one. just few diagrams. You can see these are all photographic fields. Just different parts I have taken the photographs. Please, next one. Next one. Different types of springs. This is from Pasighat. Next one. Pasighat in Arunachal Pradesh. Stop here. Here you can see this rate. This is Menger's classification. Menger's is classified depending upon the yield of the springs. It may be of various kinds. This above 3 is enormous water yield. This enormous water yield you will not find everywhere. So these types of springs are very rare in nature. As I was telling you, in the ocean bottom you may find, and at places you may find. But these two are generally found in case of water supply. Water supply springs. These are these two. But these are generally what you are dealing with. Very bigger discharge, and discharges are going down. So these are the types what we generally come across and we are dealing with. This rejuvenation process. Next one. These are few of the different geological formations. These are the spring discharges we have noted in Sikkim. Next one. Next one. Just a small story about how mighty springs can be. It is a small tale about Portland city supply. You can see it is full up to the brim. That was in the November of 2001. Just after there was actually 2 monsoon comes there. Normal monsoon, then also from November to January there is a monsoon that what actually rains in Chennai coast. That also rains in Port there. So, but that was not there in that year. But that because of the lack of tactics, management tactics, they supplied water every day. If you go now also, you will find once in a week, sometimes twice in a week, they are supplying water. Water is so scarce in Port there, even today. So, in such a way, in 2003, 2007, 2020, and 2014, these are huge water scarcity years. When there was huge UNPI in 2002, Lieutenant Governor himself was monitoring about this water scarcity, and he was about to tell the people, you please go. If they go to the mainland for 3 months, when there will be rain, you come back. So in this way, I was called from Central Government because I was knowing a bit about the islands, so I was sent to an island. Previous slide. Next one. This is the island. This is called Lapland Island. If you move any time to Port there, you will go up to this point. These are to this point. So from there you can see this island. This island is having highly emanating spring. So I studied next one. I studied 16 springs I judged, but 12 were actually giving very high. So based upon that, next one. So this is the total discharge. It is 36.5 lakh gallons. 36.5 lakh gallons. On that, I gave recommendation to the Lieutenant Governor that from there, if this water is coming through submarine pipeline to Port Blair, so then Port Blair sustainability can be attained. But getting such a big scheme took a lot of time. In 2002 started. Next one. So this is the island. So this was my plan to take it to there. Next one. So immediately they started this carrying the water through ships and barges. So this is the jetty. Within 1 month they constructed it because the water was so scarce. So immediately they started carrying water. It continued till 2021. And in 2009, because of the advocacy of Lieutenant Governor, Government of India approved it. It was 1,500 crore rupees. The first phase they gave 300 rupees. 300 crore rupees for connecting the few of these springs to Andarsea. So that work was completed. 8th of December. Now water is coming below sea. So I did not take all those photographs also. Next one. So this is the story. Next one. So in those who are from Sikkim or any rural place, they all know this type of spring box. Spring box is actually it collects the water from the spring, and after that it is actually supplied to the villages to small pipe, or sometimes few people take water also for their need. So spring box it is a very collective measure everywhere in the rural area. Next one. So these are different diagrams. How the water comes into the spring water, it may come from the side. Next one. This is another program. Suppose there are big springs, or you can say it is a waterfall. So from that fall also water is collected, and then it can be supplied to the populace. It was once given to a village. I mean big village in South Sikkim. So now I am coming into the class on which I am called. I am invited by Nidibal to speak on this subject, that is role of geology and hydrology of in the northeastern states. So I also express my indebtedness to Nidibal authority to inviting me in this important workshop, and I am also feel myself privileged to speak before you. Next one. So geology and hydrology, how it is actually influencing a spring hill. Because as I was telling in the morning, when you pass through any road section, many places you may find that springs are oozing out. And if you look at, you will find that in the hill slope, lot of roll boulders, etc. are there. So these type of situation, in many places you can find. That is those are basically that stratigraphic or topographic or what is that called? Another topographic spring. That is the topographic. Otherwise, some places you may find that fracture also it is coming, and in Sikkim we have drilled for construction of borewell. There we have seen that fractures are connected even up to 80-90 meter level. So in the top we are drilling. So the spring at 90 meter level that was being affected. So you can very well imagine that fracture system, those are all interconnected, and different level the springs are actually oozing out. Suppose it is this thing I wanted to tell everybody. You must have to understand the hill slope, how the water is going inside, how it is recharged. Recharge is through the weather zone. Weather zone supplies water to the fracture. Also, other contours say it is a tubular spring. There is a limestone body. In that limestone body, water will go. So this much, if you don't understand, you cannot do anything. This I want to reiterate. So you must have to understand how the hill slope is behaving, what the materials are there, whether it is porous or non-porous. If it is non-porous, many of the states, I was working for geological mission for government of Tripura. A few months I was there. There is a place called, I am having my colleagues from Tripura. There is a place called Jampu Hill. And also there are few districts. There is a Bhalai district and North district. They are having huge crisis of water supply. In Jampu Hill, one lady takes 6 hours to get a pitcher filled up and to come back. You just imagine how much man days is lost. So this also I had collected. I have calculated how much man days are going for collecting one pitcher of water. So because they are the material which is actually lying on the hilltop, those are incapable. If you go for recharge also, this what you will do with this spring rejuvenation. You must, unless you are knowing what we are putting water, where we are making gadda, all this speed you are taking, but it won't take anything. A drop of water will not go down. So you must know also to my colleagues who are geologists here, I am telling you, try to see the geological map of that area and try to see what formation it is. Then formation wise you try to behave.
Next one. So this is the importance. This is the importance of geology and hydrology. Try to understand. Keep a person with you who is having some domain knowledge. Only there are hydrologists, they cannot. If I know all the system. Entire system for many years in city also, and West Bengal, they take my advice on. So I have seen this way, copy things they can do. But they don't understand what is happening. What is in all these, even landslide business is also coming up. But if you know what is there, you can tackle anything which is coming ahead. So, now here we can broadly divide the geological formations in Northeast into three groups. One is consolidated formations, which are basically hard rock. Hard rock may be sedimentary hard rock, metamorphic hard rocks, as also crystalline, that is igneous rock. This much I think everybody knows. Igneous, metamorphic, igneous. It is in the school days, it is there. We are ready. So, in this way I am just telling you, no any geological, intricacy I am going inside. So, that consolidated formation, semi-consolidated formation, they are one-to-one. You must all have one-to-one. We get full. So, in Himalayas, we are having Gondwana. Also, in Meghalaya, we are having Gondwana. In Kashmir, we are getting Gondwana is also there. So, those are called semi-consolidated formation and unconsolidated formation, which are very new. Generally, developed what I was telling you that in the hill slope, those boulders, etc., which are laid down, those are all newer deposits. Also in the rivers, as we find, those are all newer deposits. So many places get newer alluvium, as also this is consolidated and semi-consolidated formation. So these are the basic, I mean, framework of geological materials available in the Northeast. Consolidated formation, semi-consolidated formation, unconsolidated formation. All these three we may find in grouping type of states. States are Arunachal Pradesh, states are Sikkim, states are Meghalaya. Over. Then comes the other west states, which that is Sikkim, of course, in parts of Assam. In Assam, say in Karbi, similar type of situation you may find. Or in the hills, small hills, you may find before going to Jorabad, you may find this type of hills. Nearby, Nagaon also, you may find that this is spotted hill. In Guwahati itself, there are spotted hills. So, in those areas, similar behavior you may find. Otherwise, in the plains, it is different. So, Badi, Assam, other places, Nagaland, then parts of Arunachal also like this, parts of Tirap Changlang, parts of Tirap and Changlang district. Similar type of formation you may find, that is Nagaland, Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura. Here you may find only semi-consolidated and unconsolidated formations. Over. So this is the thing you may find in Northeastern states. So this is a broad geological map. I am just showing you, but don't try to go inside. I'll tell you only the characters of the formation. That will help you. Don't go, but you can download it and can see. Next one.
This is just you can appreciate it because Eurasian plate and Indian lighting, so all these Himalayas developed. So this is the lower Himalaya, then lesser Himalaya, then ultimate Tibetan Himalaya. So this is the
outcome of
plate collision. Next one. So this is all about that Sikkim. It's that different elevated areas. Next one. This is a geological map.
Basically, don't go for any indication. Geology, those are different type of granite rocks. Then schistose rock, this much. Schistose rock having some different because they are having schistosity. And in case of this granite rock, they are having fracture, big fracture. So these are actually what are allowing pathways. So next one. Next one. This is about Meghalaya. These are all schistose rocks, and these are granitic bodies, and these are all sedimentary formation. Newer alluvium one is here. So next one. This is about Arunachal Pradesh. Here this is Birab Changlang, etc. And in the fields also you may find that similar type of formation. That is topographic springs, etc. As I was showing you for Pasighat. So here in the entire area you will find this type of spring. Whereas in this area towards Tawang, if you go towards Tawang, you may find that similar fracture spring, tubular spring, this type of spring, and at places you may find topographic spring also. So this is about Arunachal Pradesh. Next one. This is a study I made with my colleagues sitting here. I was working in Arunachal also. 4 years I was in Arunachal. This is Kameng River. If you go straight to Tawang Road, there is a place called Adupong, about 30 kilometers from here. So this is the Kameng River. Here we have seen beautiful examples of spring lines. We have noticed springs in this way, peeping towards lower. Here actually the hills ends here. So after that you see the spring has come up to the river. If you go further deep during summer month, you will find water further deeper. So this is actually here it is directly adding to the base flow. In the top, the springs are oozing out for the stream. Next one. This is a broad geological map of Arakan and Assam basin, which is basically a petroleum basin. You all know it, biggest petroleum deposits of our country. So this is the entire alluvial plain. And this is Meghalaya, and this area entirely from here, this is the extremely trusted area, and here the geological formations those are not conducive for groundwater recharge. Next one. Now this is important. You try to keep this thing in mind. We are getting alluvium. If you drill from top to bottom, gradually you will get alluvium in some places. Formation, that is the formation which is highly porous, and it yields also good groundwater, and also it holds petroleum as well. In Tripura it is holding huge quantity of gas, also in Bangladesh. And then is coming Surma, सबसे फालतू formation है. And if you go to Manipur, that Mizoram state is unfortunately it is totally covered by this type of formation. You won't get anything. Similar type of thing because Arakan range is going up to Indonesia. It is invading through Andaman and Nicobar. It goes below sea, then again it is coming to Andaman. So there also I found this similar type of formation. There is no water. There is no water. Only it can hold water. If you go for harvesting, it is possible. But you won't get any groundwater from this formation. This Surma formation is very bad. Next one. Then this it is also shell. Shell is a product of clay type of material. So the Dishan shell is also not good. But sometimes shells are also splintery shells you may find. So that splintery shell sometimes it yields water. These are we are having no interest. Similar like you may find in Mizoram, in Myanmar, in Andaman, and it is having good amount of bromide and other mineral deposits. So these are igneous bodies. Next one.
So these are few other formations.
So already I have told about the formation, and if there was a proposal to give me, I mean the text of this in the publication. So I'm trying to give it. So if it is sent to all of you, you can very well read it, because it is not possible to inject everything in your mind. But basically, I want to mean which geological formation is good for water, which geological formation is not good for water, whether it will allow you to recharge, whether it will allow you to get water, or not at all. So there we have to make some different types of, conjectures and different types of propositions. In Tripura, but in Tripura, PhD told me, हम लोग यहाँ एक गांव में 5-7 ट्यूबवेल बनाए, 5-7 ट्यूबवेल बनाया, और फिर आपको आपका दिमाग से सोचना होगा कैसे you give some innovative solutions. I took the challenge, but because of some reason I left the job. But that was a good challenge right now. So I had some. It is not the forum I can tell how my solution. But thing is this: there is no water. So if you go for this research, say Jompu Hill, in the similar area you find Jompu Hill. In the spring there is no water. The Jompu Hill, those are basically Mizo people. They are dealing with huge water scarcity. But if you go for all this spring rejuvenation, nothing will happen. You won't get anything. I am writing down. You go for any damn practice of spring rejuvenation, you will not get a drop of water. Because it won't allow water to inside. So this is I want to reiterate, I want to tell in the session. You must know in the hill slope where you are trying to venture, what is this quality, what is the geological quality, what is hydrological property. If you know, you will be successful. Your spring will be rejuvenated, you can harvest water also with some various innovative techniques and many other things. But you must next one. So this is a glimpse of the Shuma. Shuma is an admixture of laminations of shells and sandstone. So it won't need anything. Very fine sandstone. Shell means clay. Clay means impervious, no water. And fine shell, sandstone, all lamination, it does not allow water to go inside. So you won't get anything. You go for recharge? No. You want to try water? You want to drill water? No. Go ahead. So few ideas you just see. Generally, runoff generation is a topic of civil engineers. Nowadays I take some interest in this. I teach someone, so I read all these things. So generally in the hill slope, that water reaches at different levels after going inside. Through surface, that is surface flow, we all know. Surface runoff, then pipe flow. After getting inside, then pipe flow, then base flow. What is generally happening below the river bed. These are the three modes of water flows out, and ultimately it reaches the stream, and we get the water in the rivers. Next. You can see, after landslide, I used to run in Arunachal and Nalagun. You see, these are the pipes. These are the pipes. That's, slided gas gone out. So this is open. You can see all these pipes. Through these pipes goes water. When there is rainfall, huge quantity of water goes down, and it has a huge pressure, and ultimately landslide happens. So this is the basic cause, that piping in the rocks that causes this landslide.
You can see these are the pipe flow. This is pipe flow. Next one. This is another diagram. You can see these are the three ways how water joins the river. This is the general idea about how the water remains in the subsurface. This is generally unconfined aquifer. This is fractured aquifer. Only in the fracture what is there. This is this aquifer. In the sand bodies, the water is there in the pore spaces. So this is just to let him know those who are not the subject. Next one. So this is in the hard rock. This type of fractures happen when there are fractures. You may find in the well you get water, but there is no fracture. So there is no water. So this is the situation. So when in the hard rock, if there is fracture, you will get water. But there is no fracture, you won't get anything. You won't get anything. It will behave like simply a passive thing. Next. This is a typical picture. You just try to understand. This is the cut out surface. This is the weather zone. This I was demanding in the morning. You must know this surface. You must know this surface. This character. If you know this character, you can know that how much water may come down. And this is the granitic rock. It's a picture from Sikkim. So these are the fractures. So through this water will go down. This is totally a hard rock, but upper one is weather. So you just try to conceive. Say this is the thing. That thing will come down, and this is the thickness. It will go like this. So this is the weather thing. It will go, but because of road, they have cut this thing and they have made the slices like this. Otherwise, it would come like this. So this thickness of weather zone that was coming. So that you have to, if you want to do good work in the spring areas, you must understand. You have to imbibe all these things in your mind. Unless you understand, you cannot do anything. Next one. This one is also. This one is another good picture. You can see this is the colluvial material. Anywhere in the hill slope you may find these type of things. Anywhere, generally in the slope, all these things. These are called, in geology it is called colluvial. In geography also it is called colluvial materials, colluvial deposits. So colluvial deposits in any slope you may find. Like in the colluvium. In these places you may find these springs. So this is the general stratigraphic springs. Everywhere you may find in the colluvium. It is a general thing. Any type of formation in hard rock or semi-consolidated or unconsolidated, this type of, not unconsolidated, semi-consolidated, this type of deposit you may find. Next one. This is another huge landslide area. My Sikkim friends, you can see it is just, I think close to that, what is that, 12 mile or what is that called, I don't know. They're just reaching Gangtok. Landslide has happened, and this is the genetic relation between the landslide and spring. You can see. Now it is open, everything gone out. So these are the springs which is out. So these actually created all these havoc. These springs actually created when there was an overburden, water was coming inside, and when there was huge rainfall, this exerted huge quantity of pressure. मैं सबसे यही मैं रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहता हूँ स्प्रिंग में काम करना चाहता है वो आप आपका हिल स्लोप को समझिए. हिल स्लोप हाइड्रोलॉजी इज द बेसिक थिंग. पढ़िए, देखिए, जानिए, यू कैन सॉल्व एनीथिंग. नेक्स्ट अभी मैं बहुत दूर जाऊंगा. These are the few hours from the glacial retreat. Next one. This is Congo retreat. Next one. This is some time back we found in the Uttar some huge that washout. It is because of that global warming and glaciers is coming, and ultimately in the Kori Lake, madam knows, in the lakes, all these people, there is a prediction of NASA that in Bongaigaon may wash out sometime. In Bhutan, Himalaya, a lot of water has been accumulated. What may come down any time? That part of Bengal and Bongaigaon, Kokrajhar area that may wash out. So these are the you can see. These are the water in the lake after the melting of that next one. These are all because of global warming. Further discussion. Madam was telling, we must do one thing. My colleague here, Dr. Dipjyoti Thong, we were working in Arunachal. We also tried to find out the quality of spring. Quality of spring, if you see, and the quality of groundwater you see, there is a hell lot of difference in the same place. Because of huge, considerable residence time in that with the geological material,
you may find the replication of the geological, chemical constituents in the groundwater in case of, borewell water. Whereas in case of spring, that we try to find out, we did not get that much of that iron. Whereas in borewell it is huge. In tubewell water it is huge. So also this is very important. Another thing is that spring, since that somebody was telling, I want to tell you, brother, hello. One thing I want to tell you, my friend Dr. Sudhir Kumar is sitting there. I am in favor of so many things I am telling you. At the same time, I am also in favor of technology. Unless you do the isotope sampling, you don't know what is the recharge area. What is the discharge area? Discharge area is your spring, but recharge area, unless you know, you cannot do anything. So knowing recharge area, you must go for isotope water. And also, you can go for now, yes, all technology, you have to, even GIS also, GIS and remote sensing also, if it gives some data, so we must add to it. So I am in favor of this. So it is required. Then protection of spring. Next one. This is the someone that Sikkim, some plantation and other things. Next one. This one, Madam was telling, Devithan. And if you go to Dharamsala, if you go to Pashupatinath in Nepal, Kathmandu, you will find spouts. It is in the temples. It is in the temples springs are actually concerned. So these are another beautiful way. Since age-old time, the springs are being preserved by the local people, so that the areas are not polluted, the springs are not spoiled in this way. Next one. So next. So here you can see 300 centimeter, 15 centimeter. So in Sikkim, we have seen, especially it is basically a work of RMDD, but it's a good case study. It was seen that in South Sikkim and West Sikkim, it is really under climate change, because it is getting lesser and lesser rainfall, and at the same time population growth. So all these things are jeopardizing the spring discharge, spring water availability. Many springs are dying. Next one. So that days are and one beautiful, because another thing I want to tell you, this also may be noted, that climatological data collection, it is a big issue. My colleague, we have taken our head to get some data from Arunachal. We did not get data. There was no data at all. 2007, 8, 9, 10, no data, no good data. This is very much important. Climatological data, all data should be there. Unless otherwise long-term analysis, unless you are doing long-term analysis, you cannot know that what is actually happening. Next one. In Darjeeling, 150 years data, 100 years data is from 100 years data. So it is showing that the temperature is gradually rising. Next one. Humidity is falling. Next one. That precipitation is falling. So ultimately, the climate change is totally established from Darjeeling. Next. You can see this much number of springs. Next. Many springs are actually going out in the late months. Next one. No, this is the real diagram. Next. This is the problem of the women in the hills. They have to carry water because there is no water in the spring. So this is typical picture from Sikkim. Hilly area. Next. So this type of everybody knows. So I don't want to. So staggered range. Next one. These are also peat. Small. So and another thing, through in Sikkim, also in Arunachal, in Tawang, in Mechuka, and many other places you may find innumerable lakes. Through lake also you can go for good recharge. And South was asking about, I went to Ladakh. So I found, I'll try to show. Go. So this is a subsurface dike along the slope. It was in Uttarakhand. It was attempted by Bharat there to manage the flow along the slope. So they have reported that it has enhanced the water supply. So this is, of course, I will develop this. Without BGW, that is participating groundwater management, you cannot go ahead because in those remote areas. No public system, outsiders, they cannot do what. So you have to take the help of the local people. So that para-hydrology system is also good, what was advocated by my dear Dr. Kulkarni. But at the same time, knowledgeable domain experts also should be with them from time to time. Otherwise, they cannot go ahead. In next one. Next one. It is also few other observation that in the role of forest actually plays a great role in groundwater recharge. Next one. So the litters which are actually falling on the earth, they act as a sponge. So if we cut down trees, so lot of that is also one bad thing. What we do against groundwater recharge. Next one. This is very much in northeast. That is zoom for zooming forest fire. Forest fire is not desirable. Next one. This is the nude hill after the forest fire before June preparation. So you can well imagine what is happening. So this is against all this recharge and other things, only that soil erosion. Next one. You can see another thing. Next one. So actually, while I was in Northeast, and whenever I come, I try to find out all these things. Next one. This is one of my advocacies to my friends in groundwater board and also many others. Generally, it was, of course, the board or the committee is at the central level. So many from IIS, from NIHT, from IIT Roorkee, many in CGWB, CWC, many, the big committee, there are very learned people are there. I don't know, but in the system it was kept for last 40 years that recharging slope, it is possible only up to 20% slope. No, I disagree with this. Because this is the work in Sikkim. I have seen up to 55% slope. Springs are there. I collected spring data. Then if we call spring is groundwater, unless it is recharged, how it comes out? So in the Sikkim, we have seen up to 50%, 55% slope. Springs are available. People are getting water from spring. So we, myself and one of my colleagues, she has left for England for research. We have calculated the recharge in Sikkim, only for Sikkim state. That is considering up to that 55% recharge area has been increased. And there it was not calculated also so far, because slopes are more. So groundwater recharge in Sikkim was not being calculated. As in Darjeeling it is not being calculated. But actually this should be taken into consideration. These are few of the new concepts I want to share with you. You also please think, those who are working in this area, my colleagues from Central Groundwater Board, you all think, you all do what? You collect data and try to apply. Next. These are few of the active in the valley from Sikkim. Next. You can see these are the valley activities. Next. These are the people construction in the valley. This is actually we are constructing, sir, picture of our well construction in Leh. And this is next one. It is from Kargil. Siachen. It is from Siachen. Next one. Another valley. Next one. Kerosene. Next one. It is from West East district. Western district. You can see how they conserve water in a steep slope. This was spring water, basically spring water, but they conserve the paddy cultivation in steep slope more than maybe 40 degree, 50 degree slope. Next. different types of water conservation in that Zabo system in Manipur and that Nagaland. Next one. This is a work by Umayam. They have conserved water in the hill slope. They got from our ministry developed, award, Jal Sambandhan. Next one. This is that snow harvesting in lake. This I was advocating that there may be series of check dams. Next one. These are the water conservation in hilltops. In my report, I prepared for Central Government Board for hydrogeological framework in Arunachal Pradesh. This was geovalley. For kiwi cultivation. Next one. This is fish cum paddy cultivation. So fish cum paddy cultivation from zero valley. This is just paddy just about to be harvested. These are the fishes. Next one. This is view of the slide. How that landslide is accentuated by spring. Next one. You see these are my piping. मैं ऐसा देखने के लिए दौड़ता था जहाँ हो गया मैं किसी से मैं दौड़ा ये देखिए पाइपिंग इन द हिल्स nearby that Bandetwa there is Nijuli all these things actually these are all pipings. These are created actually lot of water and mass wasting. Next one. So these are few of the land places in Sikkim. So in conclusion, whatever I have told, just that is the conclusion. Recommendation is that detailed studies are required to know the geology and hydrology, to know the hilly. This I tried to tell you again and again. So this is my observation. Then studies GPS, DGPS. Very precise because spring sheds are very small. So if you want to know that where it ends and what is the entity, you must have to handheld GPS on to work. There you have to go for DGPS mapping. So DGPS mapping is my advocation. Use of hydrology to know the recharge area to protect and rejuvenate the spring. Unless you know, actually currently I am working with Asian Development Bank. My team leader is from Denmark. He is telling in our country, we have the government has protected the area. Nobody is allowed to do anything. So you just think of, they have protected. Madam was telling of Switzerland. So in Switzerland, the rivers, there is not much flow as we find here, but still so crystal clear water. So this is the thing. They protect the area. Recharge area they protect. They don't allow any pollution. They don't allow any extraction. So their environment is going fine. Recently in a meeting, international meeting, webinar, our International Association of Hydrologists president was telling, I asked him that in Europe you are telling that the rules are very much stringent. You are not allowing people, so there is not much pollution or problem in the groundwater in your country. But what happens to us? We are having huge water at places. There is no water at places. How we can go throughout? One thing he told, after thinking for a long time, he told me one thing, of course, for the entire audience, population is concerned. Answer is population. Control population, otherwise it will never stop. It will go, it will fall. Next one. So, another thing is that PGW, participatory groundwater management. Without that, spring water, this is not possible. So there should be a team, good team, there should be domain experts. Para-hydrologist I will never, but there should be domain expert. If he is not going always, he should be in touch. Otherwise, it will lead someone. Next one. Regular training, skill development, those who are working, their skill development is also effort, and for the local people, mass awareness. This is very much important. Next one. Thank you very much for giving me time. Thank you. So this is my humble submission. My realization in the field, मैं आज भी मैं फील्ड में पढ़ रहा हूँ, 33 साल काम करके मैं सेवानिवृत्त हुआ हूँ, आज भी मैं फील्ड में काम करता रहता हूँ, वही मेरा पैशन है, वही मेरा लाभ है। तो मैं आपसे विनती करता हूँ, हिल्स कोड को जानिए, काम करिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
माइक दे दिया, माइक दीजिए ना।
If there is any question anywhere in this presentation, a detailed presentation by on role of geology and hydrology things. If nobody is asking any question, I have a small question.
There is a small question.
I have a small query from you. Is there any relationship between lithology and spring frequency in Himalaya?
Lithology and
Spring frequency or spring distribution?
Yes. It is because, as I was telling you, that lithology. मैं पुकार के बोलता हूँ, मेरा आवाज बहुत ऊंची है। Actually, as I was telling you time and again, that while we are, because in hills and mountains, everything is in slope. Aquifers in slanting condition, it is in slope. So, whatever is laid down in the hills, laid down the materials, what you are finding, the geological materials, their porosity, permeability is the chief factor. And sometimes if it is hard rock, then fracture, fissure, viscosity, these are the pathways. There the water will go. If these are not there, no water will go. And in case of porous formation, if it is porous, water will go. If it is impervious, water won't go. And if water is not going inside, spring बनने का कोई मौका नहीं है. So this is my answer.
Chairman sir, somebody is online, raising his hand. Somebody is online. Sir, you can call his name. Is it visible?
Dheeraj Kumar.
Dheeraj Kumar.
Dheeraj Kumar. I think he's not available now.
Yeah.
So we'll take up the next presentation then. This is the presentation by Mr. K.K. Satpathy, that is on SPRINGSHED management and development in Indian Himalayan region.
everybody. I am K.K. Satpathy. Actually, the only qualification I have is I was a scientist in ICR Research Complex for NEH region and served in Northeast for a long time and involved in some watershed management projects. So, on the invitation of Dr. Bora, I have come here. Okay, next one. I cannot give them. Now, springs are mostly in the form in which groundwater emerges in the hill. When water during surface, it intersects with hill slope. And this is a type of stream. It can be very small stream with few liters from the tens of thousands cubic meters, giving rise to spring. And this is the main source of water in the hill slope in many villages in hills. And lower reaches, many of the rivers, their origin is from this type of look. Next one.
Now this
is the primary.
about 10 states.
It's
and also there are 2 states like
West Bengal, and Carbon Guinea. And these are about 6% of area and 15% of population. It is estimated that out of 5 million springs, 3 million springs originate in this area.
Next one.
Now this is a from BPR table giving number of villages, number of springs, number of irrigation systems. It is obvious that in hill states, in areas 60 to 65% of people depend on the hill stream for drinking water as well as irrigation. Next one. Next one. And this is for, of course, Northeast. A very high number of population depend on spring water. Next one. Now we have mainly 5 springs. We call it depression streams, contour streams, fracture streams, fault streams, and karst streams. Next one. And this is the depression stream, where in an undulating hill slope, when water-bearing surface intersects the depression, and that their swing emerges. And this groundwater table and the undulating hill slope, when it intersects, the spring emerges. This is the type of stream, we call it depression stream. Next one. And there is a pervious layer, impervious layer in the joint, in the contact, and number of springs emerges, what is known as contact. Next one. And in the impervious layer, there may be many fractures of pervious fractures, which emerges as a spring, so which is called fracture stream. Next one. And there is a fault scheme. It is under hydrostatic pressure to hydrostatic pressure between 2 impervious layers. We sometimes called confined aquifer. On the hydrostatic pressure, it emerges as a spring. Next. And there is a karst stream. There is a cave, a drainage formed below the surface topography, and a big drain is formed and it emerges at a certain point, and this is called karst stream. Now, about springs. Now, basic importance is this is a sample of picture hydrograph of a spring. This spring, as you know, is a minimum in summer season, maybe March, April, and then peaks in the monsoon season, and there is a gradual recession. After reaching peak, a gradual recession, and there is a time lag between peak rainfall and peak discharge. Sometimes I read in many literature, it may be 2-3 months gap between peak rainfall and the peak discharge. This is a representative, this hydrograph represents actually the recharge area and rainfall. This combination of these two, we get this kind of hydrograph, and there are many hydrologists. They analyze this, separate different flows and character of the recharge area, and many mathematical models. They guess this discharge and find out the real character of the springs. This is actually actual, is from Garo Hills, but I have taken a better one. Next one. This is from paper of Dr. Basishta, who is here. It is from Ranichori in Uttarakhand. There is a accession and there is a recession. But the importance here is the recession. This recession is the most important after rainfall stops. And then this is the recession which depends on our storage and many other structures in the that is dry weather flow, when there is no rain. So that is the importance of this hydrograph, this recession limb. That is the next one. And this is the example from the same. So we can have a demand like this for different persons, different families, and this is the recession. So we can find out what is the storage structure, it can be designed. So a lot of money can be saved by analysis of this recession curve for this recession. Next one. Now there is now a concept of SPRINGSHED. That is the recharge area from where that it is generated. Now we know about watershed. At hills, this watershed demarcation is very easy. We take an outlet and take the topography. It is very easy to demarcate. And there is a 7 watersheds in a hill slope. A set of watershed can be purely, then it can be bigger watershed also. It can be very easily demarcated. But SPRINGSHED, it is an aquifer from aquifer, so it is difficult. So this is a type of SPRINGSHED. It can be a set of watershed. It can be a set of aquifer. It can be one watershed, one aquifer. One watershed, many aquifers, many watershed, many aquifers. So this is the most difficult task for hydrologists, geohydrologists to demarcate this SPRINGSHED. Now, of course, now the issue is everywhere. We are talking from the morning. That is the drying of springs and revival of springs. And we know about the talk of there are drying. There was a lot of change in temperature and rainfall. Now, low duration, low intensity, high duration rainfall are changing. Now it is more than high intensity and low duration rainfall, and very erratic. And that's why it gets time to enter fire.
So runoff is more.
So this dry weather flow, this what we saw in the recession we saw earlier, the dry weather flow is getting much and much less. And apart from that, there are a lot of supervising intervention, lot of developmental work, lot of roads, lot of many other things that are going on. That is also affecting that recharge of the aquifer. and regularly the issue will come to revival of the scheme. So mainly our discussion was around many of the data shows that in Himalaya more than 60% spring, low discharge spring, already perennial spring become a season of growth. Now, for spring, is the spring that induction comes. Mostly what we do under watershed, under what we do under groundwater recharge, and also common property resources conservation. So these are the SPRINGSHED recharging measures. It can be a vegetative. Forestry is very important for maintaining hydrology regime. We have agronomic measures because we cannot have only afforestation for spring research. We have to do many development work also. We have to do agriculture also. So there will be many other soil conservation measures we propose for that. Once we demarcate the research area, SPRINGSHED, so many of the intervention measures in soil conservation we propose. There can be contour trenching, there can be contour banding, there can be bench terraces, there can be half-moon terraces, there can be drainage line treatments, there can be dugout ponds, there can be integrated farming systems. No, in northeast, there is a special problem of shifting cultivation already discovered. So there is a huge forest area which has been affected by this shifting cultivation. The data shows how much percentage of forest area it is being impacted by shifting cultivation. Next one. As we showed, there is an experimental result in small watershed. The percentage of forest along with other land use, percentage of forest, and what is the impact on waste flow? Waste flow is the flow which not yet reached groundwater, but it is in between the flow inside soil surface and which emerges. And as we see, that waste flow percentage, whenever forestry percentage is increasing in a watershed, waste flow is also increasing. So, you increase the forest area and waste flow increases. This is the actual gauging of experimental watersheds. As we say, your forest area increases and waste flow increases. Okay, next one. And these are some of the photographs of what is going on, very advanced kind of land use going on in Northeast. Next one, typical cultivation and along the slope cultivation. Okay. That is in Galan. Next one. Now, as I said, that we cannot maintain forest continuously. We have to do many other development in agriculture also. So there should be some agricultural intervention also. So one of the agricultural intervention, of course, is maintaining a very dense crop canopy. And now with the modern agriculture, we can have even dry areas. We can have a continuous crops, three crops, with in between legume crops, with nitrogen fixation crop, with fixing crop, and we can have a very good agriculture cover, crop cover, and so that basic issue actually in the whole intervention is what is related to rainwater management. When rainwater falls, we should give vision of time to get absorbed in soil. Forest is not that kind of, when there is a forest is not disturbed at all, then it was intercepted and it comes to ground and goes underground. So there is not much problem. So after deforestation, agriculture and development work, that is the problem. So but we have to do development work also. So for agriculture, so we should have a proper cropping planning. So there are many packages available. So that continuously you can have a many times increase of income also. So agriculture practice has to be improved. Then another is what we call barrier hedges. So you can have in a hill flow, you can have hedges. There are hedges, and in between you can have a
just before see, there can be hedges, there can be other types of things also. Next one. So in between you can have a hedges, and then you can have a crop. So in gradually these hill slopes become plain, some kind of plain, and rainfall is much more absorbed here. So you can have it is called barrier hedges. So that is one type of cropping system in hill slope, a conservative cropping system. Next thing. Then what we call this is the actual hedges. This is the actual hedges, and in between hill slope is converted into plains. So when rain falls, it gets much opportunity to go inside soil. Actually, this can be done by through that is called contour burning. This is a contour burning with a 1 meter vertical interval we call it. So if you have a contour burning also and very close growing crops in between, then also you can have a very less runoff from the hill slope. This is the between hedges, this kind of crop. This is a sugarcane crop. Next one. Then of course, one of the mostly utilized, it is a trenching. It is about, it is not very deep, 30 to 50, 30 into 50, and 1 meter vertical interval. And you can have a variety of crops and all in the edges of the trenches. What is so here? You can have a forestry, you can have a horticulture, and below you can have a crop with trenching. And it can be continuous trenching, it can be staggered, so not very continuous, giving a gap. That is continuous. Next one.
Sir, Mike.
This is the staggered contour trenching. Of course, this is the bench terracing. Sometimes we have a conservation beach type of we just trap water. This is of course bench terracing, and most because the problem of in Sikkim there is bench terracing, but in northeast bench terracing is not very popular except Nagaland, where there is a water, pani kheti they call it. So, but in dry terracing, it is not as popular. But this terracing, dry terraces, with a very good cropping package, it is possible. In northeast, many cases, because with all the radar and bulldozer and all coming and cutting and giving immediately, there is a less crop yield immediately, so people doesn't prefer here. But they prefer to stick cultivator or hill cultivator. So one of the things important is to introduce bench terracing. Bench terracing is also popular once the water is there. But even if water is there, they do only rice. But if it other crop, they will do slope cultivation. They will not do bench terracing. So bench terracing is one of the terracing under which is no problem. This is the important reason. And this is called half-moon terrace, which is horticulture. So not continually you have a small half-moon type of terrace for horticulture. So that is another type of intervention.
Now there is
a lot of gully formation, water landslide. There are many other problems. We have right kind of measure to tackle those things. In gullies, in landslide prone areas, so many other. So we call it dredging activity. So there are many kinds of different plans. Check dam, that kind of thing. Retaining walls, drop sewage, diversion wall, triangular well at the outlet, and arden amendment. So these are many types of structures available to tackle those issues. Gully blocks, cemented Nala one, diversion pond, Nala bonding, check bonding, perforation tank, and in previous lecture there was some development of techniques, that is our technology here. So there are a lot of type of pond can be developed in the hills of itself. Check that runoff, that flow. This will conserve soil and retain water. This is on dangerous. No, there is talk of a lot of traditional systems. There are a lot of traditional systems in the Northeast. It is documented, and many things. When we talk about innovative technologies, many traditional technologies also can be modified and coupled. This is Nagaland called Jamu system. This is a forest, this is a water storage, and there is a cattle, and this cattle dam creates as a ceiling, doesn't sink, and below there will be rice. There are many, it is one.
No, this is a continuously, there is a pond, there is a terrace, this is an integrated system. So, many of the combination of the pond, of fishery, then you can have a piggery, greenhouse, poultry, the cutlery, all these integrated also can be introduced in the basic approach. So that technical can be used. Not everything is focused, but many things can be focused. Next. This integrated technical system in discharge point, they call it continuity. There is a huge network of pumps, huge network, and drops water in unorganized areas, but in many cases also, during drinking water convenience, they use this kind of bamboo. They call it bamboo irrigation. It can be bamboo channel and sub-channels. So many of these traditional systems also, in the discharge point, they use. Now this is a traditional, very ideal concept of also conservation. There is a combination of three things. One is small water shed is demarcated, small water shed is demarcated, and conservation measures. It can be drenching, it can be bonding, it can be horticulture, then you can have a forest, in between you can have horticulture, then in irrigation you can have agriculture, then in irrigation you can have rice field also. Then most of the idea is, most of the rainfall should be absorbed, should not get the opportunity to come out as a runoff. Everything, wherever water falls, it should be absorbed. It should simulate forest. What forest happens, that it doesn't allow much to fall, and whatever rainfall is coming, it should be allowed from amendment from water. There should be amendment. And this water here, it is not runoff water. It
it is the best flow, it is all flow, then almost it is runoff. Mostly it is mostly best flow, and it remains for few months. This kind of, it's a very ideal system, but maybe things can be taken and rejuvenation programs, it can be incorporated. Next one. So this same one I said that in this type of situation, almost 100% like 100% rainfall can be observed in situ, where it falls. There is hardly any runoff. And as you said, here base flow or interflow, what we say in hydrology, it increases. So it is 98%, and soil loss is almost negligible, but it is a serious problem in Northeast. Okay, next one. No, I think this is the thing, what I wanted to say. So there are a lot of SPRINGSHED program is going on, and they are measuring impacts also. The impact is 2-3 issues. One is how much discharge increases, and what is the research area, what is the situation. After next one. I think I have taken from different literature with I think it is from Dr. Khan. They say from 2012 to 2007 how after this intervention how it is increased. This is also from Himachal Pradesh, free water, free springs. Taken from literature. And after SPRINGSHED intervention, how this is increased. Okay, next one. And this is also from Himachal Pradesh, before intervention and after intervention. Next one. This is also from Sikkim, Arabica. So, then there are 2 times, 3 times, 5 times they are reporting that after intervention, so cannot discharge the increase.
I think that is the thing I want to say. Now, many of the issues already from the morning it is discussed.
One is of course comprehensive mapping and springs. There is no database available so far. What is available is HE. Not only village-wise springs, there is geology, hydrology, and many other things have to be created. And that gives a good idea for undertaking any schemes. I think we need a comprehensive mapping of springs and springs and creating database. And also for some springs, you need a long-term monitoring of data, small gauging, hydrological gauging is possible. And not only that, you should have a rainfall also. I have seen the world has created a lot of this kind of thing, but problem is this data is lying, nobody is using the data. So in many villages, the world has created this. A lot of data is there available still, and there is no data for this data. So you should have some good research aspect with some institution to interpret those data. And development of spring management and crop program. The problem with spring is many times this beneficiary is in one place, one village, and spring recharge area in some other village, some other much far away village. And also a lot of conflicts and all that. So you need to, even some states, and different states have a different water policy in the spring. So you should have, I think, some kind of government support you should develop. And then, SPRINGSHED management is an interdepartmental program. There are forestry, there are agriculture, there are soil conservation, there are water resource development, there is groundwater, so many departments. So I think convergence, there are many programs in relative isolation is working, And now energy has come, a lot of money is available. I think team has already utilizing this money. And now, from the morning, lot of discussion, we need some organization, we need sustainable institutions to manage. So we should have an institution like Spring Water Reserve Group. We should have some kind of institution. We have one. Fortunately, in Northeast, there are a lot of traditional institutions headed by government, and they have got very good command, and they are involved in natural resource protection. And they do developmental work. They have got administrative authority. They have got funds of group. So I think Northeast institution involving them is a very good idea. And also capacity building awareness. We are talking about using non-professional for measuring hydrological gauging, and also community awareness. So continuously that kind of hydrology is what a lot of success is there. That is their capacity building has to be there, even including government agency also. Meaning where they are not aware of the development. And also there is an impact of climate change. There is a rainfall is very erratic now. There is a lot of extreme events which was not earlier. There is temperature rise, and that is a new factor. That is so we have to monitor this climate change.
Thank you. Next one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We would like to felicitate our invited speaker, Sri Dr. K.K. Satpathy. I request our director to do the honors. Order, Chairman. Chairman, sir. We also have Dr. Amlanto Kar, who was a Regional Director, Central Groundwater Board, Kolkata. We would like to felicitate him. Sir is actively participated in the SPRINGSHED management programs of Neriwalam. Thank you, sir.
Now we'll break for tea break, and 10 minutes break. After that we will come back.
Then comes policy advocacy. Everywhere we are there at central level, state level, district level. So we are into planning and policy advocacy, and we are into developmental interventions as well. This is the broad framework of our work. Our mission is a very broad one, promoting and supporting sustainable and equitable agriculture and rural development. It's a bigger mandate. We have a bigger mandate. We originated from Reserve Bank of India. So this is the outline of our bank. Now coming to NRM, we started our direct engagement in natural resource management with the implementation of Indo-German Watershed Development Program. That was the foundation on which we have built the NRM portfolio. So far we have covered 2.5 million hectares in the morning. This is the, you can see state-wise distribution of projects, 3,500 projects, and grant commitment is about 2,600 crores. So our projects are spread across all the states of the country. So you can see, due to SPRINGSHED development, this is the our topic of today. So you can see the state-wise number of projects supported by us. I will not go into the definition and all the terminology. The earlier eminent speakers, Dr. Amalajyoti Kar and Dr. Satyapati, they have given vital inputs and insights. I will not go into what is SPRINGSHED, how it is different from watershed, what exactly we are doing. So another thing is, NABARD, with the implementation of natural resource management projects, we are having the stamp of direct access entity for Green Climate Fund. It is a global fund for taking up actions towards mitigation and adaptation to climate change. And we are also acting as national implementing entity for National Adaptation Fund on Climate Change of Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. We are also LIE for Adaptation Fund. So we have supported one important project in Meghalaya under NAFCC. Morning also I have mentioned 306 springsheds are supported and around 1,500 springs were rejuvenated. The entire exercise started with mapping of the potential springs. The mapping has been done, but what are the potential springs? How do we prioritize? That is the core point. And applying the climate change lens, vulnerability analysis, what are those springs which are highly vulnerable, identifying and rejuvenating them. That was the work done. The project is successfully completed. Anybody who wants to know, Soil Conservation Department is the executive entity. We can visit and ascertain what has happened, how it helped people to get water throughout the year. Next, you can see the works also. Different kinds of works, I will not go into the details. One point I want to highlight based on our experience is that whatever engineering methods we do, they are all dead structures. Unless we support them with vegetation, ultimately objective is bring back the vegetation, whether it is forest or grass cover, fruit plantation. Unless the recharge area comes up with vegetation, the way Dr. Amalajyoti Kar told, there will be protection on the soil surface, and there will be more opportunity time for the water to infiltrate into the soil and recharge the occupant. So I will not go into the detail, but one point I want to say, how SPRINGSHED is different from watershed. SPRINGSHED, for a SPRINGSHED, for a spring, water can be coming from one watershed or it can come from two watersheds. So it is a very complicated one, very complex subject actually. It needs the expertise of hydrogeologists. Hydrology experts will not be enough. That is what our understanding is. I will not go into the details because of paucity of time. Now, we are working in fragile ecosystem. If you don't want to help them, don't do maladaptation activities. This is the message we got. We have success, we have failures also. The message is very clear. We should not disturb the fragile ecosystem unless we know the underground geological formation, whether it is suitable for recharge or not. Otherwise, we should not disturb the ecosystem. Very fragile area, this is message we got.
So there are guidelines which are available. I will not go into the details, they are in the public domain. If you go to our website, the guidelines are there. The interesting part is, we are implementing projects through government, as you have seen in Meghalaya. We are also implementing projects with the support of civil society organizations, NGOs. Each SPRINGSHED area is about 100 to 300 hectares. And each spring will be having a catchment of about 10 to 25 hectares. This is the observation we got. And in every SPRINGSHED project, we are covering nearly 300 hectare treatable area. So selection of NGO, there are specific rating norms. The NGO personnel should be, technical manpower should be there, locally present, they should have community relationship. So they should be capable of mobilizing the community. Such type of local NGOs are only preferred. Now, implementation, we do in 2 phases basically. Project implementation phase, where entry point activities are taken up. Community will be coming together and demonstrating a soil and water conservation work or any common activity. And there is a component of Shramadhan also to build the sense of ownership. Next
comes the full implementation phase, that is project implementation phase. It takes 3 to 4 years. The support is like rupees 20,000 rupees per hectare. For each SPRINGSHED, we are giving a grant assistance of 60 lakh rupees. Project sanction process, there is a specific process. It is a consultative approach. All the line departments are also called for the sanction committee meeting. So projects are implemented through community-based organizations like watershed level or SPRINGSHED level. Committees are there. Local people are representing that committee. Women are also members of that particular committee. They are the people who are going to implement. Funds go to them only. Only NGO gets for technical manpower, but funds are given to committee. So how are they going to manage? It will be a joint committee. NGO provides technical support and the project is implemented. The kind of works are depicted here. We should remember, trenching is a very dangerous activity. We should be very careful in doing this. Unless we integrate vegetation, trenches will be rebuilt within 3 to 4 years. Either we have to maintain or integrate the vegetation. That is the message based on our experience we are finding. And we should not disturb the ecosystem, just like the debate Dr. Amulajan showed. Geological partnership does not support recharge. We should not go for drinking activities of low use. So basically, by preparing the DPR, we take help of hydrogeologists, experts, who will help the local community to prepare the plan. That kind of works only locally. Techniques for laying the contour lines, hydro marker, A-frame, such type of things are supported. So these are the photographs from the field. These are some of the photographs. These are water harvesting structures. Basically, sunken structures are prepared rather than heading type of structures. You can see pre-project and post-project. How the water collection chambers are getting sustained water because of protection measures in the effective recharge area. Plantation, it is the vital element in our project. Without plantation, grass seeding, seed deepling, stem cutting, we don't encourage any engineering measure. These are some of the drainage and treatment structures. Some have gone for brushwood dams, some have gone for scabian structures. And we have also a component of livelihood component. This is about impact of the interventions. This is about a SPRINGSHED in Himachal Pradesh. You can see the impact of the interventions. We have used satellite imagery, freely available satellite imagery, and done the land use control analysis, normalized difference vegetation index, normalized difference water index, impact on the stream flow, particularly spring flow. All those things we have monitored. We will be presenting that next week. You can see these are the images. The message is very clear. The impact in terms of increase in cropland, that was quite visible. Increase in vegetation and green cover, that was also quite visible. And water bodies area increased. This is the overall impact of the interventions. These are the image analysis techniques we have used. Since stream flow, Dr. Satapathy has already given. This is the live action research project. In our project area, pre-project, the kind of discharge month-wise average is given here. Post-project, you can see the upper lines. In fact, it is quite visible. This is one more example, the impact of the interventions was studied using sentinel images at the resolution of 10 meters. Those who are can give all the information. The results are showing that in the Nagaland, in Kohima district, Nizamabad district, the impact of the intervention when we analyze in terms of land use land cover, cropland increase, there was construction activity and road activity. As a result, barren land also increased. Other plantation area, water bodies, there is increase. So as a result, NDVI improved, water index improved, stream flow also improved. Yeah. And concluding, next please. Yeah. You can see these are glimpses of activities in the project area. Next. Yeah, challenges and way forward. This is the last slide. What the challenge is getting the experts. This is a forum I am finding eminent scientists and experts. Now, I was telling to Dr. Pradeep ji that you have given an opportunity. We get a pool of resource persons to approach to get the guidance. We want guidance, particularly in identifying the aquifer, recharge area, and the treatment. And we want to develop a cadre of hydrogeologists at the village level. So we will be coming to Jeriwal for building the cadre of people for different states in northeastern part of the country. So hydrogeological survey, land records, that is a big problem. We cannot get survey number wise plans in northeastern states. There are the challenges. But way forward, capacity building, demand side management of the water, and integration of vegetation and maintenance of all the structure. Overall, these are the things which we have jotted down. What we are doing, impact and challenges way forward. This is the outline. I thank everyone for giving me this opportunity to share our experiences. We are available for giving any type of information, whatever you want, for research purpose or to understand. We are available. Thank you very much.
Any question or any clarification? No. Then we move ahead with Dr. Vijesh Kumar, who will be presenting on unrevenue effect of cultivation on structured soil water quality in Mizoram.
Good afternoon. So I duly acknowledge the contribution of this work by all the contact to answer and my faculty colleague. Next. Yeah, so sickle cultivation is very common in the northeastern part of the country, where a part of the land is generally flat and barren, and the first land is converted into the agricultural land for the cultivation. And thereafter the same cycle is repeated for many decades and years. And in the last few decades, this home cultivation is the rapid, or you can say aggressive approach of this sickle cultivation in most of this part of the country, like Nagaland, Mizoram, Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, and this may cause this ecosystem as well as the impact of around social quality. For example, like in the state of Mizoram, more than 50% of these rural population is dependent on the cultivation. And this excessive agricultural activity or technical cultivation primarily changes this forest into the secondary forest production. And the literature review on this group cultivation is quite contradictory. I mean, some literature says that there is a ill impact of the environment, and the rest of the state is a very equilibrium type of this is the more review which has been conducted. So there are not so many studies, but few of them are notably reported here. Like one is by Sanjay in 2017, and so after going through these studies, there's a need for the systematic investigation of the impact of on these things, as well as the soil water sources and microbes. This is the overall picture of this zone cultivation in the world, and you can see in India, South Asia, and South Asia. This practice is followed quite regularly. This study area is focused on the state of Mizoram and associated with the and we have selected this Malay state, which is the southern part of the middle southern part of the state, where we delineated two watersheds. When I say watershed, these are micro watersheds, micro sections, so 2 kilometers square. So this is the study area. What we have done, we have selected micro segment, few sites for measuring the direct runoff along with the sediments. Because the hypothesis was there because of zone cultivation, there may be change on the sediment transportation and the sediment need on the surface runoff. Also, some sites were selected for the quality measurement of the spring water, and samples were collected regularly. Discharge is being measured regularly at those schools. So in situ as well as the external water quality parameters are measured from those sites. These are some glimpses of our measuring site. You can see that some fumes here. So continuously measurement of the discharge is being, and manually the samples were collected for the sediment quantification as well as for the water quality characterization of the water which is coming in these machines. And these systems are having either the completely like a fluorescent cover, or some of them are having a package of the zoom, so percentage of the zoom. And the zoom we have categorized in 3 parts, like in newly burnt land, there are some cultivation land, and there is the old zoom land which has been left barren for the growth of the vegetation. So to see the impact of this zoom, the progression of the time on the spring water quality as well as the sediment transportation of the micro segments of the investigated practically. So those are the spring sites where we collected the samples during the monsoon and the post monsoon continuously. Discharge was measured continuously, and some findings of the water quality parameters are noted here, like typical parameters are measured like pH, temperature, area, visual oxygen, and oxidation rate of ORP. So those results show that most of these parameters are water quality are in a very good state, except the few which I will be mentioning the comments. So, yeah. So, and we have also characterized the Weddell zone. Weddell zone is the, you can say, the top subsurface. So because of the burning and this root area, there will be impact on the topsoil as well as on the root zone of the microsegment. So what we did here, we have conducted some filtration test using this PDS filtration, and also conducted this select test for getting the hydraulic conductivity of the Weddell zone. So our aim was to see that how these rooms impacted the characteristics of the Weddell zone. Indeed, this soil water which is going to flow through this Weddell zone is going to contribute to the stream as well as to the springs originating from those areas. This is the hydraulic conductivity which has been observed practically in this area. So we found that highest hydraulic conductivity in the newly burned green. When the land is burned, and then we expect that there is maybe a lot of soil cracks which are developed, and that is going to contribute to the high conductivity of the water flow to the These are the some other, you can say, the hydraulic conductivity tests done by mini testing micrometers of the top soil. Their case was for the deeper weather zone, like 50 centimeters and that also. This is for the surface measurement where we can measure the surface. These are the total organic carbon which we have measured in the segment at different depths, top soil and the middle part, and then as a middle it is about 10 to 15 centimeters depth, and then 55 centimeters depth weather zone. Then the major element, because there was some, hypothesis was that maybe elements can also take the affected because of this destruction of the boom. So we analyzed the major anions and cations. So some of them are mentioned, and their observed value for the different depths of the weather zone, as well as for the different heights of the boom land are mentioned. This is for magnesium and all. So we have come to the conclusion. So what we have seen, no significant total organic carbon was found with progression of the time in the zone contribution. And I say the area means it is going to be till 55 centimeters depth of the weather. So there was no clear trend on that. Water quality analysis of the segment site, it did not show high concentration of sediment flow. That was quite interesting. And because we were present in the site as well during the monsoon season, especially during the rainfall event was happening, and we could not find even segments. The TDS value was observed very low. Even sometimes it was not detectable, and most of the time it was less than 20. So water quality was what are all the spring signs showed acidic nature. That was the clear trend, except the one side. So the pH level was around 5 for most of the sites, and we are further investigating on that point, that what could be the reason. Maybe the geological formation, and it can be the reasons for the maybe whatever the burn residues of these vegetables which are left that is contributing for the lowering the pH. And it was also found that burning of vegetation does not impact the hydraulic conductivity of the weather zone, especially in the deeper weather zone. The topsoil was impacted slightly because of this change in the residential flow and all. And there was no clear trend of the concentration of the major nutrients which were found in the weather zone. So, in a nutshell, we can say that spring we should consider like a system where the inflow is the precipitation, any form of the rain, and then it is converted to the output. So we have exercise of the measurement of the precipitation, and of course whatever the quantity of the flow which is generated from the spring outlet managed by the local community, the technical and help them to better management by shifting the agricultural practices, and also the recharge of the land from where these recharge taking place from the springs can also be, you can say, modified by changing the elements. However, the understanding of this subsurface, especially the weather zone and the deeper subsurface zone, is needed to characterize the more. We need to understand the behavior of how these integrated water interacting with the root zone and underlying formation, which is going to be converted into not only the quantity point of view, but the quality is equally important. And that is what we are also working on. So with this work, I would like to thank you.
Dr. Rajesh, I am having a small question. आप वहाँ से बताइए, वहाँ से बताइए.
So far the physical properties of the Zoom land is concerned, since the major chunk of the land area in the northeastern states are under Zoom cultivation, how far it affects the physical property? I mean, we are much concerned about the recharge and infiltration, whether it jeopardizes the this type of characteristics, physical characteristics of the soils.
Absolutely good question. So we have also worked on the physical factors like the structure of the soil, of the velodrome. But the deeper subsurface was not impacted, that is what we have seen. But the shallow zone, like the top 10 to 15 centimeter, there was a significant change in the physical properties of the soil. That I am not sure here because of the limited time, but yeah, we have investigated.
Actually, while I was working, I read somewhere that it develops some hydrophilic character in the soil.
Absolutely, yes, you are right. That is the reason that we are getting the significant difference on the infiltration from the top soil. So hydrophilic properties of the top soil is impacted considerably.
Thank you.
Give me the mic, sir.
My question for you is, do you like the variation in this one monsoon and pre-monsoon and post-monsoon? You have undertaken this type of analysis for water quality?
Yes.
Because in your presentation, I could see there is some missing of cations, for example, sodium, which is very important for the infiltration of this water, groundwater into soil and this one. So these cations are missing. Another like carbonates, bicarbonates are also missing.
Yeah, we have analyzed all of them, and also we are now comparing with the non-zoom area. Actually, that conclusion has not been made, but yeah, that is a good question. That because mostly cation exchange capacity of the soil is going to govern the soil water quality, which is going to be infiltrating from the body.
What's the variation you have done? Variation of monsoon?
We have checked it pre-monsoon and during the monsoon, and post-monsoon analysis is remaining for these major cations.
And the finding?
Sorry?
Finding of that variation of this season?
Yeah, we have not concluded because we are going to conclude after the post-monsoon.
Okay, because your TS is very low, 5.
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Very
So
low.
lots of things you can interpret by analyzing all these cations, anions during the variation of seasons of this. So, okay, sir. After conclusion, can you let me know?
Sure.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. Next presentation is by
Sir, sorry, just one question. Brijesh ji, so very good presentation, thank you. So I will talk in a very simple way. I know you said at the shallower level it is affecting, but at the deeper level it is not affecting. But like in many places, from many parts of the northeast, it is coming that zoom cultivation is one of the factors for reduction in the discharges of spring and also maybe quality of spring. So is it safe or is it inconclusive yet to say that zoom cultivation is affecting the discharge and the quality of spring?
So I just shown the comparison of the zoom area only, where the zoom is newly started, zoom was in the middle, the practice, and there is a fallow land. So we are comparing these results now with the forest area. So that conclusion has not been made. With progression of the time over the zoom land, most of the time of the nutrients is not so clear.
So that comparison is failed. Thank you.
Compare it after maybe 2-3 years, whether it has recovered or not. How much time it is taking from next state after the zoom cultivation. Coming back to that type of continued work can be taken.
Now it is generating very fast. Because in a couple of years of the barren land, 1 to 2 years.
You can see the natural vegetation. But that vegetation is different than the whatever the original vegetation.
I'm not talking about vegetation. I'm talking about the soil property.
Soil property, yeah. The meadow zone is not impacted.
Except the newly farmed land.
Why? Because the cultivation is done by the farmers and that is because the soil is because of the cultivation. Physical chemical.
Hello.
Good
afternoon, everyone. I want to say that thank you to Nirmala for inviting us. So just quickly going to my presentation, I'm not going to talk about the basic spring classification. It has been done very well by Dr. Kern. I'm just going to talk about how, when we do the instrumentation of a spring, what do we get to understand that complex system? Arta ma'am was saying it was what is not a technical thing, but I still say system is complex and we need to understand it. So the spring hydrology is a complex system between different biophysical properties of the processes that are happening. When we do the monitoring, then we get the observation. What is this data is going to tell us? So that's what we want to talk about. So aquifer, spring is nothing but it tells us about what is happening in the spring by humans, but also by the climate or the weather. And it tells also about the aquifer property. So then we can plan and decide for the policies. Next. So this is our group sites where we have been working in spring hydrology. So what you're seeing here is, this is a flume which we normally instrument in springs. And these are the different springs. We do collect all the other hydrometeorological parameters. And what you are getting here is basically the discharge data, along with the rainfall and the hydrometeorological parameter. Understanding the hydrograph, how it is moving with the rainfall and the other parameter, then we understand how the system is behaving. When we did an experiment this time for a Himachal spring, what you're seeing here is not a discharge. It is a EC. It's the electrical conductivity value. What the testing what we are doing is using the EC meter and continuous measurement, how the water is interacting in the geology and how it is behaving and it is coming out. So what you're seeing here is the EC, electrical conductivity, when the monsoon started. So this data is basically just coming right now, June 2022 to November 2022. So onset of monsoon, water discharge started increasing. Your EC is also started increasing. And after the monsoon basically finished somewhere around mid of September, the discharge decreasing and your EC is also reducing. See, the idea is here, using with the low cost sensors, what type of information we can capture about the aquifer. So we are going to analyze this data. The EC data, this is here, is basically installed here. And this is basically we will be doing some time series analysis with the long term, just to see the lag. What is the lag of the rainfall and the discharge, spring discharge? And what does it tell about the aquifer property? Property by means is the transmissivity and the residence time. How much the water can be stored? It gets getting stored in the aquifer for how long? So when you are seeing here two graphs from two different sites in Almora and in Pori. What you're seeing here is the discharge, and here the recession curve of the Almora spring. Between Pori spring and Almora spring, what you're seeing here is the very slight decrease in the recession as compared to the Pori side, and it is decreasing very sharply. What it is tell us about the aquifer, that the system is fractured and it is releasing the water faster. While this Almora spring, they are releasing slowly. And same, after we understand this, same thing is coming in the master recession curve for Almora, and then for the Pori spring. After we understood the aquifer property by the hydrological data, now the question comes here is, how do we identify the recharge area? That was the question we asked within a group under the project funded by SDC, SCA Himalaya, along with the partner Aquadam, PSI and EC Board. So now what we are doing is, we know different springs. We have been monitoring one of those springs, critical springs, but we are also trying to collect the isotopic data for those springs along this whole watershed. This watershed is not small, it is 60 square kilometer watershed. And after understanding what are the signature of the isotope, what are the elevation the water is coming from, and also the hydrogeological mapping. So what you're seeing here is just the two sampling sites. We do get the isotopic data, and this data has been analyzed at NIH Roorkee. So we really thank NIH Roorkee Isotope Lab to analyze this data. So what you're seeing is in the triangle and in this box, the numbers are different, minus 8.9, minus 8.1, and the data what you have here is minus 9.4. So the signature is changing. The minus 9.4 is on a higher altitude. Then the similar number is coming in the stream. So while knowing the signature of isotope, we can say that from which elevation the water is coming from. This is again a very preliminary results which we got from the hydrochemistry. So along with the isotope analysis, we are also doing the hydrochemical analysis with the different parameters of pH, EC, and DO and temperature. So what we are trying to connect is the isotope signature and how it is changing with the different hydrochemistry parameters. Within the same water sample, we are also doing the other parameters. What just mentioned by the ma'am is like the sulfates, the bicarbonates, and we are again going to link those, how the water signatures are coming through the geology and linking it up to the isotope signature. So we are not basically stopping there. The question in the morning was, we cannot do the isotope studies at all the springs. So the idea is, we need to also develop the tools in a way that they are open source data, and those can help us to do the situational analysis for the better management with the use of the stakeholder participation. So what we have been doing it here, along our other spring sites, we have known some of the spring data. We also know the stream flow data. We are using ecosystem service model. It's called INVEST. It's basically a GIS-based model. So we give biophysical structures, we give the secondary data like land use, and it gives us the ecosystem service in the terms of water reach. and that water yield data in terms of quick flow, base flow, and lateral flow, we converted that into the benefits in the terms of indices. So what you're seeing here is the dryness index, which is nothing but PET by potential evapotranspiration by precipitation, AET by PE, which is evaporative index, and then the base flow index. By knowing that these three numbers, we are going to help the watershed management to which type of stressors are there in that watershed, so that the management and the implementation can be done. And this can be done as a pre-implementation. So that's the idea behind. This is my last slide. Basically, we are not doing only the technical part. I learn from my partners. So we do consultative work with the local communities. We do help in training the local people for the local stream flow measurement, discharge measurements, and we do also develop the women's group so that they can maintain those sites. Nothing is done without funding. So my last 6-8 years fund SPRINGSHED have been supported by MOPS's project, Roorkee IT Roorkee, SCA Himalayas project, partners PSI, Aquadam, Chirag, PC World, Nepal. Thank you very much, and I'll be happy to take some questions. Thank you.
Hello? Hello sir, I'm Mr. Ravit Das from North-Eastern State Application Center, Chile. I have observed you made a comparison of rainfall to the discharge of the spring. And that you have considered the watershed. But as from this workshop only, it is clear that the SPRINGSHED is maybe beyond the watershed also. So how do you justify it?
I didn't get the question.
Actually, when you comparing the rainfall to the discharge of the spring, that time you consider the watershed of the spring. It is catchment area must be. So, but catchment area of a spring may be beyond the watershed, so-called watershed. So how do you justify the comparison?
Very valid question. It basically, when all 5 sites, it has automatic weather station plus other rain gauges around the spring. So it is also mainly we try to put on the ridge. The ridge normally covers the rainfall on the other side and other side. So you have the both sides covered, and we do also have the nearby. So it has been taken care of. The rain gauges are spread over. Rain gauges are spread over.
Hello? Hello. Next speaker will be presented by Ms. Martin on SPRINGSHED Development and Management and Indian Himalayan region.
Hello?
Very good evening, all of you. My name is Ridhima. I'm from the State Agency for Development Cooperation. today me and my colleague Mr. Ghanshyam Khare will be presenting some of SPC's work in the area of SPRINGSHED management, and also with specific reference and reference to pilot sites in the four states will be presented. So, yeah, we heard this morning, the fragility of the Himalayan ecosystems and the impact of climate change that, makes it a climate change hotspot. So we need to develop, evidence-based policy measures for addressing many of these impacts. For example, we've had a lot of experience coming in from different scientists, from different agencies, which have been working in this area for many, many years. We also know that the SPRINGSHED management work began more than a decade ago in Sikkim, in parts of Uttarakhand and other areas. So there's already a lot of knowledge and information which is available with us. And through the deliberations that were discussed today, we knew that people are very aware of the gaps in implementation, in planning and monitoring, and there are also solutions of how these can be addressed. So once we design a SPRINGSHED approach, we can harness the collective wisdom present in this room, present outside, to develop good management, SPRINGSHED management practices. I'll be telling you about the project that SEC is doing, which is strengthening climate change adaptations in the Himalayan region. The project aims to develop a comprehensive SPRINGSHED development, management and monitoring system across the inter-Himalayan regions. So we are working right now in 4 states, which is Sikkim, Manipur, Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh. Our government partners are NITI Aayog, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, NDMA, DST, and we are working in close coordination with different state government departments. So the approach, how we are basically working in the states, we are working in very close collaboration with the state governments. Because the pilots can only do so much and achieve only so much. The large-scale replication can only happen once you work very closely with the state governments. So the activities can be mainstream, they can be implemented on the larger scale. We are also focusing on target capacity enhancement at the local level and also institutionalizing capacity building at the state level by capacity building of the different officials of the state government department. And we discuss this in more detail in the next slide. We are also trying to convert our activities with the ongoing government programs and schemes. For example, many of the recharge interventions have been implemented in close convergence with the MP-Zarega program, with the adaptation funds which are available with the different state governments, so that there is some government ownership and simultaneously it helps to build capacity. The steps for implementation, our consortium partners are CCMOD, Akudam, IIT Roorkee, people science institutions and various field partners and local NGOs. We are basically following a very scientific approach to SPRINGSHED development, which has also been underscored in today's meeting several times, why we need to have a very sound scientific base before we actually go to the ground and begin our interventions. There might not be a one-size-fits-all kind of solution for different hydrogeological conditions and different hydrographical regions. So most of our work deals with instrumentation. We are setting up automatic vegetation, rain gauges, we are doing geological assessments to understand where the SPRINGSHED sites are located. We are doing monitoring of hydrological and hydrological parameters using both manual and sensor-based instruments. And of course, the isotope study is something that we are pioneering, it's amongst one of its kind studies that we are doing under this project. We are doing it in Uttarakhand with IIT Roorkee to identify the different recharge areas. And we are also, going to just now initiate those works also in Sikkim in partnership with other universities. We all are aware of the 2021 the Government of India released the guidelines for new generation watershed development projects, which for the first time has a specific focus on SPRINGSHED management. And if you read those guidelines, they talk about, working closely with communities, monitoring of water discharge, creating a cadre of para-professionals who can do these kind of works, hydrogeological assessments. So a lot of these activities that these new guidelines speak about are already being covered under the project, that we have been working on with the Government of India, with different state governments since 2015. So the experience that STC has and the experience gained under the SC Himalayas project can actually complement and can help provide some evidence for that can help in better implementation of these guidelines. We've also released the resource book. This has been referred to several times since morning. This is the resource book on SPRINGSHED management, which was released along with NITI Aayog in 2021. And we hope that our experience from our action research pilots will demonstrate the benefits of such a science-based SPRINGSHED management approach and also promote the same in other Himalayan states. And also, we are looking at designing context-specific solutions. With my colleague will come to the different case study sites in different states. He will explain that every state we are adopting a different approach depending upon the state-specific context. And these can serve as reference cases for the government agencies and other bilateral agencies which are working in this area. So the key deliverables that we are planning is we are developing an online decision support system, which is again a very important tool for decision makers, to help them identify the distribution of springs, what are the different conservation and management practices, address the demand-supply balance consideration. So this is something which is being developed under the project. We have also developed village water security plans. This has been done in close collaboration with the communities, with community participation, to identify recharge interventions for a spring as well as a cluster of springs based on a water budget using participatory assessment. We are also training, local para-hydrologists, which are local community members who will be working in hydrological data collection and water sampling activity. We are also doing a cost-benefit analysis. We all, understand the importance of investing in scientific SPRINGSHED management techniques, etc. But this will form as a basis, just to underline that fact that why do we need to have these approaches. And of course, we will be developing common SPRINGSHED guidelines for policymakers and developmental practices, etc., which will just be a reference document for different studies. So I'll invite my colleague Ghanshyam to take you through the work and activities in the different case studies.
Thank you, Dadivaji. We have through SC Himalaya project, we have 4 sites, 2 in Eastern Himalaya and 2 in Western Himalaya. I will present here for the 3 case studies from Eastern Himalaya and 1 from Western Himalaya. This case study from Sikkim. We have a project site in Kullukamne, Gram Panchayat unit in Spring district in Sikkim. Basically, here we are taking the landscape level SPRINGSHED management. Landscape, we are focusing on the whole landscape for SPRINGSHED management activity. Where a cluster of streams are targeted for the recharge implementation. Mostly hydrogeological studies and seismographic studies are carried out for identifying the recharge area. Hydrogeological studies conducted by our partner at Epodem, and out of 120 acres in the forest land, around 28 acres was identified as a recharge zone. So what is the problem here? I would say this in a landscape like Kullukamne, water scarcity is proportional to elevation. When you go from lower elevation to higher elevation, water prices, storage capacity, hardship, travel time, fetching time for water, duration of rain season, percentage of seasonal districts will increase. What is decrease? When you go up, there is a number of water sources, per capita consumption will decrease, number of cropping times, livestock population, competitivity of livelihood, perennial things will decrease, soil fertility and productivity will decrease over the years. So, if we equate this problem with the water research problem, then it's proportional to elevation. Water research will increase when the elevation increases. Second, we have targeting hydrotoxic study to understand the origin of 20 springs. Currently, 15 springs under manual monitoring, which is done by everything. And scientific study, what we are trying to do is from discharge to recharge origin. I did really and only university hydrogeology is already being done, and here one learning from that is in the research area which is identified, some part of research area falls in the private land. We could not take up any intervention because there is a reservation from the private farmers, and the private measures could not be taken up because private land was orange farm, and orange also have a negative impact when you make trenches or other recharge measures. It will have a negative impact in the water logs into the roots. So we could not take up, but most of the recharge intervention taken up in the forest land, there is no dispute, and forest department allows all sort of recharge measures like trenches, pond, lakes, etc. Here we have pond tapping from engineering. This year, Government of India has some special package for pond for Amrit Sarovar, where we have also, like RDD also has implemented Amrit Sarovar in the recharge area for recharge intervention. The second studies from Manipur. This site is very unique, and it can be similar to the situation can be similar to Mizoram and Nagaland also. Here the whole Iraq is covered with the habitation, and most of the local research area is called into the habitation area. So this must be common situation for the other Mizoram and Nagaland also. Water scarcity in this area is very low as 16 LPCD for capita consumption 16 LPCD, and for densely human habitat area they have done some relevant practice. In the densely habitat area, the rooftop rainwater harvesting structure was built, and inside the rooftop rainwater harvesting below the structure there is a recharge field also. The excess water from the recharge, this rooftop rainwater goes for the recharge in the groundwater. The hydrogeological study was carried out here in the recharge area of 5. Some vegetative measures are also taken up in the distances from where the TSCD water supply is tapped for the village. This can be replicated even to the other northeastern region where the village is covered with the vegetation and the district is below the vegetation. This site is from the Uttarakhand where participatory activities for improved livelihood was conducted. Mostly here, this is from the north of Bidjar block in the Garhwal district. Here the spring is mostly used for the agricultural purpose. We have a Jal mission connected to every individual household, but in lean season, all the villages depend on the spring. So, isotonic study was also conducted here, and the main target for this system dissemination is to enhance the agriculture-based livelihood. Here the human self-help group and the water user groups was actively participate for the planning process and implementation process. Unlike Sikkim, here here the recharge area is also the private land, but it is because of the participation of the local community, this project is able to implement recharge measures in the private land. So based on some ideas, results shared by the Minister, I should have analyzed. 5 streams and 17 was tested for analysis. And this interesting result I am saying here is some streams have possible recharge to the river water. I think more details I will request the Minister of discussion. Evaporation also affects the recharge water. Some streams have contribution from the same source, maybe from the rainfall or from the other sources. Also, students are also able to identify based on the hydrological study the flow direction of the underground water, the system water. So this is something tremendous findings from the study. There is a convergence from the water development component, for implementation. So in all sides we have different point types for the different government programs. Our focus as the discussion earlier, mostly on sciences, collaborative participatory approach. Community sensitization, building local capacity, financial resources to convert into the different government programs, and the policy briefing. Later on, we will achieve a comprehensive descriptive guidance for the Indian Himalayan region for monitoring and management and development. Result of cost benefit analysis. This is going to be published in the next year. It will be helpful for elaborating and implementation contributing for validation of this all the measures and the effective management. Thank you.
My question is, river are getting recharged from springs. Springs are getting recharged from river. Springs are getting recharged from river. Is it possible?
Sir, I am not getting your
Sir, I have read. Some springs getting recharged from river.
So which sir can be best person to answer this?
I have to see the slide basically, but some of the what they might have interpreted the way. See, some of the isotope data, the signatures were of the spring and the river water was very close. So basically, what the idea was, okay, this the spring water is coming into the stream a lot. So that signature is coming up.
Basically, it is that river gets recharged from spring.
Go here. Right. The springs are on the hillside, right? Hillside, and then you have a river here, at the valley. So your isotope signature is coming up in your stream water, right? So you have a water which is a significant amount of water which is coming from the spring, coming into the stream. It's not the vice versa. It's not that okay, your river is going to recharge or the spring system.
I have a question. My question is to Madam.
Honorable President, giving me case studies and benefits.
The question is,
you mentioned that decision support tool is being adapted for the public good. Similarly, a simple water budgeting tool is being developed. It is the requirement of all the agencies
Therefore, we just want to know what is the stage of their development and their application in the field and validation of the aim and the concept.
This has just been initiated. We are in the preliminary round of discussions with the basically it's a tool for decision makers, and we are in discussion with the decision makers, the policy makers, trying to understand their expectations. What is the information that will benefit them from the DSS? It's right now at very preliminary stages. We'll be developing an interface, for this, the back-end data and the front-end that is being developed. But hopefully by middle of next year, we should have something that we can share.
Today's last presentation will be by Dr. Prasanta Hajarika on a case study on effect of intervention, rejuvenation, in Lathao village of Namsai district, Arunachal Pradesh.
Very good evening to all of you. This is a piece of work actually has been done under the project of National Mission on Himalayan Studies. We got the privilege to be a partner of that particular nodal agency of SPRINGSHED management. Under the purview of Niti Ayog. We have already inventorized the springs of Namsai district in the first phase, and we have identified about 138 springs from the Namsai district, Arunachal Pradesh, and we have categorized the springs. And out of that, we have selected a cluster of 5 springs in Lathao village, which are being selected for rejuvenation work, for modeling a rejuvenation work, which can be replicated to the other area of that particular district. So the rest of the activities will be presented by my student, Priyanku Bhuya, with due permission of the same.
Good evening to one and all. I'm here present part of our study. Initially, we started with spring rejuvenation. I was introduced to the word spring rejuvenation. I have 3 questions initially. What was it? And when we got to know what was it, why do we need to do it? And then when we got to know why, we had a question, how? How will we do it? So first off, we got to know that restoration of natural springs to a healthier state. This was the whole objective of our study. Then why we are getting into it is to find a solution to the ever-growing need of clean and fresh water. Basically, that is water security for our future generations. Next, how are we going to go with it will be through intervention structures. So we started off with this objective. As I have mentioned already, that we were objective to find a model that was based with a strong database, which supported our model for spring rejuvenation, and so that we can replicate this model to other areas. Along with it, in doing so, we also aimed at training the locals as hydrogeologists. We have just completed 2/3 of the project, and until now we have trained over 100, to be precise 107 hydrogeologists until now. They are trained for carrying out the field activities like taking measurements, taking care of the springs, and they will further train to more advanced activities with time. So we followed a methodology. First, we delineated the SPRINGSHED with the help of remote sensing GIS method, and after the delineation of the SPRINGSHED, we applied SPRINGSHED management techniques, and later on, currently we are observing the changes in the characteristics of the spring. So the study area was selected to be a village in Namsai district of eastern Arunachal Pradesh. The topography was found to be mildly undulating, and the springs, a cluster of 5 springs were selected, which were categorized to be depression springs. And we found a lot of threats, especially climate change, which is already affecting almost every other aspect of our life, also is currently affecting our springs. Along with it, a lot of unprevented anthropogenic activities like deforestation, urbanization, and lot others are affecting the health by increasing the surface runoff of the rainwater, along with it topsoil erosion, which is again affecting the health of the springs. Another threat, or maybe you can call it the Jal Jeevan Mission, the highly posted Government of India mission of Jal Jeevan Mission, is kind of a conflict for us, because once functional, it will be extracting a huge chunk of groundwater from the SPRINGSHED we have delineated. So that's obvious that it will be affecting the health of our SPRINGSHED, of the springs. So here's the area here. You can see here the 5 springs we have marked. Here's a better picture of the SPRINGSHED. The yellow dots are these 5 springs. The blue ones are the intervention structures which we have constructed in the area. And the red dots are 3 rain gauges we installed in the area. However, the rain gauges are just installed a few months back, so we are yet to find a proper picture of the rainfall data from these rain. So with the initiation of the project, it was focused on 3 points. Actually, to know the area well, to know the people well. We carried out a socio-economic survey, and then we collected the primary data like the charge of the springs, the charge rate of the springs, then pH, TDS, EC, temperature of all these physical parameters of the springs, and we prepared different maps using remote sensing GIS methods. The results are here's the picture we got from the socio-economic survey. Mostly people belong to Khamti tribe, and a few belong to the Simple tribe. And the economic status was also quite poor. Over 80% of the people live below poverty line. And the educational status is also very poor. Like over 90% of the people have just gone to school. Like only half of them have studied up till 12th. In terms of springs, mostly people are now leaving the spring as a source of water. As we conducted this survey, we got to know how up till decade back, almost 100% of the population was dependent on these springs. However, at present, only 40% of them are dependent on these things. And mostly in fetching water, women and children are responsible. From the primary data, we were really surprised to see how much water was actually being unutilized and was left to runoff. In case of spring one, if you can see, it was releasing almost 0.749 liters per second. That accounts for around 64,000 liters every day. And we take into account all the 5 springs. It accounts for over 2 lakh liters of water that is being just left for runoff. So that is a like humongous wastage of water. We also prepare, like I said, different maps, the geological map, soil map, forest map, and the slope of the area was also not very high, like other Himalayan states. In our area, it was just ranging between 1 to 10 degrees. Other such maps are also there, NULC maps are prepared for us. So we have to choose intervention structures. So we ended up choosing conical cones to be the suitable intervention structures for our area. And we did this considering various factors, especially availability of space was quite an issue for us. People weren't really agreeing with us, they were skeptical with the study we were carrying out, so they were not really allowing us to take any such conical cones. However, we somehow managed to get 12 of them. Also, we took into account the average rainfall of the area. Since the rain gauges we have installed were just completed a few months back, we have to rely on the data available on the website of IMD. Also, the topography of the area is quite low, and we ended up selecting conical cones as the suitable conical intervention structures. It had a diameter of 10 meter, depth of 1.5 meter. Also, we had a problem with the depth. They were asking for even deeper conical cones, so for which we had to fence with bamboo. We were relying on these parameters actually for our study. The physical parameters were mainly discharge rate, electric conductivity, pH, EC, temperature. Discharge rate was calculated with this container stopwatch method, and others, EC, pH, and temperature were measured with the help of handheld meters. Chemical parameters also were analyzed for. 2 batches of samples were collected and were analyzed with this very institute. The results are there in the upcoming slide. Here you can see the methods we use. The rainfall data from the rainbow data here, which are still not very reliable. Here are the results of our study actually. Discharge rate, we were really surprised to see this change. Of course, we can't really claim straight away that it is because of this intervention structure, but this positive change and has really inspired us. So we can see how much this discharge rate has changed. February we have kept as a line before which we constructed this intervention structures, and you can see the changes in the discharge rate. How like some of those data have doubled, almost doubled. Next we have the electrical conductivity. We are here we have to still correlate with the other parameters. And also we have seen some changes in the pH. Initially when we took measurement of the pH, it was not within the permissible limit of WHO. However, right now it is well within the permissible limit. There's the TDS, it is again within the permissible limit. And in case of the chemical parameters, just 2 batches of samples have been analyzed, so we are yet to make any conclusion out of it. But still, we have seen the total hardness and calcium hardness have gone down drastically. I'm not really sure if this is any other fluctuation or is it because of the structure. With this, I would like to conclude actually, and we are still about to complete our study actually. And by the end of our study, we are aiming to come up with a proper model so that we can replicate with other things too. Also, another measure we are yet to implement on is the vegetative aspect. We are yet to plant trees and see if there are any such changes in the discharge and other physical parameters and chemical parameters too. And for the wastage of water, as I have mentioned in the previous slide, to tap the wastage of water, we are planning to make reservoirs for all 5 springs so that we can tap the water, and maybe we can come up with a plan so that we can connect this water with this Jal Jeevan mission, which can be further distributed with the households in the area. Thank you.
Any suggestions from you?
It is really very interesting to see the study who is the funding agency? What is the funding agency for the project?
NMHS. National Mission on Environment.
Is it a PhD research project?
No. This is a project part of the project that has All India coordinated project. We have conducted one part of that particular project.
And we are finding only clinical compound. Is there any training and consultation?
All these actually interventions we have considered, but the most suitable one is because of this slopes, it is very less. Only 1 to 10% slopes are there. So other intervention structures may not be suitable. So as per the expert suggestions from our nodal agency, we have go for this clinical.
That is why we are ending. Within 1 year.
We cannot conclude.
Like I have said, we cannot make such claims already.
This is the activities we have last started. It takes another 2-3 years to give a complete picture of the findings.
Yes.
A quick question for you. It's a wonderful thing because the new generation we would like to see.
We would like to see a new generation to pick up all those studies. That's very nice to see you working hard. Couple of questions, not questions, suggestions. In terms of remote sensing and GIS, so how do you think you will be utilizing those tools for your spring studies? You mentioned that remote sensing and GIS is one of the objectives, right?
We use remote sensing to prepare the different maps, actually geological map, the soil map of the area. We extracted these maps from the already available maps. Actually.
So how do you find the recharge area based on the remote sensing and GIS?
We were actually advised to do so, and I don't really have the proper answer.
Because your soil will be changing, your geology changes, right? So remote sensing might not be able to give you the exact recharge area.
Exactly, you are pinpointing the main vital issue. Isotopic study is the maybe the
Yeah.
right.
I'm not saying that you don't need to do the isotopic study. but at least hydrogeology.
Studying the old maps, we can come to the conclusion of a particular area, maybe the Springsheed area. But you can cannot say that this is the area which is finally the Springsheed area. But tentatively we can, through the application of GIS, we can say that this might be the area where from the spring water goes out, that is discharged.
Maybe
Yeah.
just a suggestion.
Yeah.
Maybe you can use, the student can use the Bharat course. They have the, or the Bhuvan, they have the ligaments and the geological map, GIS layer made. Use that, overlay on that area, and then see. And last thing, a suggestion to the student. When the water flows out of the spring, it's not really a wastage. It's basically going to feed to your base flow, the streams. So it's not a wastage. Yes, you can utilize it better, but water is not going waste. It is rejuvenating the stream down. Thank you.
Registration, very nice registration. My question is, registration, 5 schools are eliminated. Do you have any plan registration for drying up streams? This
is the initial part of our study actually. We started off with these 5 springs, and once we are successful with this model, we'll try to replicate it.
Spring boards have been drying. Do you have any plan to map them?
Once we are completed with one of our studies, probably we will have one.
Okay. Actually, sir, for mapping or SPRINGSHED or what I say, geological map basically. Basically, you have suggested to use the Bhuvan. Bhuvan has 150,000 scale map. But that kind of because it is not very large in size.
I totally agree, but something is there other than nothing.
That is it. But
elements are there.
yeah, but
the main fracture system.
major factors if it is overlay.
If it's overlaid, yes.
Yeah, it may be both just marginally beyond area sometimes because of
My suggestion was just nothing is like at least something overlaid so that you know the geology.
Yeah, geology. Basically, geology we don't have 50,000, more than 50,000. Even 50,000 only it is available for knowledge region.
It can be complemented with CRT imaging.
But it may be a geologist only, then only it can be done. Thank you.
Because I was also interested how they have
Congratulations, a good presentation and good initiative. I will not comment on other elements of the PPT, but very good attempt. My only thing is the conical shape recharge pond is interesting for me, and I will request your team to please continue the monitoring at least and see what changes we see. But you have to have the rainfall data. Otherwise, discharge is of no use.
We have installed green gauges too, but we just received a few months back and we have completed. So
That's okay. But I think you please continue the monitoring and compare it with rainfall. Let's see what happens. Thank you.
this discussion time for.
Let me conclude. Yes.
So there were 7 presentations till now. There were 2 keynote presentations and 5 paper presentations. And all the papers were very nice and well focused. So mostly,
I'd say in these papers, mostly topics which
have been covered, the issues that have been addressed in these papers are basically what are the types of things, then how the geology and controls the spring, how the springs are formed, then inflow of hydrology, then role of water quality and in protection of springs. Climate change, many people have that, but we have not dedicated in detail. So how are we going to see the effect of climate change on the spring? Then there was a presentation which covered about some shed management, different methods of shed management have been discussed. Then we had a presentation which mostly was focused on what to do in future and how do we see further. So that requirement of parahydrolysis that is in demand from everyone, and I think now we should start thinking seriously regarding friction or maybe training the local people can understand the hydrogen and can assist the policy makers in collecting the data. Then there was a paper on contamination that was very good attended to see what is the effect of contamination on soil quality and water quality of the springs in that area. Then in the morning, chairman was worried about the technology intervention. But I have seen in this session lot of advanced technologies are used, and we should encourage at least the use of advanced technology for skin study. They may not have direct but I know isotopes are very direct for spring recharge, zone identification, but still perhaps application. So we should continue to use this technology. One day will come that everybody will demand for that this technology. So then we have integrated approach, discussed about the integrated approaches, and then the last one was on effect of intervention on rejuvenation. All the presentations were nice, and now the house is open for discussion. So you can have some discussions on mind. The house is open.
Being co-chair, I also should speak something. I am also a worker like you. So, only I would like to convey my best wishes. All of the attempts to your deliberations, I really enjoyed. Actually, the June paper, I liked it because this type of work are very less for presentation. And Smith is always innovative, so he is doing showing. And all other works in the field, those are all challenging and very much encouraging. And being a worker, my all best wishes. And I hope that in no time, in Northeast, we will be doing some good work, as also in the Pan India. Thank you very much.
During presentation, people have asked the questions.
Then we close.
Maybe somebody can.
Please call it a day.
Yes. So good evening, everybody. I have hello. I can see that shall be done everywhere. And that is what actually we wanted to see. In fact, we are a bit of successful here. We are bringing out all the things. Tomorrow we have 2 more technical sessions. So we'll have around 12 papers tomorrow. So hopefully all will be attending. If anybody is, of course, not present in their office or any other, I cannot say, but hope that everybody will be attending. Today, now after this session, we will have a cup of tea outside, and then we'll come back to witness some cultural activities by our students and employees. And I hope that you all enjoy that small cultural event. So thank you very much. We'll meet again tomorrow at 10 o'clock. For tomorrow at 10 o'clock for technical session. But cultural program will be after 15 minutes or so. I invite everybody to enjoy that.
A very, very good evening to all of you. This is Meena Singha, your host for this beautiful evening. Ladies and gentlemen, your presence has enhanced the ambience of this magnificent auditorium. It gives me immense pleasure to welcoming all the distinguished guests present here on this marvelous evening that brings together so many special people like you. And we are going to start this evening with a huge round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, I request each one of you present here to give a huge round of applause for yourself. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, as we all know that India is a land rich in culture and diversity. Culture is an important part of our upbringing, and it is because of our culture we are who we are, both as a nation and as individuals. Any culture is best exhibited through its dance performances. Dance tells us a story recreated through serene body movements and hand gestures. So ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, let me start this beautiful evening with one of the classical dance form, the Hattriya Nritya. I now request Ms. Shruti Barna Sharma, one of our MTech students, to enthrall us with her performance. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her with a huge round of applause. Thank you.
এনেকৈ মোৰ হৈছিল জানা এইটো যেনেকৈ এতিয়া মানে যেনেকৈ কেইটা হৈছিল 7টা বাজিব নহয় 8টা নে 8:30 পৰা ষ্টাৰ্ট হৈছে মাত্ৰ সেই ৰাকেশে কামত উঠাইছিল যে পলালো মই তাৰ পৰা মোৰ কাম ৰাতি যে ৰাঙাপাত অৱস্থা নোহোৱাকৈ আহিছোঁ আমি যে কেনেকৈ চকুটোবোৰ ৰঙা পইচা দিলে নাই পইচা নল'লোঁ মই নোখোজোঁতো খুজিছিলোঁ মানে মই নুখুজিলোঁ আৰু কৈছোঁ না কাম চাম নকৰোঁ আৰু হেল্ল' প্ৰগ্ৰেম আৰু নাই নকৰোঁ নাই নকৰোঁ কাম কৰি আছোঁ
Thank you, Ms. Shruti, for your graceful performance. Dance is the joy of movement and the heart of life. So keep dancing. Ladies and gentlemen, the family of Nehuvalam is also endowed with multiple talents. One of such is our very own Miss Agrata and Miss Agrima. They are the students of 10th grade. So please welcome the twin sisters with a huge round of applause. I now request Miss Agrata and Miss Agrima to enthrall the audience with their melodious voice.
Hello, hello. बिखराए उमंगे भी झलकाए मन हर वेती गुनगुनाए हाय 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 हे शुभारंभ हो शुभारंभ मंगल बेला आई सपनों की दहरी पे दिल की बाजी रे शहनाई 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 हे शुभारंभ हो शुभारंभ मंगल बेला आई सपनों की दहरी पे दिल की बाजी रे शहनाई 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 ख्वाबों के बीच कच्ची जमीन पे हमको बोना है आशा की मोती सांसों की माला हमें पिरोना है अपना बोझ मिल के साथ ही हमको धोना है शहनाई 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 रास रचिलो साज सजिलो शुभ घड़ी छे आवी आजा आजा टम टमाटा शमड़ा जलावी ओ लावी ओ लावी रंगी परोड़ आवी खुशियों संग लावी हर खाए अयो हाय हाय रंगी परोड़ आवी खुशियों संग लावी हर खाए अयो हाय 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 हाँ मजा है जिंदगी नशा है जिंदगी धीरे धीरे चढ़ेगी हो दुआ दे जिंदगी बता दे जिंदगी बात अपनी बनेगी हो ख्वाबों के बीच कच्ची जमीन पे हमको बोना है आशा की मोती सांसों की माला हमें पिरोना है अपना बोझ मिल के साथ ही हमको धोना है शहनाई 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 हे रंग लो भरना ए थाई थाई हे शुभारंभ हो शुभारंभ मंगल बेला आई सपनों की दहरी पे दिल की बाजी रे शहनाई शहर रास रचिलो साज सजिलो शुभ घड़ी छे आवी आजा आजा टम टमाटा शमड़ा जलावी ओ लावी ए भारा हो कच्ची दूरियों 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 से मैनू तू बांध ले माझ्या कदम बघताना उदकन हसताना चुकलेल्या जीवनाच्या चालीची जाली जाता तू देखा एक ख्वाब तो ये सिलसिले हुए दूर तक निगाहों में है गुल खिले हुए धड़कनों में तेरे गीत है मिले हुए क्या कहूँ कि शर्म से है लब सिले हुए रखूं छुपा के मैं सबसे वो लैला मांगू जमाने से रब से वो लैला कब से मैं तेरा हूँ कब से तू मेरी लैला तेरी तलब की है तेरी तलब है तू ही तो सबकी है तू ही तो सब है कब से मैं तेरा हूँ कब से तू मेरी लैला ओ मेरी लैला लैला ख्वाब तू है पहला कब से तू मेरा हो कब से तू मेरी लैला ओ मेरी लैला लैला ख्वाब तू है पहला कब से तुम तेरा हो कब से तू मेरी लैला सा सा दा मा पा पर गरी गमरे तीनों के तीन दारी सनी धप कोरी के री गमरे चमक चिट्ट चीज कयामत भी है लोगों से सुना करते थे तुम्हें देख के मैंने माना तू ठीक कहाँ करते थे सवार उम्र का सवार लूं सवार लूं सवार लूं न मान न लाए रे न देखे न भाई न जाए न गाए रे दिशा हर प्यार का मंडा रे तेरी झलक शर्फी श्रीवल्ली नैना बदक बर्फी तेरी झलक शर्फी श्रीवल्ली बात कर जो है that what makes you beautiful you so what I can see you understand why I want you so desperately and I'm looking at you and I can't believe you don't know you don't know beautiful I'm in the fields of dandelions wishing on everyone that you'll be mine you wanna smile at the ground it's hard to tell I know that you'll get me to lift the wall कहे धड़कने तुझसे क्या मितवा मैं इन आँखों में जो रहूं wishing on dandelions all of the time wearing the dandelions all of the time wishing on dandelions all of the time देखा एक ख्वाब तो ये सिलसिले हुए दूर तक निगाह में है गुल खिले हुए thank you
Thank you, Miss Abrata and Agrima, for your amazing singing with that beautiful moves. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the popular folk dance associated with the state of Assam. Any guess, please? Yes, it's Bihu. Bihu dance expresses the joy of spring and the vigor of being young. This dance is accompanied by songs of traditional sentiments. Along with the beating of the dhol, the strains of the pepa, as well as all the other instruments. Bihu is celebrated with pomp and gaiety. So now I request the talented young girls of Nerivalam family, Miss Mayuri Bora, Miss Tina Das, Miss Kumkum Bora, to enthrall the audience with their alluring performance. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a huge round of applause. Thank you. Hello. Thank you so much, girls, for a beautiful dance performance. Ladies and gentlemen, I would take the privilege to say that Nerivalam started its MTech course in Water Resource Management in the year 2019. The course is affiliated to Assam Science and Technology University, approved by AICTE. So, the students of first and second year of MTech course will be presenting before you a fusion dance. I now request Ms. Aradhana Hazarika, Ms. Himadri Borwa, Ms. Papori Das, Ms. Nayana Bora, and Ms. Shruti Barna Sharma to enthrall us with their alluring dance moves. Ladies and gentlemen, please encourage them with a huge round of applause.
Nenu
It was just a wow performance. Thank you, students. I would once again say, dance is the joy of movement and the heart of life. So keep dancing. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not the least, how can I refrain myself from saying that the bard of the mighty Brahmaputra, at the same time, Sangeet Natak Academy Awardee, Dada Saheb Phalke Awardee, Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, and Bharat Ratna, Dr. Bhupen Hazarika, always stands tall against the cultural luminaries of India. We have recently paid tribute on 5th November on his 11th death anniversary. Ladies and gentlemen, here we take the opportunity to once again pay a humble tribute to this all-time great personality. So I request Dr. Vikram Borkotoki, Junior Scientist, AICRP, along with a team, to mesmerize us with the immortal songs of Dr. Bhupen Hazarika. Sir, please.
A very good evening. A very good evening to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the Nerivalam family for inviting me. Hello. First of all, I would like to thank Nerivalam family for giving me the opportunity.
Hello, hello,
hello, hello, hello, hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello, hello,
hello.
Hello.
Video gusto apa lagi mo? Stage monitor na ise, নহলে গান গাব অসুবিধা হ'ব। Please remove the delay.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Delay. Hello. Hello.
Delay to गुस्साई दियो। Hello, hello, है ना? Delay तो बंद करो। Hello, hello. Starting. Hello. Hello. Before starting my program, I would like to introduce my musicians. Devotati Nath on tabla, Pankaj Nath on keyboard, Sanjeev Gogoi on lead guitar, and Ranju Bora on bass guitar. And my wife is there, is Borismita. She will be singing with me. But pardon me, there's a problem. We do not have a monitoring on the stage.
Delay to one
So,
would they can hear some voice.
so I'll try.
Hello, hello. 1, 2, 3, hello, hello. Hello, hello. 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 1, 2, 3, hello. Hello, my testing. Hello, hello.
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 Hello. Hello. Hello. I would like to start my program with a devotional song, Orgi, composed by Srimanta Hankodev, and this song was also rendered by Dr. Bhupin. And Borismita will accompany me.
Hello.
Sanjeev, please come. Sanjeev. Sanjeev. What's the latest setting? Hello, hello. Hello, yeah. Now I'm getting, yeah, it's okay.
Hello? Hello?
It's okay now, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are very sorry for this delay.
Now I'm going to sing a famous number of Dr. Bhupen Hazarika, Ganga Behti. Originally, this song was actually inspired by Paul Robson's Old Man River. When Dr. Bhupen Hazarika was studying in Columbia University, he got influenced to this song and transcreated this song to Assamese. It was not a direct translation. The Assamese version is a transcreation. And later on, this song was also translated to Hindi and Bengali language. So I'm going to sing the Hindi version of this song with few Assamese and Bengali lyrics. ভয়েসটো ঠিকে আছে নে বাৰু? ভয়েসটো মিলি আছে? তবলাটো অকণমান লাগিব, তবলাটো অকণমান বঢ়াই দিব লাগিব। বিস্তীৰ্ণ পাৰৰে অসংখ্য জনৰে হাহাকাৰ শুনি নিঃশব্দে নীৰৱে বুঢ়ালুই তুমি বুঢ়ালুই কোৱা কিয় विस्तार है अपार प्रजा दुर पार करे हाहाकार निशब्द सदा ओ गंगा तुम ओ गंगा बहती हो क्यों Assamese song, if you permit. I think music has no language. Somebody may not understand the lyrics, but tune is universal. It is a famous number, Assamese number of Dr. Bhupen Hazarika, and it was composed by Jayanta Hazarika. Actually, composed means tune was given by Jayanta Hazarika, and lyrics was composed by Dr. Bhupen Hazarika. Maghot dekhu uruka na hoy, tumi na hoy.
Ma
Now, I request Borismita to sing a song for you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Nirmal, for this opportunity. Actually, I am not a very good singer. It is called that when you are with good company, you just drag along with that. And my husband gave you a part of a song, our beloved Bhupen Hazarika. But I think our culture is a mixed culture with a big country and a very variety of people. But we are always been united by two things: Bollywood and cricket. So we are somehow related to Bollywood in a way that it's a part and parcel of our life. So here I am trying to sing a Hindi song for you.
Hello. Bhupendra's Dil Hum Hum Kare is a very famous song. And in fact, all the songs from Rudali created history. So I have to try now. Dil Hum Hum Kare for you.
I now request our respected Dr. Pradeep Thora Director Nerivalam to felicitate Dr. Vikram Gorkotaki and his better half, Srimati Parismita Borua. Thank you, sir. I now request Ms. Nirmali Hazarika to felicitate the hens came along with Dr. Gorkotaki. Please, Ms. Nirmali. Thank you, ma'am.
Dil Hum Hum Kare. Caesar. Dil hum hum kare,
Thank you.
Now, may I request Sanjeev Gogoi to sing a song for us.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, मैं ज़्यादातर गिटार बजाता हूँ ठीक है साथी, तो मैंने चांस ले लिया थोड़ा, मुझे भी कुछ मतलब थोड़ा मैं भी कुछ एक दो गाना आपके साथ अगर भूल होगा तो प्लीज माफ कर दीजिए। मैं स्टार्ट करता हूँ एक असमी गीत, ठीक है? ये मेरा कोशिश है। एक जोइंटर करूँगा,
Thank you. I'm going to sing an Assamese song of Dr. Bhupen Hazarika. I think you will like it because beat is somewhat dancing beat. It's a beat of three tribe Chumur song of Assam. Radha Surar We are going to conclude with two more songs. One, we will sing one song, Assamese song for you. Then I will conclude with one English number. Thank you.
Do
Actually, we want to conclude our performance because already it's too late and dinner time. Dr. Bipul Deka sir will perform now.
Actually, we have requested one of our participants to present the song. So I request Dr. Bipul Deka sir to please come over the stage. Thank you, sir. talented person like you among us in this beautiful evening. Okay, I must say all is well that ends well. So before I wind up today's cultural evening, I would like to extend my gratitude to the audience present here for being so patient. To everyone for spending your valuable time. Thank you. Namaskar.
Dr. Ekar sir, I hope he is present here. Ekar sir with the co-chairman. Sir, it's a continuation of yesterday's technical session 1.
चला ठीक है ना क्या ब्लड ब्लड टाइप से क्या ये क्लियर से सर प्रोजेक्टर का नहीं ब्लूटूथ दिस ये ऑटो ने क्या
Now I hand over the session to our chairman and the respected co-chairman. Sir, please.
itu problem sir itu kita full time sir ada mal kuat মই নেৰি অলপমান আছো মই কাম আছে পইচাটো গ'লো ছাৰ নাছিলে এক্সিডেণ্ট পিছত গ'ল মই লগে নাপালোঁ আধা ঘণ্টামান লগ কৰি গুচি গ'ল
Sessions yesterday, we will again continue with our first session, and we are left with 2 papers for today.
I
invite Dr. Vipul Deka to present his paper on stream morphology and water quality of Bardoi River Basin under Jorhat districts of Assam. Dr. Deka, please.
Duga नहीं है या फिर हम जब ले लें फोन का बात करेंगे लग मिला ना ना मुझे कितने सीट मिला ला अरे ठीक है चलो मिल गया सेम ठीक है तो थोड़ा
Good morning, everybody. Respected Chairman, sir, Co-Chairman, sir, respected Director of Nerialam, invited guests, participants of this workshop, and ladies and gentlemen present here. Here I am presenting a piece of work, stream morphometry, water and soil quality of Bugdo River Basin under Jorhat district of Assam. Basically, I belong to Assam Agricultural University, Jorhat. So Assam Agricultural Jorhat, we have 9 constituent colleges. Those who are offering degrees for agriculture, veterinary, fisheries, community science, and we have 8 research stations throughout the state for doing research on various commodities, and we have 23 Krishi Vigyan Kendras under Assam Agricultural University to promote or to disseminate whatever the technologies we have generated at the research to the farmers. And as far as rice is concerned, I am happy to announce that 60% of the rice which is grown by Assam has been developed by single variety, which has been developed by our scientists. That is called Ranjit. So why I am mentioning that? Because whenever we are discussing this stream morphometry, this stream, revival or stripping set management is very much related to agriculture, because during the Rabi season, actually this we are almost 25% rainfall, whatever the rainfall we receive in Assam, only 25% rainfall we receive during this Rabi season, which starts from October to February. But the whole rainfall we receive during the Kharif seasons, and during which we got flood. So if we can manage the SPRINGSHED efficiently, definitely we can boost the production of our farmers, not only in Assam, but for the entire Northeast region. Because although we say Assam has enough water, or the Northeastern region has enough water, but during the Rabi season, I mean from October to March or February, we have very little rainfall. So unless we can manage those springs, our farmers, they cannot grow those Rabi crops or in boosting our agricultural production. And I am looking at AICFL irrigation water management. In fact, we have in Assam Agricultural University, we have around 50 AICRPs, All India Coordinated Research Projects, and amongst them one is this irrigation water management. And this, our head office is Indian Institute of Water Management. Our project coordinator has also come for this workshop. Mohanty sir has also arrived for this workshop. And we have 26 water management throughout the country under AICP irrigation water management. And last year also there was a discussion that whether we can formulate one project for spring rejuvenation. So one project is under process comprising different states to rejuvenate those streams which are especially in the hilly region. So with this background, I am presenting one piece of work that we did under AICFL irrigation water management, but this work was done by one of my MSc students. And I am happy to announce that this work has received the best MSc thesis award last month from Soil Conservation Society of India, which was given at Gujarat Navashri Agricultural University. So I am just only presenting, just highlighting little words, not just entire words. This is the study area of Bogdo River. Bogdo River is, in fact, it starts from Nagaland and it meets the mighty Brahmaputra River, Brahmaputra. But it has been said that this Bogdo River is one of the most polluted river in Assam because of the different reasons which is getting pesticides from those nearby tea gardens and because of some dumping grounds. So with that, we try to find out whether the water quality we try to find out in the during different, throughout the course of these rivers from upstream to downstream, and also we try to find out the stream morphology. Next. So this is the study area. This is, as I have shown, this is the Jorhat district where we have deleted this Bogdo River basin, and then we have this climatic data. All these things we have presented here, and also we determine the quality index. Next please. And based on the Survey of India Topography and Indian Resourcing data, we have generated various maps, thematic maps, land use maps, then the satellite maps, then topographic maps. Next please. Then also slope maps, and we have divided this entire region, so entire Bogdo River basin into three categories: one upstream, middle stream, and downstream, which comprises of 46, 76, and 21 square kilometers. Next. And coming to water and soil analysis, we have taken, this is the river flowing from Nagaland. In fact, it originates from Nagaland, but the work that we have done, it is within the periphery of Assam, because starting from Nagaland and ending to the Brahmaputra River, that part we have taken. So we have collected, water samples from different parts where these different streams are coming, and we have collected water samples from these streams. And in the meantime, we have collected some groundwater samples also. And this is, side by side, we have collected some soil samples. Actually, we try to find out the quality of water, whether it is affected by the soil which is being deposited in these streams, and we try to find out this soil erosion also. So we have collected around 30 soil samples from the entire Bogdo River basin, starting from Nagaland, mount, and then the end. Next. And we have, yes. Coming to the research and discussion, actually we have detailed, we have done the morphometry, but I am just showing only a few important parameters. So we have done linear aspects, then aerial aspects, then relief aspects, but I am showing just only 2 or 3 parameters Because yesterday also it was discussed that whether these remote sensing images can be used for SPRINGSHED management. I have still doubt whether we can use, because as yesterday it was also discussed that groundwater, when we talk SPRINGSHED, it is associated with groundwater. But as far as watershed or drainage lines are concerned, we can do these things. And these things we have mapped. In fact, this is also we have done through GIS or remote sensing images only. So this is the different streams. Then we have found that there is this Udai river is 4 order stream, and we have delimited this first order, second order, third order, and we have delimited total stream land, then mean stream land, and other parameters also we have determined. Just answer this linear aspect. Next. Then coming to water quality, as we have said that we have taken samples from upstreams and downstreams. So first 5 streams mostly it is comprising of upstreams, and then next last from 6 to 13 they were downstreams, and we have determined the various parameters like pH, EC, dissolved oxygen, chemical oxygen demand, TDS, TSS, then turbidity, calcium, next. Then carbonate, bicarbonate, calcium, magnesium, then residual sodium, carbonate, total hardness, arsenic, and fluoride also. And we are next. We have determined in both pre-monsoon and post-monsoon. Actually, we have collected water samples during pre-monsoon period and also post-monsoon period. And these are different data that we have shown here. Post-monsoon. Next, please. This is again for post-monsoon. Earlier it was pre-monsoon. This is for post-monsoon. Next, please. And then we have seen that normally this pre-monsoon period, whatever the quality parameters that I have mentioned here, during pre-monsoon, these values were higher as compared to post-monsoon, which might be due to some effects like your dilution effect during post-monsoon. Next. Then also, as I have said, we have determined the water quality index. This water quality index, we try to find out based on one principle that has been given by Lord Chaudhary et al. Next, please. And we have calculated sub-index. These are all different, procedure based on which we have calculated sub-index. Find it. Next, please. And in the meantime, we have taken some groundwater samples, as I have said, and all those groundwater samples have also been analyzed for all those parameters that we have did for surface water also. These are some results. Next, please. And we have found that this is the pre-monsoon water quality index, this is the post-monsoon water quality index, and this is the groundwater quality index. And based on this data, we have found that water quality index was higher in case of groundwater, followed by pre-monsoon and then post-monsoon. And when the water quality index is more, it indicates that water quality is poor. Higher the water quality index, poorer is the water quality. And what we have noticed that water quality index was relatively poor in groundwater because of higher values of arsenic and fluoride and some other qualities. Basically, the idea of this entire project was to formulate some rainwater harvesting structure in those areas, because we have in our earlier findings we have found higher amount of arsenic in some sites in that Udai river basin. So with that objective, we did this piece of work. Next. Meanwhile, as I have said, we have collected soil samples from the entire basin, and we try to find out whatever the soil erosion is doing, eroded materials which are being deposited in the river, and we have analyzed those soil samples for various parameters like sand, silt, which have been represented through this GIS-based map. Next, please. Then we have determined hydraulic conductivity, water holding capacity. All these parameters we have determined. Next, please. And this is what through blocks plot we have shown this water holding capacity, porosity, then other hydraulic parameters. Next, please. Also, we try to find out what is the dispersion ratio, erosion ratio, and erosion index. This is basically calculated based on available water holding capacity, then available water content, water holding capacity, and dispersion ratio, sand, silt, clay. These are some standard techniques are here. And normally we have found that relatively at higher elevation, at the upstream, the dispersion ratio, erosion ratio, and erosion index was more as compared to the downstreams. And next. The similar trend was also found in estimation of soil loss and sedimentation yield also. Relatively higher amount of soil loss and sedimentation yield was found in the upper stream or upslope than middle and lower, and which might be due to higher amount of slopes as well as coarser materials which we found in the upper ridge. Next page. Yes, while doing this soil erosion, we also tried to find out what is the amount of nutrient erosion and organic carbon erosion, because every time the soil, when it is eroded, it carries lots of nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium. And this nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium, we estimated, the total NPK was estimated, and finally we have found that because of the loss of this soil, an amount of nutrient erosion, that the areas we have shown that what is the amount of nutrient erosion less than 100 tons per hectare and more than 100 like this. Here it is being shown. Also we have shown the organic carbon erosion. So we have found that as when the soil erosion was more at the higher slope or the upstream or upslope, and soil nutrient erosion was also more and organic carbon erosion was more. Finally, we have next please. Yeah, this is our conclusion. That whatever things we have discussed, based on that we have concluded that the water quality in Bugdoi River Basin is poor as compared to post-monsoon in pre-monsoon. Then if we compare with groundwater, we find that this groundwater quality is poorer as compared to surface water quality, and that is why whatever the Bugdoi River has, that Bugdoi River can be suitably used in irrigation purposes for Jorhat district in the basin area. Then another thing I have shown that this soil erosion was more in the Bugdoi River basin, especially in the upslopes, which has been decreased in the downslope. And another thing we have found that during in the water quality, the upstream and downstream, the water quality was poor in the downstream, and in the upper stream the water quality was relatively, reduced good, which might be due to that in the downstream there was some source of dumping grounds, and the gardens pesticides they were deposited, and some other factors are there which have been caused that this downstream water quality was poor. So, but finally our recommendation was that we can go for constructing some rainwater harvesting sites in those areas which can be suitably used for irrigation or some other potable uses also, because that this water, this whole basin area was having some sort of more arsenic contaminated groundwater. So with that I conclude. Next. Thank you very much.
Any question?
Dr. Eka?
Yes.
I am giving a question.
Yes, sir.
First I want to know some primary information from you that in Bugdoi River catchment, whatever the cultivation is going on, is it based upon river linked water or from groundwater during Rabi?
Water quality, sir?
Water for irrigation
Right.
during Rabi.
Yeah.
Whether you utilize surface water from river linked or from groundwater wells?
No, actually, sir, and I have said that actually this river water we can sufficiently use for irrigation water, because groundwater we have tested and we have found that there are some arsenic content was relatively higher in those some areas. So we have advocated that if we can construct some sort of rainwater harvesting site from this Bugdoi River, that can be meaningfully used for irrigation water.
One suggestion I am having for you,
Yes.
because I am having some working experience in arsenic infested areas of West Bengal, especially. So you have seen that that artificial recharge, great deal of artificial recharge in the arsenic infested area, that lessens its concentration. So you can go for at least in the recharge areas some more rainwater recharge from rainfall, so that the arsenic concentration in the groundwater also will be lessened. This is one of the observations we have made in West Bengal. And also I have seen some that fluoride, of course it is not beyond permissible limit, but it is at higher value. So in the same manner, the concentration of chloride also will be less. And generally, for irrigation, you utilize the river water.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. This is very important, sir. And in fact, because that this groundwater recharge may take involvement of some cost or some other things, so that is why we have harvested rainwater harvested. But this is very important factor. We will take care of it. Thank you, sir.
Indeed, a very insightful presentation. Perhaps I missed the first part of the presentation. Two questions are coming to my mind. The first question is that in case of surface water, you have taken pre-monsoon and post-monsoon samples and analyzed. What is the status of groundwater? Pre-monsoon and post-monsoon. Is there any comparison of groundwater quality? Groundwater quality.
Yes, sir. We have shown that. Yes, we have shown pre-monsoon, post-monsoon, and selected groundwater also. And we have seen that groundwater quality is poor because we have found some sort of arsenic in higher amount as beyond permissible limit. So we have our recommendation is that as compared to groundwater, pre-monsoon water is better, but as compared to pre-monsoon water, post-monsoon water was better, and this is one of the advantage because whatever the irrigation we have to do with the monsoon irrigation water.
What I am saying is, Dr. Amarajyotikar just now mentioned that if you go for artificial recharge,
right,
it will be helpful to improve the quality of groundwater.
Right.
So my question is, when you have compared pre-monsoon and post-monsoon groundwater samples, have you found any significant difference?
Yeah, groundwater, sir. Actually, yeah, you are very actually, sir. The thing is that this work was done during the period 2020 to 21, and that time there was because of COVID, groundwater we could not take in different seasons. So that part was lacking. Yeah, I fully agree. Like that, even in stream water also, we wanted to take the water during monsoon also, but because during 2021 we could not move, so we have to, because as I have said, this is a part of our MSc research, so which was done by one of our students. So he could not take this pre-monsoon groundwater or post-monsoon groundwater. We took the groundwater only during the October month. This is the part of lacking, but we will try to manage it because now this situation has been normalized. Thank you.
Dr. Beka, I am giving another suggestion for you.
Yes, sir.
This is also for the audience. Actually, in the entire pan-India study, we have found that three things, so many things. One is selenium, uranium. This is in the states of Punjab especially, as also in part of Rajasthan, part of Gujarat, and in Haryana. And a high level of arsenic infestation in West Bengal, UP, Bihar, as also in your state. This has been found. And these are actually accentuated because of heavy withdrawal of groundwater. So as you are advocating also to utilize the surface water, that will be the best proposition if you rivers are perennial in nature and you get sustainable flow both in the post-monsoon and pre-monsoon both times. So it will be rather advisable to utilize surface water, not groundwater. As low you can and you advocate, that will be better for that infestation because people utilize groundwater for drinking.
Exactly.
So that will be highly minimized.
Right. Yes, thank you.
We should move to the next one.
Good morning, everybody. So, regarding groundwater, you are talking for recharge also. My humble submission will be, before recharging, you should go for checking the water level. As per Central Groundwater Board record, that area water level is within 5 to 7 meters. So, whenever in any area, if you think to improve the quality of groundwater through artificial recharge process, first you go for study whether it will accept or not, whether you can go for recharging or not.
Yes,
and
right.
my another request will be in which locations you are getting arsenic high. Please share with us because we are implementing PMKSY HKKP groundwater scheme for the whole northeastern region. So we must be cautious while deploying or proposing our request to the State Department.
Definitely. Yes, sir. And in this regard, I want to mention here that in under Assam Agriculture University under ASAP Irrigation Water Management, we are testing the groundwater for for different districts also. For Golaghat district, then Dibrugarh district we are doing, and where somewhere we have found in some other district also higher level of arsenic concentration because we have been tied up with Department of Irrigation. They send all the samples. Whatever this groundwater samples, we have to test it and we have to give the report. Because although I have not shown here, but for some districts we are doing, even area level also doing for some districts. Thank you.
It is my request to share your data with us, whoever is working with us, and already in the form of groundwater yearbook, every year we are publishing. There also you can find in different areas of the northeastern region the quality aspects also. So that will be helpful for the other state department, and if you can share, that will be helpful for us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dekar.
May I know the depth of arsenic affected areas at which depth arsenic affecting in the area? Depth of arsenic affected areas.
Which is, sir?
Depth.
Yes, sir. Yeah, depth is 3 to 5 meters.
3 to 5 meters.
3 to 5 meters. Because our groundwater is almost we find.
Have you identified any pockets or any points?
Points, sir. Because we have taken some this well.
How many percentage of samples have you got tested for arsenic?
Yes, sir. We have taken actually that. Like here I have shown only few samples, but we have some previous work. We have some previous work. We have done arsenic samples. Even we are doing for this Golaghat district, one compared district, we are taking almost 250 samples we have taken. But I have not shown here.
Percentage of sample with arsenic?
Yeah, I mean 30% maybe. 20 to 30%.
So can you identify the pockets of area?
Yes.
Can you show the map of which area? Can you show the map?
No, sir. Actually, sir, here I have shown only few samples of the one Pugdu river basin. But what I am talking that only 2 to 3 samples where we have found arsenic. But I am talking about that we have taken for another district where we have tested around 250 to 300 samples, and we have found around 20 to 30%. That is for irrigation. I mean, not for drinking water. That is for irrigation water. So we have found that more than this.
Can you say the word information?
Yes, sir.
Next speaker, Dr. Lisa Kiba.
Good morning, respected Chairman, Co-Chairman, and Director, and all the delegates. I am Dr. Lisa Jihiwa, and I'm from Nagaland University, Department of Agricultural Engineering. And today I'm here to present on the topic Understanding Springs and its Management. And before I start my presentation, I would like to say that this is not my field of expertise, but since I am from Nagaland and since most of the villages are dependent on springs, I would like to know more. And my main aim of attending this symposium is to get the idea of what people are doing, what have been done, and what can be done in future. Okay, so since yesterday we have been talking about springs and then SPRINGSHED, so I will not be explaining to you about this one anymore. So, for the hilly region, spring becomes the most common expression of surface water. And then, these springs, it results from aquifer. So if aquifer, it gets disturbed or it gets fractured, then it hampers the discharge of spring. And then now why springs are drying? So this figure that we see here, this is extracted from a study taken from Dhakal et al. In 2020. This was a study carried out in Sikkim, and here they have found that the main cause of drying of spring is due to road and infrastructure. So we can say that the springs are drying due to socioeconomic and demographic changes, and then climate change, as well as change in land use and land cover. Now coming to Nagaland, so Nagaland, unlike the other Indian Himalayan region, it is not dependent on snow. So the main resources of water in Nagaland is surface water, groundwater, and then we have rainwater. So for surface water, there are 5 main rivers, that is Doyan, Dhansiri, Jiku, Chinwi, and then Tizu River Basin, and then we have groundwater and rainwater. So this figure that we see, the interpolation map, this was prepared by Saltwater Conservation Department for the year 2019. So this shows the annual rainfall of Nagaland. And then from this figure we can see that districts like Dimapur and Kifri, they receive the least amount of rainfall, whereas places like Wokha, Kohima, Siminyu, they receive the highest amount of rainfall. Now, the peak rainfall season, it starts from the month of June to September, whereas period from November to February, they receive the least amount of rainfall. Now this shows the elevation map of Nagaland. So from this elevation map, we can see that the elevation map of Nagaland, it varies from about 100 meter to 3,500 meter. That means Nagaland has a very undulating topography. Now challenges in water management practices in Nagaland.
Hello?
So because of its hilly terrain, it becomes difficult for conservation of or saving of water in Nagaland, both over the ground and underground, as most of the rainwater flows as surface runoff. Now, due to anthropogenic activities as well as climate change, the springs are drying, and then so there is a need of adopting some scientific measures to conserve the water. Now, this figure taken from Shrestha et al., they have shown that 44.7% of villages in Nagaland, they are dependent on spring. And this is the reason why rejuvenation and protection of springs in Nagaland is important. Now, approach for SPRINGSHED management. So, these are the steps that have been recommended by NITI Aayog, and there the steps are mapping of springs, implementing revival of springs, capacity building, and policy. Now, since yesterday, so many delegates, they have been talking about the SPRINGSHED management taken up in Nagaland. So this is just one of those. So this is SPRINGSHED management taken up by Land Resource Department along with NEDA and MG and REGA, and there they have rejuvenated water for 100 villages. And so here they have rejuvenated the springs by digging trenches. Now they have also done water quality of spring in Nagaland, and they have found that most of the springs in Nagaland, they have high content of iron, and 4 out of 12 springs were found to have bacteriological contamination. Now spring protection measures. So in order to protect the spring, first we have to remove the source of contamination. That means we have to make sure that the area above the spring discharge point, it is free from contamination. Like it should be free from any septic tank or animal litters or anything that can contaminate the water source. Then we should, once we are sure that the spring water is free from contamination, we should go for water quality testing and disinfection, and then we should develop SPRINGSHED protection structures like spring box or check dams, trenches, etc. And then finally, the community participation. So we should educate them on how to protect the springshed. Now for springshed protection, we can protect the area around the spring by constructing some fences to make sure that animal does not go and contaminate the water, as well as human beings also. And then we can construct spring box to capture the water. So this spring box will not only help to capture the water, but it will also help to filter the water as well. Then we should also make sure that these spring boxes and pipes, they are regularly cleaned. Now, from local communities, what are the measures that they can take to protect the springs or the groundwater? The first is disposal of garbages and chemicals to the official dumping site, and we have to train the community about waste management. Then we should avoid synthetic fertilizer and go for organic fertilizer, as well as we should limit the use of fertilizer and pesticide. Then we should use sealed septic tanks and empty them regularly, and then we should educate the children, the community about how to protect the water source. Now, social economic benefit of spring protection. So it will lead to water availability throughout the season. It will lead to improved health, improved household income, reduce time and burden, environmental protection, and then women empowerment. Finally, the future scope. So we can develop a database for springs in Nagaland, develop a spring atlas, and then we can also come up with some conservative measures. Finally, the conclusion. So since we know the springs are the primary source of water source in the hilly region, its management practices is necessary. And since Nagaland, it is very dependent on rainwater, so we should find a solution to harness the rainwater, and we should be able to store it in natural or artificial reservoir or underground in natural aquifer. And then we should try to incorporate spring revival in schools and college curriculum, and then community participation as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Any questions?
Actually, since yesterday we have been through dueling speeches, presentations on springs, and actually what Lisa actually portrayed it was of course referred to a paper that was a grand study. So many causes of even extinction or drying up of springs that has been cited there. From one of my observations I want to make, because we are all talking of spring development, etc., etc., but we should also be scared of that spring sometimes may totally extinct and it may change its place of origin to other, that is through earthquake. I have personally worked with two major earthquakes, one in Sikkim in 2011 and colossal earthquake in Andaman and Nicobar Islands in 2004. I have seen how the springs, so many water-related structures were extinct and new things origin. So these things also we should keep in our mind that these are also tremor affected regions, so this may happen. Anyway, this is only an idea and only an information only, nothing else. But we should go ahead with our motto and our mission. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With this, we come to the end of this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sujit Kumarji, Ji, for presiding this session. And we really had a very lively and interactive session. We also have some recommendations from this interaction, and we will be writing down that in our proceedings. We promise for that. We appreciate all the paper presenters, paper contributors, and other contributors who had contributed in organizing this training program, in this seminar program in one way or another. we also appreciate our presenters as well as the participants. We express our appreciation in the form of certificate. Please kindly collect the certificate from our counter, which is at the registration site. Please contact our registration team, Sri Subhajit Das. He will be at the counter of the registration. Kindly collect the certificate. It's a token of appreciation to everyone. We end the first session and we are coming to the technical session number 2, that is hydrology and geological aspects of spring and impacts of climate change in SPRINGSHED. Here we have as a chairperson Dr. Mrs. Kumar Yadav. Yadav is always missing when we write it, but we have chairperson as Dr. Mrs. Kumar, professor and head Department of Hydrology, IIT Roorkee. We have Dr. S.B. Vijay Kumar, Scientist G, Head National Institute of Hydrology, NERC, Guwahati, as a co-chairperson. Sir, please, I request you to come on the dais. Yeah, the reporter for this second session is Dr. Thanayenbi Odam, Assistant Professor, Water Resource Department, Neriwal. The symposium is organized by Neriwal in collaboration with National Institute of Hydrology and Central Groundwater Board. We would like to appreciate the efforts given by our head, NRC region, NIS Guwahati. Sir, I would like to request our Professor S.C. Jamnasa to felicitate Dr. S.B. Vijay Kumar, Scientist C, Head NIS, Guwahati. Rina will be assisting, sir. Thank you, Rina. Thank you, sir. So now I hand over the session to our chairperson and the co-chairperson.
Good morning, all. Good morning.
Good morning.
How is the Joes?
Hi, sir.
Hi. Very good.
So, in this session, we have 4 presentations. Each are having 10 minutes. And the first presenter is Dr. S.S. Rawat from NIH Roorkee.
Thank you very much, sir. Respected Chairman, Co-Chairman, and Dr. Surya Kumar, Director, NIH. Well, in these presentations, basically there are a lot of presentations have been already presented on this display. So I would like to change the trend. I will give a brief presentation. After that, I will show a movie that we have developed in one of our projects, that is National Hydrology Project. And this project is based upon the recommendation of Niti Aayog. The report was released in 2018. But before that, we have started this project, and I worked in that Niti Aayog working group with Dr. Sumit Sen sir. So this is my presentation, but I will not cover I will cover only 1 or 2 slides because most of the things have been repeated. But one thing is very important at here. 2 or 3 months back, we got a parliamentary question from Rajya Sabha. I think it was from Mr.
Presentation, I think it is different presentation. This is English presentation for Dehradun.
Oh, sorry.
वीडियो प्ले कर दीजिए सर। वीडियो भी कॉपी करते हैं।
So my request is that last month we got a parliamentary question from Rajya Sabha that and the question are how many springs mapped in northeast area and how many SPRINGSHED development program has been implemented in northeast area. So I called a lot of people from northeast, but I did not get any data. So based upon the published literature, I have answered the question. So my request is documentation is very, very important. We have lot of data, we have doing lot of programming, especially in northeast area. But if you see that after 70 years, this spring, which is very important, which is called lifeline of Himalayan people, that could not become the part of our policy. The reason is only, if you will read NITI Aayog report, the reason is single that lack of basic database, due to which this critical water resources could not become the part of our policy. So the same mistake we are repeating. So we have to share our database, we have to keep our database in open domain. And second is, impact assessment is very, very important. Without impact assessment, we cannot say that our project is going in right directions. Yesterday, some people have talked about the impact assessment, but discharge is the best parameter which shows the impact of your SPRINGSHED development program, because the system is very, very complex. It is neither surface water, nor it is groundwater. So this system is complex. So all the parameters which affect, all the process which affect the spring, that will reflected in the discharge. So discharge is very important, especially there is a depletion time. Depletion time means that after once the spring discharge, that how many months, how much time it can last. That is very, very important, because this depletion time should be greater than most dry spell of that particular region. If it is less than most dry spell of that particular region, then we can say that springs will not sustain the local water supply. So this dry spell is different for different region. If you look in Ladakh, the average rainfall is only 100 mm. If you look in Cherrapunji, the average rainfall is 4000 mm. So same thing is, dry spell is different for different region. So if a springs that sustain in Nagaland, but that could not be sustained in Uttarakhand or JNK, because in Western Himalaya the dry spell is 180 days, but in Northeast it is 80 days. So we have assessed this Dhara Vikas program. I forget that presentation. So now we will start that movie that we have developed under a World Bank project, and it is the crisp of our project, where we have to start from a zero to and cover all the component of SPRINGSHED development and management. Please.
सब सुनते ही आंखों के सामने पहाड़ों से निकलते पानी का चित्र आ जाता है, जो कहीं गाय तो कहीं सेल के मुंह की आकृति और कहीं प्लास्टिक या फिर लोहे के पाइप और कभी पत्ती के सहारे जमीन पर निरंतर गिरता रहता है। मानो ये बता रहा हो कि पहाड़ जैसी कठिनाइयों से परेशान ना होना, बस मेरे जैसे बहते रहना। इन्हीं स्प्रिंग्स का पानी मिलकर छोटे गाढ़ गधरे बनाते हैं और फिर बड़ी नदियाँ। इनका पानी इतना साफ और शीतल है कि मानो कवि गोपाल सिंह नेपाली ने अपनी कविता यह लघु सरिता का बहता जल कितना शीतल कितना निर्मल की रचना इन्हीं को देकर की हो। पर्वतीय अंचल के लोग अपनी सभी आवश्यकताओं के लिए इन्हीं स्प्रिंग्स पर पूर्ण रूप से निर्भर है। घाटी में बहने वाली नदी के जल को चोटियों पर बसे गांवों तक पहुंचाना आर्थिक रूप से संभव नहीं है, इसलिए गांवों के पास निकलने वाले स्प्रिंग्स ही गांवों की जलापूर्ति के मुख्य स्रोत हैं। या यूँ कहें कि पर्वतीय क्षेत्रों में गांव इन स्प्रिंग्स के पास ही बसाए गए हैं। पुराने समय में सामाजिक व्यवस्था कुछ इस प्रकार थी जिसमें स्थानीय लोग इनके संरक्षण के लिए इन्हें भगवान का घर मानते थे और इनके पास एक मंदिर या किसी देवता की प्रतिमा लगा दी जाती थी ताकि कोई भी इन स्थानों पर किसी भी प्रकार का अतिक्रमण या गंदगी करने से डरे। घरों में पाइप सप्लाई आने के बाद स्थानीय लोगों की इन जल स्रोतों के प्रति उदासीनता से इनके संरक्षण की लोक परंपरा खत्म होती चली गई और ये सूखते चले गए। हालांकि हम ये भूल गए कि पाइप और नदियों में आने वाला पानी का स्रोत भी तो ये स्प्रिंग्स हैं। धीरे धीरे पानी की किल्लत शुरू हुई तो लोगों को दोबारा किया गया। नीति आयोग की एक ताजा रिपोर्ट के अनुसार भारतीय हिमालय क्षेत्र की लगभग 5 करोड़ और संपूर्ण देश की 20 करोड़ जनसंख्या की जल सुरक्षा इन स्प्रिंग्स के बिना संभव नहीं। नीति आयोग की रिपोर्ट में चौंकाने वाले ये तथ्य भी सामने आते हैं कि स्प्रिंग्स की संख्या पर उपलब्ध तमाम आंकड़े इनकी संभावित संख्या से काफी कम है। रिपोर्ट के अनुसार उत्तराखंड और हिमाचल प्रदेश राज्यों के क्रमशः केवल 3% और 12% गांवों में ही स्प्रिंग्स हैं, जबकि इसके विपरीत वास्तव में इन राज्यों के प्रत्येक गांव में कम से कम एक स्प्रिंग्स तो मिल ही जाता है। इसलिए नीति आयोग द्वारा भारतीय हिमालय क्षेत्र के सभी स्प्रिंग्स की दर आधारित इन्वेंट्री पर जोर दिया ताकि स्प्रिंग्स पर एक आधारभूत डेटाबेस उपलब्ध कराकर इनके पुनर्जीवीकरण के लिए एक ठोस पहल की जा सके। इसको ध्यान में रखते हुए राष्ट्रीय जल विज्ञान संस्थान रुड़की, जो कि जल शक्ति मंत्रालय भारत सरकार के अधीन एक शोध एवं विकास समिति है, के वैज्ञानिकों द्वारा स्प्रिंग के विभिन्न पहलुओं को वैज्ञानिक के दृष्टिकोण से राष्ट्रीय जल विज्ञान परियोजना के अंतर्गत समझने का निर्णय लिया गया है।
राष्ट्रीय जल विज्ञान परियोजना जल शक्ति मंत्रालय के अधीन वर्ल्ड बैंक एडेड एक परियोजना है, जिसके अंतर्गत स्टेट, सेंट्रल, रिवर बेसिन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन और यूनियन टेरिटरी मिलाकर के 48 एजेंसी शामिल हैं। इनमें से एक राष्ट्रीय जल विज्ञान संस्थान है। राष्ट्रीय जल विज्ञान परियोजना में एक महत्वपूर्ण अध्ययन, जिसको कि हम स्प्रिंग के बारे में उसके इश्यूज, उसके नंबर इत्यादि पर शोध कार्य हमारे संस्थान में चल रहा है। इसी क्रम में एक इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम भी डेवलप किया जा रहा है।
राष्ट्रीय जल विज्ञान संस्थान के वैज्ञानिकों ने स्प्रिंग से संबंधित उपलब्ध रिपोर्टों का अध्ययन करने पर पाया कि हिमाचल प्रदेश राज्य में परंपरागत जल स्रोतों की स्थिति अत्यंत चिंताजनक है। हिमाचल प्रदेश विज्ञान प्रौद्योगिकी और पर्यावरण परिषद ने हिमाचल प्रदेश के 7 जिलों की 169 पंचायतों में सर्वेक्षण में पाया कि केवल 30% परंपरागत जल स्रोत अच्छी स्थिति में थे और पूरे वर्ष ठीक से पोषित हो पा रहे थे, जबकि 70% स्रोतों की स्थिति अत्यंत चिंताजनक थी, जिनका निकट भविष्य में सूखना संभावित था।
हम अपनी लाइफ लाइन जो यहाँ तकरीबन 2,500 के पॉपुलेशन है, तो सारी जो पीने का पानी पीने के लिए हमारे पास हैंडपम्प भी लगे हैं, वाटर सप्लाई का पानी भी आता है, लेकिन पीने के लिए जो इसी पानी को और यही चश्मा है जो पूरे गाँव की प्यास है।
समस्या तब और भी गंभीर हो जाती है जब चंबा जैसे आकांक्षी जिले, जो कि देश की एक महत्वपूर्ण नदी रावी के जल ग्रहण क्षेत्र का मुख्य भाग है, के लगभग सभी स्प्रिंग्स नाजुक हालत में हों और जिनका निकट भविष्य में सूखने का खतरा हो। इसलिए अध्ययन के लिए रावी नदी के हिमाचल प्रदेश में पड़ने वाले लगभग 5,400 वर्ग किलोमीटर जल ग्रहण क्षेत्र को पायलट प्रोजेक्ट के रूप में चुना गया। चंबा जिला अपने प्राकृतिक सौंदर्य के लिए प्रसिद्ध है। खजियार, डलहौजी, चंबा चुगान, मणिमहेश लेक, सचपास और 84 टेम्पल ऐसे स्थान हैं जो पर्यटकों को बरबसी अपनी ओर खींच लेते हैं। इसकी सबसे बड़ी विशेषता है कि यह राज्य का एकमात्र जिला है जहाँ पर राज्य में पाए जाने वाले चारों कृषि जलवायु क्षेत्र यानी कि शिवालिक, मध्य पहाड़ी क्षेत्र, उच्च पहाड़ी क्षेत्र एवं ठंडा शुष्क क्षेत्र पाए जाते हैं। इसके साथ ही यह राज्य का सबसे जनजातीय जनसंख्या वाला जिला है।
हमारा जो अध्ययन क्षेत्र था वो रावी नदी का जलग्रहण क्षेत्र हिमाचल प्रदेश का था और ये जो जलग्रहण क्षेत्र है ये काफी विषम, जलवायु काफी विषम है तथा जो भौगोलिक परिस्थिति है वो काफी कठिन है। इसलिए ऐसे क्षेत्र में स्प्रिंग जैसे छोटे जल स्रोतों को ढूंढना एक निहायत ही कठिन कार्य था। इसके लिए जरूरत थी एक ठोस नीति की तथा एक मजबूत टीम की। इसके लिए सबसे पहले हमने जो सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया की टोपोशीट थी उनमें जो मेजर स्प्रिंग्स थे उनको डिजिटाइज किया तथा कुछ अन्य स्रोतों से भी जो उपलब्ध स्प्रिंग पे जो उपलब्ध आंकड़े थे उनको संकलित किया तथा साथ में गांव के डिजिटाइज मैप तैयार किए ताकि इससे हमें यह पता चल सके कि किस क्षेत्र में स्प्रिंग्स का डेंसिटी ज्यादा है ताकि हम अपने जो फील्ड वर्कर हैं उनको नियुक्त कर सकें। इस प्रकार पूरे अध्ययन क्षेत्र को 4 भागों में बांटा गया। हर एक भाग के लिए एक फील्ड स्प्रिंग नियुक्त किया गया। फील्ड स्टाफ को विकसित विलेज मैप एवं स्प्रिंग डेंसिटी मैप को समझने और स्प्रिंग के स्थान पर जियो टैगिंग तथा जल गुणवत्ता मापने हेतु संस्थान पर और फील्ड पर प्रशिक्षण किया गया। सभी मैप्स को डिजिटल फॉर्म में फील्ड स्टाफ के मोबाइल पर अपलोड कर दिया गया ताकि वे बिना भटके किसी भी गांव में किसी भी स्प्रिंग पर आसानी से पहुंच सके। और अब चलते हैं हम अपनी राह पर स्प्रिंग के आंकड़े जुटाने। हमारी यह कोशिश रही कि हर स्प्रिंग्स का सर्वे किया जाए, चाहे वो गांव के पास हो या गांव से दूर। हालांकि हमारा सर्वे केवल लगभग 10,000 फीट तक सीमित रहा क्योंकि इसके ऊपर सामान्य अवस्था में जाना संभव नहीं था और इसके ऊपर भी सामान्यतः कोई आबादी नहीं रहती है।
सर्वे के दौरान फील्ड स्टाफ द्वारा भरे फॉर्म में लिखावट के कारण काफी त्रुटियां देखने को मिली और इन फॉर्म्स को डिजिटल फॉर्म में रूपांतरित करने में भी अच्छी खासी मेहनत लग रही थी। इसलिए इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी के आंकड़े संग्रह एवं विश्लेषण के कुछ उन्नत टूल जैसे कोबो टूल बॉक्स का उपयोग करके एक मोबाइल ऐप विकसित किया गया। इस ऐप में ज्यादातर सर्वे प्रश्न के उत्तर विकल्प के रूप में ड्रॉप डाउन मेनू में दिए गए जिससे मानवीय त्रुटि को खत्म किया जा सके। इसके साथ साथ यह मोबाइल ऐप मोबाइल फोन के जीपीएस और कैमरे का उपयोग कर स्प्रिंग को जियो टैग करने में भी सक्षम था। इसके साथ साथ सर्वे फॉर्म को डिजिटाइज करने जैसे बोझिल कार्य से भी बचा जा सका। इस परियोजना के अंतर्गत हिमाचल प्रदेश में पड़ने वाले रावी जलग्रहण क्षेत्र के 981 स्प्रिंग्स के 30 से भी अधिक मापदंडों पर सूचना एकत्रित की गई। 981 स्प्रिंग्स में से 852 स्प्रिंग्स बारहमासी पाए गए जबकि 129 स्प्रिंग्स मौसमी पाए गए। सर्वे के दौरान यह देखा गया कि रावी नदी के जलग्रहण क्षेत्र के 1000 से 2000 मीटर के भूभाग में सबसे ज्यादा स्प्रिंग्स पाए गए, जिससे स्पष्ट है कि इस विशेष ऊंचाई पर स्थानीय भौगोलिक और भूगर्भीय परिस्थितियां स्प्रिंग्स उत्पत्ति के लिए अनुकूल हैं। लगभग सभी स्प्रिंग्स उनके जल प्रवाह के आधार पर मेंजर वर्गीकरण की 6ठी तथा 7वीं श्रेणी में आते हैं। केवल 3% स्प्रिंग्स ऐसे हैं जिनका उच्च जल प्रवाह है और 5वीं श्रेणी में आते हैं। 760 स्प्रिंग्स ऐसे पाए गए जिन पर एक गांव निर्भर है, जबकि 207 स्प्रिंग्स ऐसे जिन पर एक से अधिक गांव निर्भर है। अगर निर्भरता स्तर की बात करें तो 308 स्प्रिंग्स ऐसे हैं जो उस गांव की जीवन रेखा है, जबकि 650 स्प्रिंग्स ऐसे हैं जहां पर गांव वालों के पास इसके अलावा पानी के कुछ और भी विकल्प उपलब्ध हैं। अधिकतर स्प्रिंग्स पर 200 से 300 लोग प्रति स्प्रिंग्स निर्भर पाए गए। 85% स्प्रिंग्स या तो सरकारी या ग्राम पंचायत के स्वामित्व की जमीन पर पाए गए। हालांकि इनके ऊपर के जलग्रहण क्षेत्र में अधिकांशतः या तो कृषि भूमि है या जंगल है। इसके साथ ही स्प्रिंग्स के जल के भौतिक मापदंड जैसे स्वाद, गंध, रंग, पीएच, ईसी, टीडीएस, एल्कलिनिटी, का ऑन साइट पर तथा जल में पाए जाने वाले मुख्य धनायनों तथा ऋणायनों का परीक्षण करने हेतु राष्ट्रीय जल विज्ञान संस्थान के जम्मू क्षेत्रीय कार्यालय पर एक बुनियादी जल गुणवत्ता प्रयोगशाला विकसित की गई।
सर्वे के दौरान एकत्रित किए गए आंकड़े स्प्रिंग के पुनर्जीवीकरण संबंधी योजना बनाने में अहम है और इससे न केवल जो स्प्रिंग है उनकी महत्ता के बारे में जानकारी मिलती है, बल्कि जो महत्वपूर्ण स्प्रिंग है और जो नाजुक हालात हैं उनका भी जीर्णीकरण हो जाता है। परंतु हम यहीं पर नहीं रुके, हमने जो ऐसे स्प्रिंग्स हैं जिनको तुरंत उपचार की आवश्यकता है, जो संवेदनशील है, हमने उनके बारे में भी आंकड़े जुटाए।
संवेदनशील स्प्रिंग्स की पहचान के लिए मानक तय करना और उन मानकों के वेटेज तय करना एक मुश्किल एवं व्यक्तिपरक कार्य है। हम कहीं पूर्वाग्रही और पक्षपाती न हो जाएं, इसके लिए हमने स्प्रिंग्स पर काम करने वाले लोगों को स्प्रिंग्स को प्रभावित करने वाले कारकों पर उनकी राय गूगल फॉर्म से मांगी। राय के आधार पर स्प्रिंग्स को संवेदनशील बनाने वाले कारक जैसे स्प्रिंग्स जल प्रवाह परिमाण, वर्ष भर स्प्रिंग जल की उपलब्धता, स्प्रिंग्स पर कुल आश्रित जनसंख्या, निर्भरता का स्तर, पानी के वैकल्पिक स्रोत की उपलब्धता, स्प्रिंग्स जल प्रवाह की परिवर्तनशीलता, स्प्रिंग्स के पानी की हाइड्रोजन क्षमता अर्थात पीएच और पूर्णतः खुले हुए ठोस पदार्थ अर्थात टीडीएस के वेटेज तय किए गए और प्रत्येक स्प्रिंग का कुल संवेदनशीलता सूचकांक की गणना की गई। कुल संवेदनशीलता सूचकांक के आधार पर सभी स्प्रिंग्स को 3 वर्गों उच्च संवेदनशील, मध्यम संवेदनशील और निम्न संवेदनशील में बांटा गया। इसमें यह चौंकाने वाला तथ्य सामने आया कि पूरे रावी जल ग्रहण क्षेत्र के किसी भी स्प्रिंग की संवेदनशीलता निम्न नहीं पाई गई। 981 कुल सर्वे स्प्रिंग्स में 231 स्प्रिंग्स अत्यधिक संवेदनशील पाए गए जिन्हें तत्काल उपचार की आवश्यकता है, जबकि 749 स्प्रिंग्स मध्यम संवेदनशील है जिन्हें समय समय पर निगरानी करने की जरूरत है ताकि इन्हें भविष्य में सूखने से बचाया जा सके। सर्वे के दौरान एक बात गौर की गई कि स्प्रिंग्स के रिनोवेशन के प्रयास तो काफ़ी हुए हैं, मसलन स्प्रिंग आउटलेट को पक्का करना और उसका सौंदर्यीकरण करना, लेकिन रिजुविनेशन कहीं दिखाई नहीं दिया। अब इस स्प्रिंग का ही हाल देख लीजिए। यह वर्ष 2021 में कुछ ऐसा दिखता था, जबकि 2022 में इसे पक्का करके कुछ इस प्रकार कर दिया गया।
परियोजना के अंतर्गत एकत्रित किए गए सभी आंकड़ों को एक जगह संग्रहित करना तथा उनसे जानकारी निकालकर आम जनता के लिए उपलब्ध करना निसंदेह एक काफ़ी बड़ी चुनौती थी, जिसके लिए हमने एक इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम डेवलप किया। ये आप देख सकते हैं कि ये हमारा इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम ऑफ हमारे स्पेस और वल्नरेबिलिटी असेसमेंट एंड इवैल्यूएशन यानी कि ईश्वर। इसमें योजना के सारी इंफॉर्मेशन जैसे अवार्ड प्रोजेक्ट टीम, इन्फोग्राफिक, गैलरी आदि सभी दी गई हैं और ये रावी रिवर कैचमेंट की बाउंड्री है और इसमें जो रेड सर्कल दिए गए हैं वो सारे स्प्रिंग्स हैं जो इस योजना के अंतर्गत जियो टैग और सर्वे किए गए हैं। अगर किसी स्प्रिंग्स के बारे में अगर आपको विस्तृत जानकारी लेनी हो तो आप इसमें गेट इन्फॉर्मेशन टूल में जाकर इसको जूम करके और यहाँ पे डबल क्लिक करके आप देख सकते हैं कि ये स्प्रिंग का फोटो आपके सामने आ जाएगा और अगर आपको इसके बारे में डिटेल जानकारी चाहिए तो आप व्यू और डिटेल में जाकर जनरल इन्फॉर्मेशन, स्प्रिंग्स का नाम, लैटिट्यूड, लॉन्गिट्यूड, एलिवेशन, प्लेस, ग्राम पंचायत इत्यादि सूचना और डेमोग्राफिक इन्फॉर्मेशन में डिपेंडेंसी के बारे में जानकारी और उसका डिस्चार्ज क्या है इसके बारे में जानकारी और वाटर क्वालिटी इन्फॉर्मेशन में उस स्प्रिंग्स की वाटर क्वालिटी क्या है इसके बारे में आपको डिटेल इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल जाएगी।
किसी भी स्प्रिंग को भविष्य में सूखने से बचाने के लिए उसके विकास एरिया को सीमित करना सबसे महत्वपूर्ण कार्य है। हालांकि यह एक कठिन कार्य है, लेकिन स्थानीय भूवैज्ञानिक मानचित्रों, भू-रासायनिक विश्लेषणों, आइसोटोपिक एनालिसिस तथा हाइड्रोलॉजिक इन्वेस्टिगेशन की मदद से स्प्रिंग के संभावित रिचार्ज एरिया को सीमित किया जा सकता है। स्प्रिंग का रिचार्ज एरिया पता चल जाने पर जल संरक्षण के उपाय स्थानीय टोपोग्राफी के अनुरूप नियोजित किए जा सकते हैं।
इस दौरान स्थानीय चट्टानों के फ्रैक्चर और फॉल्ट का बारीकी से विश्लेषण किया गया और इन चट्टानों के डिप कोण एवं स्ट्राइक का पता लगाया गया, जिसके आधार पर भूजल के प्रवाह का आकलन किया जाता है। पूरे अध्ययन क्षेत्र में विभिन्न ऊंचाइयों पर 7 स्थानों पर वर्षा मापी यंत्र भी लगाए गए, जो कि दैनिक वर्षा आंकड़े मापने के काम तो आते ही हैं, साथ में समस्थानिक विश्लेषण के लिए नमूने एकत्रित करने के काम भी आते हैं। समस्थानिक विश्लेषण के आंकड़ों के आधार पर रावी जलग्रहण क्षेत्र के लिए लोकल मीटियोरिक वाटर लाइन विकसित की गई। इसके साथ ही स्प्रिंग्स के जल के समस्थानिक विश्लेषण के आंकड़े एवं एल्टीट्यूड इफेक्ट के आधार पर विभिन्न स्प्रिंग्स के संभावित रिचार्ज एरिया की ऊंचाई का भी आकलन किया गया। विभिन्न स्प्रिंग्स के जल प्रवाह का विश्लेषण कर स्प्रिंग्स को पोषित करने वाले जल भरत की जानकारी जुटाई गई। साथ ही स्प्रिंग्स के जल के विभिन्न समय पर एकत्रित किए गए जल का रासायनिक विश्लेषण भी किया गया। सभी विश्लेषणों के आधार पर स्प्रिंग्स के संभावित रिचार्ज एरिया का चिन्हीकरण किया गया।
परियोजना में एकत्रित व विकसित जानकारी को समय समय पर स्थानीय हितधारकों के साथ साझा किया गया एवं उनके सुझाव भी लिए गए। स्प्रिंग्स के तकनीकी व वैज्ञानिक ज्ञान को पारंपरिक ज्ञान के साथ समावेशित कर जन भागीदारिता से इन जल स्रोतों का कायाकल्प किया जा सकता है। शायद ये देश की जल सुरक्षा के लिए आज सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी है।
The kind of portal which NIH has created for one basin, actually a Ravi basin, a similar kind of a portal with no detailed information could be available for the entire kind of a country.
Thank you, sir.
I think many thanks for the change of the autonomy of the presentation with the time of the movie. And because time has taken so much, so maybe one or two burning questions, key questions. Most of the things were very clear in the review.
Yes, please.
So Dr. Rawat, so it is really a very nice presentation on your part. The video also which you showed, you have developed a very good information system on the spring management. One thing I want to ask is that in NIH you have been doing a lot of modeling work in the field of hydrology. So what is the scope of modeling in this SPRINGSHED management modeling? And maybe can you, who is working extensively in the field of modeling and who can be in NIH can be considered expert in the field of modeling in SPRINGSHED management? I want to know.
Hello, thank you. Yes, there is a scope, but system is very complex, yes. And geology is very, very important. And geology in the hilly area is very, very heterogeneous. It is very localized. So for that, you have to go for a very fine-scale geology. And you have to install instrument. Even if you talk about the rainfall, so rainfall variability is quite high in hilly area. Even the rainfall in one side, that is windward direction, and another side is quite, there is quite difference. So if the recharge area of that particular spring is other side of reach, then you have to keep one rain gauge at that side. So yes, we can go modeling, but we need very high level of instrumentation and very fine scale geological modeling.
So suppose if you want to go for modeling, is this models like ModFlow or MyC, these things can be used or any other?
ModFlow cannot be used in hilly area.
In hard rocks we can use
because rocks is very, very.
That is ModFlow is mostly alluvial, difficult to model.
Good, but in rock areas there is lot of fractures, you cannot use ModFlow.
So even if you use modeling, which software you suggest?
Right now we are, as far as concerned to modeling, we are doing only recession curve analysis.
Yeah, one can use the console and all these where the gravitational dominated flow is there in the hard rock. So those, the Archean based approach is not applicable for the hard rock, especially when the flow is gravity dominated. Yeah, I think, thank you. Maybe.
I have.
Yeah, please quickly.
Actually, sir, as you said that Northeast and basically Arunachal Pradesh and all hilly states, we do not have enough data and regarding springs and we have this problem of unavailability of geological information as well, and we have so much of vegetation and different types of problems are there. So what are your suggestions that can be adopted in our area for to do such extensive study as you have done? So.
Yeah, I have already told that in Spring case we need local geology. Yeah. But CGW, even GSI, they have formed geological map at larger scale. But that we can use that map as a base map. But for fine scale mapping, we have to hire a geologist and to conduct some geological mapping. But हमें कहीं से तो start करना पड़ेगा ना. We cannot say that there is no data, so we have to start to collect the data.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
So one question. So there is a lot of data available for Northeast, but it is in isolation. Like there is a lot of work that has happened by many organizations. But the only challenge that keeps coming in many workshops is who is going to take the ownership of compiling those data and what the copyright if it arises in future. Okay, so that is something that needs discussion. My question was, very good work, sir. I really appreciate. I want to know what was the duration of this entire work, starting from capacity building all the way to the data upload and the analysis of the data. Thank you.
We have started this work in 2017, and it was 4-year project. Now this project is almost completed, and there are 4 or 5 objectives. One is to create the spring inventory, and then we have to identify some vulnerable springs, and we have to identify the spring set of that particular vulnerable spring, so that we can give recommendation and we can give some detailed project report to the state government department, because it was actually purpose-driven study. It is not a normal project, it is a purpose-driven study. Whatever the output will be generated from the project, that will be implemented by the state government agency. So the project was 4 years, and you are right that we have data, but it is in isolated mode. So because yesterday some person told us, they have discussed that we have revived 1500 springs, we have 3000, but actually it is not available for all, and Ministry of Jal Shakti is trying to compile all these data at a common platform like India Varis. So recently they have formed a SPRINGSHED committee. Even Dr. Sen is also member of that committee. Dr. Himanshu Kulkarni, our joint secretary, Sir Subodhya Devi is also chairman of that committee. So we will hope that in future we will provide that platform where all the people can geotag their springs, and every agency will give due care, due analysis in that platform. Thank you.
Sir, I just want to...
Yeah, thank you. I think we can have discussion during the tea time, and I request Dr. Vijay to conclude.
Thank you, Dr. Rawat, and you had a good response also from the audience. And
Dr. Rawat,
I would like to tell one thing regarding the modeling question that has been raised.
Dr. Rawat.
Actually, the groundwater flow modeling is nothing but a cell-wise water budgeting. First, you conduct
Dr. Rawat,
SPRINGSHED, delineate the SPRINGSHED. 1 minute, sir. Please wait. 1 minute. You delineate the SPRINGSHED catchment area, conduct the monthly-wise water budgeting, and first check the seasonal water budgeting, and then you can, if the complexity, you cannot understand it, then you can go for the cell-level modeling. Actually, we go for modeling when the complexities are more. Being a SPRINGSHED, it is not having that much variation, except for the groundwater flow. I suggest that there is a need that every SPRINGSHED, we have to first of all conduct a water budget by considering the important components that are predominant in the SPRINGSHED. Please, in the experimental stage, we instrument the SPRINGSHED in such a way that we can develop at a pilot area at least some water budget for the SPRINGSHED area. Delineation of the SPRINGSHED is the most complex part. That is the important assignment which hydrogeologically we have to classify whether it is covering only one watershed or it is going into the neighboring watersheds. So these aspects have to be addressed, and undertaking budget is a very basic necessity before going for the modeling. Thank you very much. Next question.
So for rejuvenating this session also, I have been informed that there is a tea break, and we will continue for this technical session after the tea. So thank you, Dr. Rahul.
Thank you. Thank you.
space technology may come out of. Next. Yeah, these are the principles of different principle is available in the different it is established principles that what need to do for catchment management or spring shed management. They increase the time of concentration, increase the infiltration, reduce the soil erosion, improve water quality, and equitable water sharing. So then, for achieving these principles, what are the practices available? So some practices are trenching, like some example how space technology can be involved in this case. Trenching. These are the, I think everybody knows what is this. It's a very simple thing. So how actually identify this location? We can use space technology, that is again DM. From DM we can generate contour line, and that contour line can be superimposed on slope map, which again come out of the DEM, and then the suitable slope and suitable kind of engineering measures for soil and water conservation may be identified. Next. Yeah. Since the principle of spring shed management is reduce the surface runoff, increase the infiltration, discharge, groundwater discharge, those are the basic principles. And check dams, construction of check dam is maybe one of the practice for recharging groundwater and decreasing surface runoff. So we can use space technology like drainage map, slope map, and then soil also, geology. Those which are coming out of space technology can be utilized to find out a suitable location for check dam. Next. Yes, sir. So since the vegetation changes, as I mentioned, the challenges are issues are change in land use, and challenges are to revive it, to increase the discharge into the spring shed area. So the reason for depletion of the discharge or so increase in soil loss may be due to the change in the land use land cover. So we have to, we can understand what is the trend of land use land cover in the spring shed area by using temporal satellite data, and then accordingly we can plan for a better alternate land use plan using different thematic layers like soil, slope, rainfall, etc. So there are different criteria for alternate land use planning. It is there. Basically, they are depend on present land use land cover slope. Parallelly, we can consider the soil also for different kind of alternate land use planning, which will increase the infiltration rate or the groundwater discharging, reducing soil loss and reducing the runoff velocity and total runoff also. Next. Yeah, as I mentioned, how we can use this catchment area, what is it, is maybe always a part of any certain spring shed. So we can use digital elevation models, which is come out of satellite images, can be used very effectively and very automatic way we can use it, and we can generate catchment area for a certain spring. So these are the methods. There are so many softwares available, free or paid softwares. So you can use only the input data is digital elevation model, and if you know the use, how you can get the catchment area of a spring shed, very short duration of time. So that is next. Yeah, how these are some interim results of the watershed. How watershed can be generated, or different input can be generated using DEM. This is a DEM. Then finally we can get drainage line, and again we can get catchment area for a certain point. These are a slope map, how we can generate from same DEM only. This way we can utilize space technology for as an input for land resource planning. Next. Yeah, another important work done by using space technology is Rajiv Gandhi National Drinking Water Mission project. Here there are enormous space technology being used here for mapping groundwater prospect areas. Using the 17 numbers of thematic layers like drainage, spring, existing walls, and their yields, rock type, landform, geological structure, etc. So it's a total 17 thematic layers are incorporated in GIS to find out the potential site for groundwater research or groundwater prospect map for the network. Actually, the map, the places which are groundwater prospect, where there are prospect of groundwater, those are actually alternatively is a good for groundwater researching also. Next, these are the different results, details of the prospect map which are used in the this process. Next, okay, this is next. So conclusion here is space technology can be very efficiently utilized for SPRINGSHED management. This is from out of this experience, we can say it can be used very efficiently for SPRINGSHED management. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Two quick questions or any suggestions?
Mr. Das, it is a very insightful presentation indeed. The question is, whatever dam-based analysis we are doing, it mainly depicts the surface features of the watershed or the SPRINGSHED. But what we are seeing is, for each spring, the actual effective catchment area is hardly 20 to 25 hectares. And if you are taking 10 springs in a cluster, the catchment area we found from our experience, it is coming to 300 to 500 hectares. Now, use of these remote sensing GIS, yes, we have used it for impact monitoring, but using it for delineation of the catchment of the spring, which is hardly 25 hectares, or if you are taking cluster of springs, maybe 300 to 500 hectares. And we know that it is the underground water which is coming as a point source, which is emerging from the earth surface. So how do we really look at the groundwater prospects and delineate the catchment of spring? This, I think, needs further investigation. I feel the kind of analysis which is shown here, it mainly depicts the philosophy we follow for watershed delineation. Yes, but here, it being the main feature being the groundwater, somehow further investigation, how do we really apply GIS and remote sensing in delineation of the recharge area or the actual geological formation, perhaps that needs to be integrated in this aspect.
Yes, to reply your question, your point is that maybe our resolution is not high. That is only, I understood from your question is, the issue is, our resolution, our image is not very high. That's why we cannot delineate the catchment area of the spring, right? So if you use very high resolution DM now, drone technology is there, we are also using that. So from using drone technology, you can create a very high resolution DM, which I am using. I can identify a embankment. Embankment, you may be knowing, embankment used to construct to protect the flood in a river system. So any embankment, which suppose there is certain cross-section of an embankment. So if it is deteriorating out of the standard section, structural section, that can be also identified. I have done it for government of Assam. So we are doing even. So if you use drone to get the DM, high resolution DM for a specific area, then that DM can be very efficiently used for delineation of catchment area. Yesterday I have been seeing, yes, people are showing maps, they have points of springs and the catchment is just like a circle. I understood it is just like it is done. So it is because they don't have high resolution DM, that's why they are not able to do it.
But even in high resolution DM, you can only covering the topography.
Yes,
that will give you water set boundary, not dispute set boundary.
And that is
because it is not accounting the groundwater flow.
That
because groundwater flow also depend upon the dipping of the rocks.
100% I agree. But you need the catchment area also correctly, no? Surface catchment area also you need correctly. Am I correct or not? I don't know.
But that is actually not SPRINGSHED. That is not actually.
What is showing yesterday also, a catchment is in a SPRINGSHED, there should be a one watershed also, or maybe more.
Yeah.
It was shown yesterday. So you need to know that at least. That can be identified correctly. That's what I'm telling.
Mr. Das,
Yes,
what I have understood.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, this spring set management for that groundwater contribution, actually that part cannot be, I think, by that is what actually we are asking. Above part, this drainage part, that can be done.
Yeah.
But the contribution of groundwater, because we are talking about spring set management, from contribution from groundwater, that cannot be done by supply. That is what actually.
No. Management, what is the issue? Ground springs are depleting, drying. Why? Why? How will you know? Whether geology is changing or surface is changing or rainfall is changing. Maybe one or two out of all. I don't know, this is my understanding.
Well, okay, it's now clear. This SPRINGSHED catchment area, this watershed catchment area is part of it only.
Yeah, part of it.
But it is not full.
Yes,
we have to ascertain that hydrogeological connections and all those things.
Yes.
And there are the maps prepared in the Rajiv Gandhi mission for potential recharge zones. And such maps for the neighboring watersheds also can be a useful thing, but they are on a 50,000 scale.
Yes.
We have to go for a much more field study and establish the
Definitely.
a little bit field work for the SPRINGSHED.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We will go for the next step.
Thank you, sir.
Next paper is by Dr. A.K. Vasist, Professor, CAE, PhD, Sikkim. It is on climate change impact on the discharging behavior of springs and their rejuvenation measures. Dr. Vasist, please take 10 minutes.
That's okay, sir. I will not take too much. So, good morning to all of you, respected chair, Professor Bora, Dr. Loni, my dear friend Rawat, Ajit Sahuji, Dr. Sudeep. So, I'm just going to present this climate change. Why? I have changed this presentation right in the morning. I wake up at 4 and ultimately completely change. Based on that, Dr. Sudeep, the last statement yesterday has given that we are you can say, arranging this conference, but there is no climate change. What is actually the climate change impact on the springs behavior? And why this bad behavior is here? So that's why I have oriented that my presentation accordingly. That's the one thing. Second thing, I come to know that majority of the listeners are basically from this, you can say, geology background or soil conservation background. And basically, I am an agriculture engineer and expert in hydraulics. So that's why I have changed this. And most importantly, because those are basically from the groundwater field, this presentation is little bit oriented towards, as he presented by this Dr. Kerr yesterday. But his this side was considered to be the geology point of view, but mine is from the hydraulic point of view. Okay? So let's proceed further. First of all, in the previous slide, that professor is my designation. But that is whether that is my recognition. No. What is your recognition? Recognition is that in which field and for which area you are working for. So that is from 96 onwards when I taken admission in MTech and working in the field of groundwater. I am not a geologist, but I am a groundwater hydraulics expert. Simply my name is there, A.K. Vasist, and give any keyword in your Google Scholar, you will get all my publications and all my related literature in which I am working. Straightforward, I have given this answer. So basically, I have started my work from the groundwater recharging in this, you can say, in this Punjab area, specifically in the British Aquifer Management Zone. That was the previous step in 96 to 99. I have worked that in that direction. Okay, sir. Now coming back to our own work that is related to the springs. Please, next slide. So now the climate change. What image has been created in our mind? आज तक क्या दिमाग में हमें पढ़ाया गया? I always ask this first question while I'm taking my class in groundwater and drainage engineering. That what you are thinking? And all the students invariably, है ना, मेरे बैठे हुए students अभी भी यहाँ पर सारे के सारे एमटेक वाले भी. So they ask me, sir, rainfall is reducing. So that's why we सब जगह spring, all the springs are getting dried up, and ultimately that is the such type of answers they are getting. But see, this is the concept. That is normal rainfall, and after that, I'm talking about 50, 60 years or even century back, but this is the situation, and ultimately we are thinking that now we are going towards the drought-like conditions, and the reverse is also true. That's why I have given one example that in Rajasthan, probably you have noticed that there are frequent floods. Why that this situation is coming? If that is there. So, reverse is true, okay? Next slide. So, what do you think? What is the annual average rainfall of India? You all are related to springs and all are related to the groundwater, and this should be on your tips. No one is telling.
120 centimeter. 120 centimeter.
Yeah, that's there. Being saltwater engineers, they gave me a liquid. 120 centimeter. Then what is basically the what is the average annual rainfall from the past century? Any change? Next slide, please. There is no change. 120 centimeter. Then their rainfall is reducing. Rainfall is reducing, or in that case, the same quantity of water we are getting, no doubt, little bit variations are there. Let's see, I have just tried to make a chart. That's the monsoon season and the depth. In the first, you can say case one, I have taken that it's a longer duration with smaller depth rainfall. And this is for the monsoon period. In the second one, I have just reversed it, considering that the same volume of water we are getting. In which case you are getting the, you can handle the discharge. If it is a little bit difficult to understand, please go for the next slide. I think this is layman's point of view slide. Very simple. The previous one that we can say is very small rainfall, it's okay, chhate se kaam chal jayega. But even then, this next one, huge rainfall. But it is only lasts for 1 to 2 hours, not more than that. But that spell was 5 to 6 days, continuously. And during my childhood, I witnessed that. ये मेरे को याद है. क्यों? Because मेरे को जो पतंग उड़ाने का बड़ा शौक था, and for 5-6 दिन तक if you are unable to, that there is no clearance in the मौसम, है ना? सीधी सी बात है. And you are unable to fly a kite. So that's why I have just making the kites with the plastic, so that it can fly. So I still remember. So now the situation is quite different. So, yesterday's deliberations, what we are talking about, is straightforward. No person, no researcher has pointed out that problem is not your recharging, what to do, what that is basically we are talking about in the next step. But previously, what is actually important, that is a second point. This is a situation. This is a situation. The huge quantity of water that you are getting within a short span of time. Next slide. Probably you remember all this, no? Probably you remember that, no? Kedarnath. And the next year, that is the Greater Kashmir, and then basically in Kerala, and ultimately the Maharashtra. The sequence of events those are happening. Why? It's only because of this. And remember that. Just after these floods, subsequent droughts. Because your earth is not capable to handle the discharge. Handle the infiltration capacity of that. Okay, please go. This we are talking about from the yesterday's celebration. Oh, our springs, okay, everything. This is my own spring, not own spring, we can say. I am residing in from 2010, and the first house where we have resided for 6 years, ultimately that is this fly. I am getting from this spring. And that is the photo, and because this spring was under my study, because I have handled one DST project, and see this situation. And during the lean season, that I have handled. Okay? Now next. Now what is left with us? Now we have to think about that. Remember that previously what I have shown you that how to handle the water that you are getting within a very short span of time. But now, this is what is that? Is with you. The first point. What you can do in this situation? Construction or the installation of water storage structures? How much it is feasible for a family of 4 members or 5 members residing in a remote place in the hilly region, एक बार आप जाइए वहां पर, then you realize the situation. Second one, the transfer of water from the external side. No, public health department and you can say the governments are doing little bit about all these things. I don't know up to what extent. The third one that we are talking about from the yesterday, that is the rejuvenation of the springs. And last one, the seepage spring development. This is a comparatively new thing. Yesterday, Dr. Carr has given a little bit idea, but I will tell you about that. But that is not accordingly what I am talking about. He has given just idea about the seepage line, but I am talking about the seepage phase here. So this is the thing that we have to talk about. So guys, please press this one. So what rejuvenation measures we are talking about? So this is basically the photograph that I have clicked. If you have visited Sikkim, for the tourist point of view, there is one poison lake, and this is basically the watershed of that. Or you can say the supply region of that into that, the poison lake. And there, these trenches are there. Okay. So, okay, normal thing we have already talked about this. Okay, next please. This is one. Streams. I remember that from yesterday onwards, there are few presentations consider the streams instead of the springs. Remember, streams may be spring fed streams, or otherwise it may also contain the snow melt, and those are different things. But in Himalayan region, particularly up to the middle Himalayan region or in the lower region, there are situations and there are figures. Ultimately, there are these streams are there. Those are simply the spring based. So this is the basic thing to raise the bonds and ultimately let the water to stagnate and to increase the recharge. Okay, next one. But so this is another photograph that I clicked while coming back from this Uttarkashi to Dehradun. There is one place I don't remember. Okay, next one. This is the problem. Yesterday, Dr. Brajesh, Professor Brajesh had asked Dr. A.K. Sikka, so what about the landslides? Those are being triggered because of this. Remember one thing. Landslides are only triggered if you are going to interfere with the basic geology, or you can say the basic soil structures. This one, you are digging the trenches. Please, next slide. This one. That may be the situation in the normal groundwater and the plain areas. Okay, take forward the vertically groundwater, the surface water will recharge to the surface and mix to the groundwater. But here the situation is different in the hilly area. What will happen? This is the only portion which is the soil. Otherwise, you have cut the portion from here. And what happen? And from the water, that is the seep from the next one, because all these are the saturated conditions, and when the system comes in the hydraulic contact, and because of that load, ultimately there will be no support here because of for this wall, whatever be the pressure that is there. And remember one thing, your slide is always a chain reaction type condition. Just only 2 months back, I have attended one Indo-Norman conference. And there one professor from this IIT, this Roorkee,
Professor Ashish, please conclude.
Yes, I think not 2 minutes. So, okay, so he has given certain ideas about that. Okay, if you are talking that the oversaturation is the main criteria, that is actually not the point. Oversaturation, why? There is a lot of rainfall from the centuries, the hills are like that. Unless until you are interfering with the situation, and the same situation comes into picture. And secondly, the drastic change in the rainfall pattern. Immediately all the water is coming, and because of the impact and the thrust and the load or some kinetic energy, ultimately it is getting eroded. So please, next one. So this is the situation. This is cut. See the soil layer? It is not only a few centimeters. After that, there is a basic rock, and you can see the cracks through which were ultimately water leads to your storage. That is the point, no? But you have to manage with that. What is the situation that we have? Next one. So this is the another. See, that is there, means basically the paddy cultivated area and the stream recharging. I have shown you that the basic trend. But what will happen? This will create a huge landslide. But see, this will, the photographs I have clicked while doing my work on these springs. So this may be the causes. So you are the better just to check it out. Okay, next one. So this is another side that is basically because see, this is the piping effect, and there is a paddy field above, and from there ultimately this triggers the slides. So next one. So this is my suggestions. This is basically from a photograph that once I was in Pantanagar, this is Uttarakhand, and there you will see we have just chosen those sites for recharging. Ultimately, where there is a natural topography. Rawat might be knowing that you have visited that area and that portion, no? So this photo was clicked by our former team, C. Sharma. Probably few students may be knowing that. Okay, sir, this is the next one, and the last I will take, sir, only 2 minutes, because that is basically on the yesterday's deliberation. I have not asked any single query from that, but ultimately I have just given. This is of my personal views, but go through this. Ultimately, the first one, that is the isotope studies. They are telling that okay, the isotope studies are required to demarcate the area where we have to recharge. But what about on the basic thing that you are getting a huge supply of water within a 1 or 2 hour span? How you can handle that? How much amount of water you can use for recharging? Whether the groundwater recharging experts will agree with this situation? Ki, okay, I am going to recharge in this area. I nahi karunga because this is my field. This is not possible. This is simply the community work. I have done this recharging project for the 3 years. So whatever recharging, that for my purpose? No. It is for the community purpose. So that's why ultimately you have to go for everything, keeping in mind the basic things of the infiltration capacity, or you can say the capacity of that particular area, only then you can handle these things. Okay, so that is the first point. Next one. So this is one. This is, I agree with the Rawat. Yesterday this one point that is smaller spring. So can you tell me, this is the spring discharge? This is 1 liter per minute of the discharge. But even that, this is a spring photograph that I have taken. This is near to Almora, basically in the Almora. But the 4 or 5 families are dependent on this limited supply. So that's why each and every spring, even the seepage phases are so much important. So please next. So this is your seepage phase. I can convert this seepage phase to a spring, like this one. No doubt this is not a photograph from the same thing, but it is possible to make a small tunnel. So simply by making a seepage spring by name, you will get a paper and the complete technical details of that. Okay, please next. So this is why monitoring is important. Why monitoring is important? Yesterday we are talking about data, because data is the only basic.
Please conclude, because there are
data. So I have just
running out of time.
Oh, okay, sir. So the monitoring of data, that you can know that we ultimately the basic thing that we can predict the discharge, and we require only these things to do anything that Sumit Sen has given an idea about all those things. Okay, so next one. So this is the way, that is the, I think Dr. Satpathy has shown this graph yesterday. So this is my paper's graph. Next one. So this is the conditional wisdom, and okay, sir has not given me so much time, but ultimately this is the basic thing that we are talking about, traditional wisdom. What is traditional? This is basically a science-based, complete science-based, but it has taken years of thousands of hundreds of thousands of years to refine. But we are talking about, you want to change those persons immediately with your own technologies. That's not possible. Just to go for the waterways of the Uttarakhand. All the government has taken the initiations to change these steps, but no one can do anything, because why? They are emotionally attached to their customs. They are customs, traditions and beliefs. So that's why these are my personal opinions that I have got idea while moving from spring to spring in the Uttarakhand and the Sikkim region. So this was the things that you have to remember. And the climate change, आप उनके बारे में पढ़ाना चाह रहे हो, अभी बहुत very example थी, that's not possible for me to deliver. Okay. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Vasis.
Anyone may want to clarify?
Because now we are with another session, we have to rush.
Oh,
you can interact with the delegate.
No, that's better. If anyone have any query, please talk to me. I'm just going to sit. You can.
After hearing the presentation from the experts, now we are moving to 2 more lectures.
Thank you.
Let us hear them and encourage them. The next paper is by Mrs. Smita Roy, researcher from People's Science Institute, Dehradun. It is on the rainfall, spring typology, discharge and water quality interactions, a case study from the Himachal Pradesh. Mrs. Smita Roy.
Going to retire on December 27. December. But he is a
Can we go for the next presenter if it is getting delayed? Okay, you have to complete in 6 minutes.
Sure, I will try my best, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ipshita Roy, and I am representing People Science Institute today. So basically, what I am going to share with you is a small analysis that we did to understand the behavior of springs. Just next slide. So it's the basic outline. I think we can go to the next slide. So this was just a basically intro slide. I don't think we need to know the definition of spring, but I think sitting over here we have different school of thoughts when it comes to spring typology. So I will just mention the ones that we follow. So when it comes to the different spring typologies, we take into consideration as depression spring, contact spring, fracture spring, fault spring, and car spring. So these are the 5 springs that we usually define our system. Next slide. So the simple objective of this study is to establish a relationship between the rainfall, spring typology, discharge, and water quality. So basically whenever we talk about springs, we often talk about the discharge and the rainfall. So in this study we have just made an attempt to understand, to bring spring typology into the picture and see if there is some kind of relation that can be established. So basically this is my study area. This was a pilot study that was done under Wheel Global Foundation in 4 districts of Himachal Pradesh, that is Kangra, Mandi, Bilaspur and Solan. So all we have in total monitored and inventorized 45 springs, and the implementation in these springs have been done through various government agencies in Himachal Pradesh. So next slide. So the basic geology of the area, so I think I will not go into details, but in Kangra, Bilaspur, Solan, in these 3 districts, broadly we find Shivalik. And also in the recharge area of the springs, we have found more on the sandstone kind of rocks. We have found sandstone and also glacial fluvial deposits. So these were the geology, and also in Solan we have found alluvium deposits. So these are the basic geology of the rocks that dominated the area. However, in Mandi, we found more on the metamorphic rocks like the slates, gravex, micaceous schist. So I am telling this because these, based on this geology and the hydrogeological properties that it defined, we had categorized the springs. So in total, the 45 springs that we had monitored in the 4 districts, 27 springs were depression springs, 6 springs were fracture springs, and 12 springs was a combination of fracture and depression springs. Based on this entire data, we had the rainfall and discharge data of all these 45 springs, and we have made an analysis based on the typology. I am going to share just the main important kind of 2 or 3 springs that we had seen under each typology. So so this is what our study has shown. So in the first glance that we see, it's the basic that we see implementation was done. There is an increase in the discharge comparatively. Same in this. So what I want you all to focus on is this section. If we see in the depression spring, there is a sharp, whenever there is rainfall, there is a immediate and a sharp increase in the discharge of the spring. And when the rainfall reduces, as such, the discharge also rapidly reduces along with the rainfall. So this is a typical in most of the depression spring. Now coming to the fracture spring. Now again in the same month, let's
Anyway, you can carry on.
Yeah,
People can see.
It's not working, yeah.
You can
So
tell them
let us focus on the month of May, July and September. So as we can see, in case of the fractured spring, even the rainfall is increasing, the discharge is not increasing immediately. There is a gradual increase in the rainfall. As you can see, even when the rainfall was the rainfall increased, the discharge, however, there was a sudden drop in the discharge we can observe. And when rainfall reduced, the discharge, however, kept on increasing. So this was typical of a fractured spring that we observed. Now the question comes, why? Why this is happening, these kind of trends? So one of the basic things that we have to see is 99.9% depression spring. The recharge area is the area just above the spring. So we can say that when it comes to the depression spring, we are talking about a more localized aquifer. I mean, obviously in SPRINGSHED and in mountains, all the aquifers are more on the local scale. But if we do if we are talking relatively, for depression springs, the aquifer are very much local. So whenever there is, and the water that comes up is directly because of the seepage through the pores. So whenever there is any kind of rainfall, we see an immediate effect. However, when we are talking about fractures, cracks, joints, so what is happening is these fractures, joints, they can extend beyond our ridge line. So as we tell in the SPRINGSHED, we take a valley to valley approach. Why? Because of these facts. The fractures, they travel quite a distance. So as such, if there is rainfall, the impact of rainfall can be gradual, and obviously when the rainfall stops, there can be a continued effect that can be seen. So next slide. It's just the cross-section, a conceptual cross-section that was prepared for those two springs. So as you can see, the depression spring that was there, so it's basically a simple system, seepage. So there is rainfall, and only the water through this entire unconsolidated system is the aquifer. So the water is the spring is fed directly. However, for these fractured springs, though we have marked the recharge area, just the immediate, obviously there are several other factors. This was the maximum potential area. But if you see the fractures, they extend well beyond these areas. So, though that particular area is contributing maximum in recharging the spring, there is water that is traveling through the remaining fractures. And these fractures, they slowly feed the springs even when there is no rainfall. So there is a continued effect of that we see in the fractured spring. Now let us come to the depression cum fractured spring. So there is an interesting thing that we observed while in case of the depression cum fractured spring. So that was that they showed both the characteristics. So there was the sudden increase in the rainfall. Whenever there was rainfall, we did see a sudden increase in the increase in the discharge. However, there was also some kind of continued effect. Like it was the discharge didn't suddenly drop down with the rainfall. Even when, as you can see again in the last few months, you can see when the rainfall reduced, the discharge it didn't drop down immediately. Slowly it was continuously increasing. So we can say that there was a combined effect. Though the discharge there was a sudden increase, but the decrease or there was a delayed effect that we see in the discharge trend. Subsequently there is the conceptual cross section of this spring. So as you can see, the unconsolidated soil as well as the fractures, they both were contributing in the groundwater for these kind of springs. So next is that was basically how the spring typology, how we define the spring.
2 minutes.
Sure. Yeah, so this is how we talked about the spring typology and the discharge trend behavior. So obviously, I think there is some color changes in this pie chart. However, I'll just briefly tell about this. So when we are talking about springs and water quality, so what we observed was most of the springs in the Himachal Pradesh, there was a fecal contamination was there. So as we all know that fecal contamination, they are majorly contributing contributed with lack of improper soak pits, direct discharge from the drain. But one of the other reasons is also some of the structural weaknesses that are present, like the faults, the fractures. If a drainage, like of a sewage or drainage pipes, they are exactly sent into that place, so that also contributes to the spring quality. And we are also trying to study more how this is impacting based on our studies. So next. So we have come finally to our conclusion. So it was a very short study and we are continuing our analysis. But there is what we have understood or concluded is that the different springs, based on the spring typology, we can see different spring behaviors. And in our study, like in total till date, out of 27 depression springs, like in the 27 depression springs, we have treated 20 springs. And out of the 20 springs, 17 springs have shown that there is an immediate impact of rainfall, immediate impact of rainfall on the springs. So we can say that, but this pattern was not observed in the other depression cum fracture or fracture springs. So somehow we can say that in the depression springs we can see an immediate impact, whereas there will be a delayed but continued impact in the fracture and also the depression cum fracture springs. And also we have seen, based on our entire data, that the amount of discharge definitely varies from spring to spring, but in fractured springs we tend to observe that the amount of discharge is quite high. So the other thing is, mainly is the way forward that I want to talk about is, as many of them were mentioning, climate change. So this was just one aspect that we talked about, is that how the typology and the spring behavior. What I want to say is there are other parameters that are impacting our spring discharge, like the intensity of rainfall, land use pattern, soil and forest cover. So all of these factors, they are impacting our spring discharge. So somehow I think we need to study on these lines as well, not only just get stuck in increasing our discharge and everything. So this is something that we need to determine, we need to study in these lines. And also the water quality issues due to the anthropogenic or the geogenic factors. What are we need to have a correlation of these with the spring typologies as well. So this was it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ishpita. It is a good research and informative presentation of your analysis. All the best. Any questions?
Sir, only one question. Ms. Ishpita, I have also done this coli testing in the springs.
Yeah.
I have got a very weird trend. I just want to ask one question, whether you have noticed its behavior or you can say change in trend with respect to the rainfall?
Yeah, definitely. So what we have observed is whenever there is basically in the monsoon months, if we see, so often it gets diluted. The contamination, it often gets diluted. But however, in some cases, like when we are talking about springs, I think I have told the thing. During the monsoon months, we see that the E. coli contamination increases, and often that when we talk to the villagers, they they tell us that they face health issues. So basically, we understand from this, and we are also doing our testing pre and post monsoon, so we can definitely see some kind of results.
Actually, I am interested in all these results because I still not published my results because I got this cyclic relation. I couldn't relate anything. मैं अभी तक उस चीज को कुछ नहीं कर पाया. It is still pending. And he was assisted me. Prem, where is Prem? Yes, he assisted me. He knows this. But one thing, you have told that it is due to septic or the dumping sites, but there is one another. Those who are soil scientists, this is a soil origin bacteria also. Don't forget to mention this particular point while writing your paper. Okay?
Sure.
But if it is possible, then please share this result because I am still, my study is pending on the same level.
Sure, definitely. I think we have not in this area, but we have done some studies in other areas where post and pre-monsoon fecal contamination data has been analyzed. So we can share with you.
I hope I have no questions. I have one suggestion. When you present these flow and rainfall histograms, the trend lines, To depict the trend lines, that was okay. To see the actually the spring flow, you should plot them on the same scale. Then we can know that what you call depression type springs are yielding very fast compared to the other comparison which you have made. They are yielding very low, very less. So you have to be careful. From the part of the trend line, it's okay. You have your aim was that. But to depict the discharge, the flow also, you should compare them on the same y-axis.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Behavior of the spring, what I have observed that in case of fracture springs, as you have also observed here, that in case of fracture springs, the yield continues. It never even shows less decline even after rainfall. It is because I think you are working in the area having quartzite. I think is it?
No, the area it is mostly sandstones, and the graph that I showed was slate and micaceous cyst.
Having extensive, I mean, fracturing, or it is
Yeah, it was there was most of the slates were mostly unconsolidated, like highly weathered, and the schist that we observed, they were fractured.
Fractured. Okay. So because of the ramification of the fractures, actually the recharge area gets extended.
Yeah.
So for that reason, you get the recharging in the source area or the recharge area. Is quite elaborated or in an extensive area, whereas in case of depression spring, that is the recharge area remains limited. So it is correlated with your area. That thing also is observed during my study in water supply springs. And in even after earthquake, the fracture springs show very little fluctuation, whereas these springs either those were extinct or it was lessened. So this was my observation, having some resemblance with your work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sir, for encouraging us. And next presentation is one more question, last question, by Regional Director, CGWB Northeast Region.
Ma'am, may I know why the discharge is going to be high in the month of January?
Because in there we get the snowfall and the winter rains as well.
Winter rains.
Yeah, snowfall actually in those altitudes, like I'm talking about Mandi district, that to Siraj block. So there snowfall is a big contributor for recharging the springs. More than rainfall, snowfall are the main contributor.
When the rainfall occurred, because I worked with 6 years in Dhamtara,
yeah.
I know the Mandi area, all the about nearby Mandi area, all the things. We have worked there, all district of Himachal Pradesh.
Yeah.
So suddenly rise in the discharge in month of January, that is alarming. So kindly think about that.
Yeah, I think we often...
Because suddenly snowfall, will be the gradually rise suddenly and fall the gradually. It is suddenly rise and fall.
Yeah, that's what we try to analyze it.
Okay. Thank you for suggestion, sir. Next presentation is by Mr. Prem Ranjan Mehta, research scholar, Neresh, Arunachal Pradesh. It is on delineation of spring potential zone and recharge area using field-based and geospatial approach. A case study of Papon Pare district, Arunachal Pradesh. You take 6 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Prem Ranjan. I am a research scholar of Department of Agriculture in Neresh, and this is the part of my PhD project, assessment of natural spring reliability for water security in Papumpara district. Topic of my presentation today is spring potential zone and recharge area using field based and geospatial approach. Okay. You already know about the spring, and actually I am using the geospatial techniques like ASP and fuzzy ASP to identify the potential zones of spring. Most of the work done in groundwater, but not on springs. Some limited works are there in Nepal, and not in Himalayan, in Indian Himalayan region. So next, we we already know about the AHP, analytical hierarchy process, and multi-criteria decision-making analysis. So my objective was the combining the RSGIS method with AHP and fuzzy AHP based on the MCDM approach to identify the potential areas where groundwater spring can occur, and the result will show the suitable areas to locate the groundwater spring and the development of spring set, which will be helpful for the policymakers to implement the groundwater spring development project for sustainable development. Next, this is my study area, Papumpara district, where the two types of physical features of the district, foothills and the hilly region, and monsoon season begins in May and lasts until September or October. Maybe some post pre-monsoon also available during the spell. This is the flow chart of my study, where I have collected primary data and secondary data to conduct my analysis, in which I have collected the spring locations in primary data to validate my result, and spring discharge to analysis, and in secondary data I have collected the digital elevation model to generate the slope and drainage density, and limit I have downloaded from the Google site in 1:50 of the scale, and rainfall groundwater table from level data from the CGW yearbook 2019, and land use, soil texture, geomorphology, ecology from Bukos. And the next was the process. I have used the ArcGIS software to raster calculation, and that again reclassification of the my thematic layer, and that and also I have used the AHP and fuzzy AHP, two methods for pairwise comparison matrix generation, and in which we have defined the CR consistency ratio, which will, if it will be less than 0.1, then we can continue the study. If it is greater than 0.1, we can again modify the pairwise matrix to attend the study. And after the weighting of the weightage and ranking in AHP method, and in fuzzy we have provided the fuzzy membership, and after that we have used the integration of the thematic layer in weighted overlay and fuzzy overlay to get the two different results of AHP and fuzzy AHP. And next, I have conducted a spring inventory survey in Papumpara district and identified about 102 spring locations in 9 circles of the district. And sometimes I go to warning, don't come here to collect the data or anything during my work. And next, these are the thematic layers which I have prepared for the study, and they classified in 5 or more than, up to 9. And like slopes, density, lineament density, soil texture, lithology, geomorphology map, rainfall, land use, and groundwater level data map, and spring discharge map. And that was the first one, the AHP method. These are the methodology of the AHP method, like defining the different features. After that, creating the pairwise matrices according to sacred table. Next. And third one was taking the consistency ratio of the pairwise matrix. And next, the second topic is the fuzzy AHP. So we have used the fuzzy AHP, the advanced improved technique of the AHP method. These are in 2 steps. In AHP and fuzzy AHP, the difference is we are using the fuzzy membership function to put the ranking of the thematic layer by fuzzy membership function. These are the technical data. Like in AHP, we have used one statement, like one only, but in fuzzy AHP we have used 3, like least potential value, potential intermediate value, and highest potential value. For geometric mean and weighted weight calculation, we have used these formulas. the normal general equation is like this. We have modified as per our thematic layers. Next. And my result of consistency ratio was 0.093, which is lesser than 1 for 10 thematic layers. Okay. Next. These are some pairwise comparison matrix of the ASP method and its normalized matrix. And you can see there weight 19, like for 19, ethology 21 was generated as for the pairwise matrix and normalized matrix. And I have put data in weighted overlay. And ranks was allotted as for the published literature and experts' opinions. Next. Example for the fuzzy ASP method, we have used the triangular fuzzy scale. In SP we use the Sathi scale 1 to 9, and in that triangular fuzzy scale value, and we got the result like weight of like 0.20%, 20, 22, 14, and 14. Okay, next. The result of the ASP, and we got the result like higher area was under moderate potential zone, which was 60.42%, and lowest in high potential zones, spring potential zones, 16.61%, and low potential zones are 22.61%. Next. As for fuzzy SP, my result was high potential zone is more than the last ASP method, and it was 28.31%, and moderate was lesser than the last result, which was 41.3%, and low is 30.4%. Next, any modeling work has need to validation. So I have validated my result by log curve, figure operating characteristic curve, and I got the ASP result was 77.9% area under curve, and in fuzzy SP I have found 0.80, sorry 80%, and is slightly better than fuzzy SP is slightly better than ASP method. Next. And our findings indicate that the SPRINGSHED development practices such as spring rejuvenation, protection, and other management practices are better option in high and moderate potential zones to deal with future water scarcity. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta. It is a new data-driven concept of identifying the zones.
I have deleted also a delimitation of in-charge area of Gumpo spring, which I have selected on the basis of the available data and my field experience. The methodology. Actually, I have selected the depth flow chart, and actually I have not submitted the depth data. Actually, I have not got the isotope result yet. I have submitted the sample to CWID Kerala, but I have not yet received the result of isotope. Thank you.
Thank you. Any suggestions or questions from the audience?
As for the spring typology, so-called what type of spring it was?
It's a gravity type of springs for there, depression type.
Could you try to find out what type of rock type? Gumto, we know because myself and my colleague Mr. Biplav Rai from Center Groundwater Guwahati, I had been in Papumpare district at Naharlagun for quite a long time, so I know about the area. So, what is the rock type there?
Mostly it's a Bogdila type of Bogdila type, and actually I have found that some geological configuration like Bogdila is also available there. Actually, I do not remember that total.
So, that is also one suggestion that you please also try to find out the basic geology of that place And as you are telling a depression spring, I'm sure that it is a colluvial materials are there. I mean, polderary type of materials would have been there, would be there. So that is one thing. Another, other details also you try to find out, as so many people have, so many speakers have also pointed out, because it's your research work. And I congratulate you, because many of we people, and we have actually have spoken about our experience. People are working on springs, but nowadays it has gained so much of importance that many people are doing research also. It's very good and wonderful, especially in Northeast. So I congratulate you on that point of view. But to escalate your research, I think you have noted all the discussions. So you try to even point all those things also in your research. That will be that will elevate your recommendations further.
Sir, I have collected the data from spring discharge and water quality data from the 2019 January to 2022 May, and this is the part is only the 1/4 of my first objective, and I have presented here. And I am monitoring also the discharge data from the 3 years. And individually, it's not individual one. In first, it was funded by NMHS, but after first year, I have not got any funding from the NMHS, so it is funded by now me, because I have done PhD. So we are facing many situations with the COVID. There was more restriction in Arunachal Pradesh, so there was, you can't go there without the permission. Permission के बाद भी आप नहीं जा सकते. You can go the trek directly. So there was many problems I have faced during. So I have actually this work I have done after the completion of the most of the topics. Actually I have felt the problem is identification of springs during. I don't know where is the spring. So if the population is there, you can ask the population, yeah, is there any springs available? But if there is no population, how can you identify the springs? So the better option is we can delineate or identify the recharge potential zones where it can find. So actually I have done that work after the completion of main topics. Thank you.
Okay. Based on that, have you identified any myself? I am on the class. Have you identified any new sites?
Total 102 identified sites.
New sites.
Yes, new sites.
And
only 11 sites I have monitoring from 2019.
Okay. Now, based on your research and outcome, have you given this work to any state authority for their study?
Sir,
or shared with anybody?
After completion of my PhD, I will say.
It is going on?
Yeah, I will submit in
which department?
Department of Agriculture Engineering, NERIST.
And your background?
Is Agriculture Engineering, Soil and Water Conservation Engineering.
Okay. Like Professor Kar has advised, when you are doing a PhD work, when you go to field as a part of our boundary subjects, you should know about basics of geology and other things, and we should be able to communicate with the other area of specialization. So I hope before completion of the thing, you will take his advice and know about the formations and other things in that area. All the best. Thank you very much. We have completed this session.
So next we have
Yeah, we had a very good session, and some papers are from the experts, and they covered what is going on at the different government levels, and in the end we have 2 papers from the research scholars, and they know the future prospects and the hope we have on the SPRINGSHED delineation and management. And I thank the organizers for giving the National Institute of Hydrology this opportunity to act as the chairperson for this workshop. Thank you, organizers. Thank you, audience.
Thank you, sir. We had a wonderful session with 3 experts experts. Two are of course in the field and one is in space sciences, whereas two in they are basically the research, new researchers. So with this, we'll continue to the third session, which is capacity building, policy initiative and roadmap for spring rejuvenation. This session will be chaired by Sri Dr. K.K. Satapathy, former Director ICAR, NIFEC, Kolkata. Sir, you are invited to this stage. Yes, sir. Yeah. The session will be co-chaired by Sri S.C. Kapil, Regional Director, CGWB, NCR, Guwahati. Sir, the session has a report here, Dr. Sapnali Burman, a friend of her, often visiting Nerivalam. Okay. So, here I am also inviting our outgoing DD, Deputy Director Admin, Sri Ajay Kumar Sarma sir, to felicitate our S.C. Kapil sir, honoring our guest, Atithi Deva Parampara Bhate Hue. Feliciting actually Sir Kapil sir. Yeah. Yes, S.C. Kapil sir, Regional Director, CGWP, NCR region. Guwahati. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Sarma, sir. He is basically leaving us by this December. Sir, I'm saying about Sarma, sir. Okay. Now, this section, basically we have 5 papers. And I'm handing over to the chairperson, sir.
Good morning, everybody. I thank very much our organizers to giving an opportunity to chair this session. We have so far a lot of scientific and technical discussion about SPRINGSHED management. Probably in this session, mostly we discuss about social and institutional issues. Right from the panel discussion yesterday, it was highlighted the importance of social mobilization, capacity building, community participation, all these issues. Now in this session we have 5 papers, and all these speakers given only 10 minutes because there is a short of time, we have to finish the time. So I invite first Mr. Imam Imran Siddiqui, Ecuador. This topic is multi-stakeholder initiative to provide drinking water security through SPRINGSHED management in 100 villages of Nagaland. Dr. Siddiqui, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity. And I'm very happy that, very glad that most of the technical stuff has already been covered in the previous session, and a lot of the content has come from Aquadam and many of the partners. So I'm very glad. Thank you so much. So as the category of this session, we are moving towards how to operationalize any kind of SPRINGSHED work. And my presentation, I'm going to talk about the work that has happened in Nagaland. Especially the work is based on a convergence model, and that is what I'm going to show. So yeah, with that. So problem statement has been very common across. You can, I mean, all of you can read that. But one of the most typical problem that Nagaland faces, and I think one of the previous speaker from Nagaland University, she also mentioned that there is very high slopes in Nagaland, and that is one of the major reasons, because the intensity of rainfall has also increased, the duration has decreased, and the slope is high. So there is a lot of landslide occurrence, because of which the infrastructure gets disturbed and the water supply is getting disconnected. And of course, there are other quantity and quality issues which we already know about. Next. So I'm going to talk about the stakeholders that were there in this project. This project started in 2018, end of 2018, and finished in 2021 in July, August. So community was, of course, the main owner of the entire project, and it was very central in all the activities that were done. NIDA, which is part of Tata Trust, was the funder and also the coordinator and very, very important partner. Land Resource Department, Government of Nagaland was the technical lead on the ground. Rural Development Department, again Government of Nagaland, was the one who was implementing the design of the project. And there were two other critical partners, PSI from Dehradun and Aquadam from Pune. So the project was not a one planar project. It had three main phases. One was the preparatory phase, almost 1 to 9 months. So in that preparatory phase, a lot of trainings happened. A lot of baseline survey also happened in that preparatory phase. Capacity building happened at the Land Resource Department level, and also the plans were made during the 9 months period. And the next phase was the implementing phase, where all the works happened in convergence with MJ and REJ by the RD department. And the last was the project closure phase, where a lot of activities that were done, they were compiled. The MIS was also fine-tuned, and the exit program happened in that, where all the spring interventions were handed over to the community. So the working model was very simple. Aquadam and PSI, so out of 100 villages, Aquadam and PSI did all the field study and designing the water security plan for the 9 villages. And these 9 villages were used as model villages. At the same time, capacity building was done of the Land Resource Department. Handholding was done. And the remaining 91 villages, the Land Resource Department went, did all the site survey, and they also prepared the plans in consultation with Aquadam, PSI and NIDA. So that was the working model. And the approach was very simple, creating a cadre of para-hydrogeologists. Somehow the para-hydrogeologist name sometimes pinches me, because para means outside also. So we usually call it, field hydrogeologist also. So here, the important point I want to, please. Go back. Yeah. So the point here I want to make is that the training were categorized at 2 levels. One was at Land Resource Department level, which are the officers at Land Resource Department who have some technical background, and the other level was community level, where the Land Resource Department was giving training by PSI Aquadam regarding the doing the entire stepwise approach of SPRINGSHED mapping and creating the plans. And the community resource persons from the community of these villages, they were given training how to, they were of course given a conceptual training about the springs, and they know already, it is just that we use scientific words. We gave them, the Land Resource Department gave training to the community regarding data collection, which is very critical, the discharge measurement, the quality measurement and the rainfall. So that was done. Hydrogeological survey was done. Community mobilization is one of the very important aspect also. The village water security committee was created, and which comes under the village council, especially in northeast. There is no Gram Panchayat, there is village council. So those institutions were strengthened. Then again, as I said, training of CRPs was done by the land resource department, and at the same time data monitoring systems were established. DTRs were made by land resource department. Implementation was done by RD, but with close consultation with the LRD department. At the same time, in the entire 3 years period, monitoring continued. The monitoring was happening, the discharge was measured every fortnightly, every 15 days, and water quality was also measured every 15 days. Rainfall was measured almost daily basis. And at the same time, operation maintenance, which is very critical, which is most of the time skipped in project budgeting also and project approach also. But that was not missed here. It was kept, a good amount of budget was kept, which was directly transferred to the village institutions to carry on the maintenance of the structure. Next please. So these were some simple instruments, not very high-fi instruments, because we are talking about 100 villages, and the instruments need to be, at a certain budget. So these simple instruments were used by the LRD and the CRP. Next please. So these conceptual cross-sections of each of the springs in 100 villages were made by the Land Resource Department, and we are very glad that the number of trainings, we had almost 3 phases of training for LRD, and which were very elaborate training, and based on those trainings they could make this cross-section, conceptual cross-section, and to delineate the spring recharge area based on the hydrogeology and the slope, vegetation and the rainfall. And in the Google image you can see at the bottom, in the potential recharge area, they have also marked which are the structures which are possible according to slope, vegetation and rainfall. Next please. The GIS lab in LRD, we also created thematic maps to guide the implementation that is going to happen in each of the villages. Next please. So these are many thematic maps, soil map, topographic map, slope map, vegetative map, LULC map, then also the action plan map for the village. Next please. So these are some of the photos. Next please. So some of the impact stories of this project is, in the pre-project you can see on the left side, the number of days where the community felt that there was shortage of water was pretty high, especially in the winter season. In the monsoon it was more or less similar, pre-project and post-project. But you can see in the winter, which is especially there is a lot of shortage, the number of days where they had shortage had reduced after the project integration. Next. There was qualitative analysis, meaning questions were asked to the community in terms of whether the spring discharge has increased or decreased or there was no change. So qualitative analysis was done, and this analysis was done based on the discharge, based on the interviews that were done, based on the community discussion, and that was done both on treated springs on the top left and also on the untreated springs at the bottom right you can see. Now in the treated springs you can see the blue part of the pie diagram. It is where the community had the perception that the spring discharge has increased. So there was higher percentage of spring increase. There was also some springs where they felt that there was no change. And some, I think 1 or 2 springs, the community thinks that the spring discharge has reduced. Now if you compare it with springs which were not treated. Treated I mean springs where in the recharge area recharge interventions were done. So that is called as treatment. Now in the untreated springs, mostly they said, majority of the springs there was no change in the recharge. Now this comparison is also important to show to the community that any kind of activity which is done precisely in the right area, then it can give comparatively good results as compared to not doing any kind of work in the other springs. Next please. So these are the some of the hydrographs, we had almost 106 springs that were monitored regularly. This is just a couple of them. And some springs showed almost 50% increase in the mean season, some lean season. Some discharges went up to 75%, especially post-monsoon. Some springs did not show any change, and some springs in fact showed some decline also. So there was a mix of results, but majority, almost 40% springs showed increase in the discharge, especially in the lean season. And the increase was maybe 1.5 to 2 times, not more than that, in the lean season. And post-monsoon, we had some good change also. Next. So these are some of the photographs. I need not discuss them. Yeah, I think I was pretty fast. So if you have any questions, most welcome. Thank you.
You took up this project in Kohima district?
No, 11 districts. All 11 districts in Nagaland.
Yes.
Now it is 13, but that time 11 districts. So 100 villages across 11.
No, in Nagaland, what is there known as customary laws. That village headman and communities, there were a lot of administrative judicial powers. And there is no written rules regulations for customary law, constitutional protection. So what is their role in this project?
So I think you're talking about the Shnong, right? Dorbar.
I'm talking about village council or village, which have given the customary laws to protect natural resources and administer it. And what is their role in this program? What you have taken?
So one of the main functions, I think, of the Dorbar system that Nagaland has and the headmen is to protect the recharge area. I mean, by their tradition knowledge, they know that upstream of the spring is the catchment area, and usually they have some kind of governance system to protect the natural vegetation that is there. But because of the intensity of rainfall increase and the shortage of the number of days, there is a lot of runoff which was happening in most of the places, and many localized landslides were happening, because of which the spring discharges were reducing. Some springs discharges were disappearing also. So this entire village institution strengthening was done in consultation with the headman and village council, which is usually doing all the directives. So they were the main institutions which were approached by the RD whenever they wanted to do any kind of work. So they were also included in the meetings also.
I think we can take few questions. Okay.
But the main crux of this project was the convergence between the two departments. And
any coastal convergence? Thank you, ma'am. Very nice presentation. Now I invite next presenter, the same presenter, Mr. Imran. Continue, please.
Thank you.
Springsheed management and public water supply system in the Himalayan region. Please continue.
Thank you, sir. So as Ridhima madam from SBC, she was mentioning about the SCA project that is happening in 4 pilot locations across Asia. That is Uttarakhand, Himachal, Sikkim and Manipur. So during that project, when we were doing the socio-hydrogeological surveys and socio-economic surveys with the village community, that time there were some observations that we made, and because of the limitation of time, we could not continue that. But some of our interns, they went back to these areas, especially Sikkim and Himachal Pradesh, to understand why there is differences in the perception of people regarding water supply and springs. And that is what this study is based on. This is still in progress study. Yeah. So as I said, the rationale of the study was the 2 locations, Sikkim and Himachal. So the questions were, what is happening to the springs that sustain the large water supply system in the Indian Himalayan region? Are these sources protected and conserved? Yesterday, Madam Archana was talking about source strengthening, which is more or less missing in most of the schemes, most of the programs. So that is important, understanding the source and also understanding the resource behind the source. And this study was about the community perceptions towards in Himachal and Sikkim. So to bring out the community narratives and understand the perception regarding the pipe water supply system, this PWSS in short, and SPRINGSHED management, to identify the drivers behind this perception of the community, and to bring out the role of village level institutions, especially the Pani Samiti in Sikkim and Mahila Mandal in Himachal Pradesh, in shaping the effective implementation of LIFE, which is the scheme that is happening, JJM, how this JJM can be effectively implemented for this, in this case. Next please. So we saw some differences in the spring settings in both the locations. I think it is important to flag that, especially in Sikkim, this village Sultung Kamling has many wards, many hamlets, and there are local springs very close to each of these hamlets. They have some high discharging springs, but they are far away. Now compare that with Bonderi in Himachal Pradesh. The IPH is tapping the springs which are far away, which are high discharging, and they are supplying the water through pipe to a common point in Bonderi village. In Bonderi village also we have wards, but the wards are not as scattered as Sikkim. So there is a common point in the village from where the water comes from outside springs, and the villagers they collect water from this common point, which are called as paniharas also. It's like a stand post or some kind of tank. There are local springs also near the hamlets in Bonderi, but they are low discharging springs. Whenever there is winter, there is snow, because this is a snow area. The pipeline systems get ruptured because of the thawing and unthawing, and that is when they depend on the low discharge springs which are closer to the village. Only that time, but otherwise the other seasons they are dependent on the IPL supply. So the methodology was simple, doing the focus group discussions and with the community and household survey. Next please. So some of the perceptions that we got to know from these two sites was people in Sikkim believe that PWSS system being more centralized would take away their security and restrict access to the springs, and also there will be apprehension. There was some apprehension regarding how whether they will get the water, the connection will give the water or not. Whereas in Bonderi, Himachal Pradesh, since beginning they've been accessing the water from the common points which was brought by IPH. So they were not that much proactive regarding the springs that were locally present. Next slide. The close dependence, in Sikkim, the close dependence on local springs enabled the community to have some kind of autonomy on the springs. How to maintain the recharge area, how to maintain the spring discharging area, and they thought that if any kind of pipe water system came, that local spring that they have autonomy on will get present, because they will get less governance power on that. Whereas in Himachal Pradesh, since they were used to IPH supplied water, and in times of winter they were dependent on the local springs, so they had actually no say in the management or implementation of the water source that they had, because they believed and they assumed that the government, the block level government will take care of the supply, the operation and maintenance of the supply. Next year. So people's close association with the springs have enabled them to be proactive about the springs, and also about the activities that we have been talking about since last 2 days, and they are more inclined towards conserving this spring in a more decentralized way. As compared to Bonderi in Himachal, there is less direct interaction with the springs because they are dependent on IPH, and there is not much conservation or sequential effort on the springs. Lack of consultation, community consultation to address this perception. So basically, in Sikkim they think JJM, if it comes, then the JJM will become more centralized. They will have to depend on JJM every time if there is no supply of water. So that is what they are afraid of, and also because they are managing their own spring system, they are happy with it. Whereas in Himachal Pradesh there is a stark difference. They are happy with JJM, and they would want to continue with that. So these are the differences, and also we have to understand the JJM scheme is going to tap water from the spring sources only in mountains. Whether or not they are far or closer to the village, that is a different thing. But usually they will tap the spring sources, and whenever, so I have seen from my experience talking to many utility departments, especially PhD, is that whenever they tap any spring water, the water will continue for 5 or 8 or 10 years, and after that the spring will dry up because there is no conservation or any kind of activities happen in conserving the recharge areas. And then what they do is they go on to a next source, maybe further away. So this is the trend that happens. They keep on jumping to new sources every time, maybe in a span of 5 years or 10 years. But the only focus is on the source. The focus is not at all on the resource, which is the aquifer. And I think that is what we have been conveying in any kind of groundwater workshops or policies, that the shift has to change from the source to resource. Understand the resource, conserve the resource, and maybe there will be more sustainability of the water sources that are there. And also compare it with the costs that are involved in creating a new source, laying the pipes, constructing tanks or storage facilities. So those things also take a lot of financial toll compared to you do any kind of resource strengthening in this water source. And also I think it is important about village institution. I think Sarpati sir also highlighted that it is important that you give decision making power to the village institution, but also it is important that the right resources in terms of funds, like I think Babu sir also said about NABARD, giving directly money to the institution. I think it is very important, and we see that happening, that the community needs to own the funds and also own the responsibility to manage the funds in a way which is more sustainable. So village institution empowerment is very important, and I think the last point is already covered. Next thing. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
You had some separate organization and management committee for this thing with funds. Now how do you manage?
So mostly in villages where there are many springs, there are villages where there are many wards and they have their own spring, then in each ward they have water user group. Water user group. And these many one or any number of water user groups, they come under the village water security committee. So
it's a registered.
Yeah, water user committee is registered.
And it has separate funds.
Yeah, it has separate funds. But usually they will include their plan in the village plan, like Gram Panchayat plan.
It is separate from Panchayat.
They get the funds also, but usually they will also get approval from the Gram Panchayat. They have some autonomy with regards to funds, but they will get some permission from Gram Panchayat, especially in Western and Central Himalaya, in the northeastern village council.
Any question from audience, please? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very nice presentation.
Thank you everyone for your time.
Now I invite Shri Malin, GIS Vision India, Guwahati. The paper on geospatial approach on SPRINGSHED rejuvenation strategy, a case study of the northeast state in India.
Good afternoon everyone, and I myself Malin Hansuti from GIS Vision India, Guwahati. So here I would like to mention at the very beginning that whatever on-ground data that we have collected. It's based on whatever data is available, like in the sources. So it's just based on mappings that we are trying to show here using different types of remote sensing as well as some other types of topographic maps and satellite images or drone data. So it's based on the mapping. So the next slide, please. Okay, here, like we have taken, it's not for the whole of Northeast India we have taken, so like mostly focusing on the Jamishera Spring, which is in Tripura district. So we have like just it's to show the map for that particular area to locate using the geospatial technology where the spring is located, or what kind of maps or the different techniques using geospatial technology we can show. So this is just the introduction of where the spring is located in the Jamishera village in Tripura, Dhalai district. This is the location map of the study area. Next slide. So the main aim and objective here is to highlight the use of geospatial technology for mapping as well as, so here mapping means like we are not into data collection from the ground. It's based on whatever data is available, which can be used for like storing the data, managing database, as well as for data visualization in the form of map, graph, or like in easier way. And also we can use it for data visualization. We're using web mapping, or we can say story mapping, storytelling map, which is easier for people like non-technical person to understand. So here the map is like, what if we show it in the form of a link? So anyone who is not used or anyone who is not familiar with the software can also open the map and can see what information is given there in the form of attributes. So that's shown in web map. Here is just the drainage system of the Dhalai district, and here I think the map is not very much clear, but we have tried to just point out the study area, which is the Jamishera Spring. It's shown in the red dot there. So, and here this is the drainage of the Dhalai district. It's just shown as a map that this is the whole drainage system of that district. Next slide. Here, this is the Jamishera Spring, and it's showing the drainage system as well as the streams, the rivers here in the form of trailer stream order method. It's in the first order, second, and the third order. This is just showing the map of that particular, like trying to locate where the spring is and making the whole watershed for that area. This is just the introduction to the Jamishera Spring. Next slide. This is the slope of the Jamishera Spring here, the location where the spring is located, as well as this is the like showing how is the type of landform or the terrain in that area. So like as we can see the slope here, this is in percentage, or we can either calculate it in like degree also, which is from 0 to 90 degree. Percentage is in 0 to infinity. Here it's up to 157. And here we have seen that most of the slope, the steepy slope is seen mostly in this portion, in the left-hand side, which is marked in red. So it's just shown in the form of map. Next slide. Next. Here is the map, like in the form of map, how can we show which would be the potential recharge zone? We have not done a whole of research for which is the potential area or zone. It's just to show how maps can help us visualize or understand or see where the area or the particular location is in like in the geographical aspect, and then trying to map it with area would be like potential for recharge zone as per the geological. So it's not only one parameter that we can take. So we can take the soil, rainfall data will be required, and then the geological is taken here, and then the other parameters. So for this kind of studies, we can also do the analytical hierarchical process, like some of the presenters have shown here. This is just like a map showing the recharge zone. How we can show in the form of a map. So this way, when we show it in the form of a map, it's easy for us to visualize as well as check like whether now the data will be provided or we can get it from the ground data, like data collecting from the ground. But if we show it in the form of map, it's easy for us to understand, visualize, as well as like for better decision making. Next slide. Next. And this is a web mapping I have shown for like checking or to show where the Jamishera Spring is located. So here the area, and then so here it's easy. This is just one location we have shown, but it can be done for most of the other places, nearby areas, or even if it's far away also. So here, this is a map which is shown. It's not opening in the software, but in a link which can be used by anyone. We just need the link, and then the information, whatever we have in the attribute, can be shown here. So we don't need like if we have too many information to show on a map, the map putting it in the legend will take a lot of space. So instead of that, this will be much more easier for people, those who are like not in the technical side also, to understand like what we are trying to show here, or as for whatever their requirement is. So here, that is the location of the Jamaica spring, showing the latitude, longitude, the name, wherever it's located, and then apart from that, there are also, like if we zoom out the image, can you please zoom out?
There is not much time now.
Okay, it's almost over, sir. Okay, so this is a web map, and then I have one more like image draping just for visualization. It was in a different folder. So for visualization, sorry, it's not green. This is also just for visualization, where we have shown the drainage as well, and then on top overlaying a base map on top of it. The image is not very much clear, but this kind of images, like in the form of animation, can also be used for visualizing the data that we have collected from the ground. So this is it. Thank you. Yes, sir, this is it. Thank you.
There is not much time for taking questions.
If any question do you have, please ask quickly. Now next presenter is Dr. Krish. Who is completing a review on rejuvenation of water bodies for enhanced water scarcity over Nagaland.
A very good afternoon to you all. Today I'm going to speak on the topic.
You complete in 5 minutes.
Alright, I'll try, sorry. A review on resignation of water bodies for enhanced water scarcity over Nagaland. So, just go to the next slide. I wouldn't take time regarding the introduction, but there are two things that I want to tell you is that first thing, in hilly regions, groundwater emerges as spring. That is something that we should always remember. And another thing is that in Nagaland, 44.7%, that means a high amount of villages are depending upon springs. And please go next. So like there are some issues and challenges that we are facing in Nagaland. So the issues that I drafted it under 3 points. The first is drying up of springs that we all know, because we have been like dealing with this since the past 2 days or since yesterday. And another one is deteriorating water quality. And the next one is because of the high population, there is an increasing demand of water. And in order to handle, we have talked about various things about watershed management, or sorry, not watershed management, it's about spring management since yesterday. But what I want to highlight regarding my presentation is how to reduce the gap between the supply and water demand in the region instead. So please go to the next slide. Alright. So yeah, before I move on, I just want to highlight some few facts about Nagaland.
Skip this one.
Alright then, yeah. So yeah, the reason why I wanted to keep this the status of groundwater is because, like, see, as much as this is 0.02 BCM of water is being withdrawn from groundwater as a part of irrigation and domestic industries in Nagaland, as I highlighted in red. And then if we look at the stage of groundwater development here, only talking about 1.04. We are at the stage of just 1.04%, but if we don't do any management strategies over here, then in a span of like a decade, maybe we will reach about 100%, which some stage in the country already reached, like Haryana, Rajasthan, Punjab. So next, okay, like this regarding this some initiative like taken up by other organizations with the government of Netherlands. I just took up some review which I found in the internet. So the first one is the Land Resource Department of Netherlands. They initiated this project on SPRINGSHED development along with People's Science Institute Dehradun. And I wouldn't talk about what they work on, but one thing that I wanted to discuss is the findings. There are two major findings that they got. The first is an increase in spring discharge. That is very well and good. And then another one is the gap between the water supply and demand for post-treatment was highly reduced. That is a very important thing in my presentation for today. So the next slide, please. Okay, this is just an image that I adapted from their paper that is Bangla 2018. Next slide. So one thing that I want to highlight in their work is that most of the spring that they identify is all about depression, and some of them are just contact and fracture springs. Regarding the reduction in the gap between supply and water demand, I wanted to give one example, which is in the Subu spring that is in Mapokchung, and then what we can see in the table itself is that before the pre-treatment, let's say before treatment, there was a 2.68 lakh liter of gap in supply and demand per month, but which reduced to just 1.8 lakh liter per month. Okay, so the next one that I found was like the Illiterate Christian Society, the ECS. Which was founded by Reverend Dr. Jing Mak and his wife. And one thing that I want to highlight about their work is that they try to initiate supply of safe water drinking through gravity or rooftop rainwater harvesting, and they try to treat the catchment area by constructing some sort of percolation tanks or dugout ponds, dugout trenches, and in order to increase the water discharge from existing sources. And another thing that which I find I should mention or worth mentioning is that them, including the community, they have dug more than 1,000 trenches and percolation tanks. So this is a very big step by the ECS society. Thank you. So the third one, this I don't want to discuss it because this has been discussed by Mr. Imran. So the next, please kindly go on. This one is not related to spring-shed management, but the reason why I wanted is that I am more interested in finding out how to decrease or reduce the gap between the supply and the water demand. And then if you talk about it, if you think about it, this
is nothing connected with the spring recharge.
Okay, they have a Jalkon. Yeah. Okay, can we keep? Okay, what the thing I like about their work is their overall technique was the installation of water harvesting pond in the upper elevation, and then like below the water pond, what they do is they did some sort of cultivation of crops, and then using drip irrigation or gravity-fed drip irrigation, they are irrigating the cultivated crops below the water harvesting pond. Okay, another one is that, like as I was talking about, drip irrigation system is the most efficient system of irrigation, especially for conserving water. So what they found is that in the first year after implementing that, their BC or benefit cost ratio was estimated to be just 0.25. That is because of the inclusion of this initial cost, but after 1 year, the next year, that means in the second year, it would increase to 2.4, and that is a very big deal. Okay, now this slide is about SPRINGSHED management in Netherlands, what we can do, what the people have been doing, but since the past, yesterday and today, many experts have been talking about it, so repeating the same thing is not in my, I don't want to repeat it again, so let's just go to the next. What about water saving in household, because as a soil and water conservation engineer, what I think is that this springshed management or rejuvenation of any kind of springshed does not come only from the stakeholder. It is upon us that we should be the one doing all these things. It begins with the household. It begins with the household. So what we should be telling, or we should be giving awareness to the layman people is that we should give public awareness of water usage. And there are three things that everyone should be aware of. The first, in the kitchen, we can clean vegetables. We can clean vegetables in a containers instead of running water. That can obviously save a lot of water. And another one is in the bathroom, when we don't have any. Pardon, sir? Alright, sorry. Yeah, we can close that when not in use, and then the third, the laundry, we can run full loads of laundry. Okay, next. So another one is irrigation practices. I have already talked about the drip irrigation irrigation system that I was talking about earlier, and then based on it, we have gravity-fed low head drip irrigation system. This is very important, and it is advantageous in the hilly area, mainly because the operational head is just 0.5 to 3 meter, and that is easily available in hilly areas. So we don't need extra pressure, or we don't need extra pumping equipment or any other electric power to apply this gravity-fed low head drip irrigation. Please go to the next one. And then this is an example of using spring water in order to provide gravity-fed drip irrigation. First, as we can see, we have a spring over there if it's visible, and then we can set up a spring box, and with that we can connect our pipe, and then with that we can connect a drip irrigation system. That entire thing we call it the gravity-fed drip irrigation system. Okay, one more thing, water harvesting, like I talked about earlier, this SPRINGSHED management or whatever we are doing here in this symposium is all about managing water. So water harvesting is a very big deal. I'm giving three examples over here, Japo, bamboo drip and rooftop, and I want to focus or emphasize on rooftop water harvesting. Please go to the next one. Yeah, that is because earlier, recently we worked on the estimation of potential rooftop rainwater harvesting, and then we found that as high as 59.39% of the water demand can be fulfilled by rooftop rainwater harvesting if each and every household have a proper rainwater harvesting facility in your house. So in conclusion, apart from all things understanding springs and management, I just wanted to highlight 4 things. The first is water harvesting techniques should be implemented in every household. The second is water demand control. Using safe water techniques. And then the third way, utilization of appropriate efficient irrigation techniques that we for example, the drip irrigation system. And last is integrated farming practices accompanied by proper soil and water conservation measures. Thank you.
Any question from the audience, please? Any question? Next last one presenter is Dr. Luna Mani Das, Assistant Professor, Nerivalam Tejpur.
Hello.
Role of community participation in spring illumination and spring management in northeast state of India.
Okay, this is Dr. Luna Mani Das. I'm Assistant Professor in Social Sciences in Nerivalam. This basically is a review-based paper which our group, this is a combined paper. So our team has started reviewing paper on spring sets, and this is the result what we, come up with. So this is a review paper. We do not have much to, say, because most of the things which we have studied are already, presented here. So coming to the next slide directly, here I'm saying some important things about the springs, why they need to be, studied and why they are important. And I think you already know all of this. Coming to the next slide, yes. Basically, since I have mentioned this Northeast India, so go ahead. Yeah. This one is the, Niti Aayog data where they have basically explained how the spring water is used in different Australian states. This is the, dependence on the villages which are depending on springs. The data from Niti Aayog, and it is like represented by my, co-work met this Bhaskar Jyoti, and the next, this is the, data on the surface irrigation that is based on springs. And this is also the same thing, but you have to see that the two maps, they have shown two different things. One is the drinking water, where Sikkim is, using most of the spring water for drinking purposes, whereas there is this Mizoram, which is basically using spring water for irrigation and not just, drinking. This is the thing which we came into, Then we have, in this paper, basically, we try to, collect different works which have been done in Northeastern India, and, Sikkim was included. And we found that few people, Nabad, then Equidum, then, Swiss Development Agencies, they are working very much on this area, and they have already explained, which we are basically including in this paper. And, including this, there is one thing which is shown in that picture, and that is the, water management technique used by the Abatani people of Jiro Valley. That was also explained by Sir, so I have not much to explain. So coming to the next slide here, this is the thing. What we came up with the, review. Actually, the aim of this paper was to, understand the role of community in watershed management. So here, coming to lots of literatures available over the, all possible sources, we come up with these things, the type of community participation. The first one is the passive participation by the community. Okay, this is nothing but just, the agencies or the policymakers, the government, they are basically, telling the people to see we have this problem and we have to solve these things in such a way. So people, they do not have any active role in that. They are just passive listener and obeying all the things which have been told to them. The second is the, consulting. Consulting is like Imran has explained, if you need data, you have to go to the people and ask them. Ask them, the questions, and they will reply, they will answer to your queries, and you will have a database, okay? Database regarding the availability of streams, the use of stream, and different kinds of data, whatever you want, you will get it. And that kind of, participation is called as the consultation participation. Then there is this incentive, materializing incentive participation of the community. Here what is happening, the community basically, they are not actually, told about the basic, yes.
We have crossed already 15 minutes after the time.
Yeah.
So don't go to details.
Yes. Yeah. Then, all of this basically have been discussed, and I just wanted to skip and everything because this is a, review paper. So obviously, we can go to the next slide. Yes, this is an interesting thing that I wanted to, tell you, and that is the, community participation in traditional times also, in Assam. Basically, when we are, going to talking about springs, we are often thinking about the hilly and mountainous areas. But this is an interesting example where in Sipsagar we have big tanks called Rudrasagar and, Sipsagar tank. Those tanks basically, it seems like they are collecting, rainwater, in these tanks, but they are actually connected to the groundwater as well. I came through some of the literatures where, Goswami was there, and this was telling that Ahoms, they have this tradition by which they used to find out some, possible and close aquifers, which are very close to the surface. They preach those aquifers, and, they started this artesian well, and, collect this water in these tanks. And these tanks are made in such a way that the pressure of the, the total volume of water, the pressure that is created in such a way that these tanks, they never overflows when there is a, heavy rainfall. And even when there is like lean season, in driest of the weather, these tanks, they never, the level of the water in these tanks, they never receive. So this is a wonderful technique, but we do not know now. So maybe these, experts which are there, they can use this, understanding of ancient time in, this time also. because I am a social geographer, I'm basically a dreamer, and you are the people who have to work on it. So this is a wonderful example. Now, here community participation is basically the Ahoms, they used to, they use this pipe system, which is basically a community participation technique also. So there, actually, I'm including this, but the main thing is, which is interesting, was the a traditional technique which Ahoms used in tanking those surface water and connecting them to the aquifers and balancing the pressure and everything. It is very interesting. Now, coming to the next slide, yeah, there are a few issues. These are also elaborately dealt with. So coming to the next section, yes. Though this is an interesting thing again. What I wanted, overall throughout this symposium, we came across this thing that we have communities, we have knowledges with the community, traditional knowledge, traditional wisdom with the community. Then we have scientists which are experts. Okay, but there is we always need to connect these things. The scientific knowledge, the communal knowledge in the communities, and also we need government, because some of the things, funding is needed and some, implementation of plan is needed. So we have to, combine all these three: the community, their knowledge, the scientific knowledge, because communities there, if the answer was always there in the traditional, then we might not have any problem. But since there are some changes in the climatic condition, which sir has told, the intensity of rainfall has increased. Also the overall average rainfall is okay, but the intensity, the duration is like changing, and this is making the communities, they are facing the problem. The communities, they are unable to adjust with such kind of sudden changes. So we as a scientist have to help them. They know everything, but they are adjusted to a particular situation which is changing over time. Yes. So maybe there are many other changes. We can just go and analyze so many factors on that. So first thing is that scientific community, we need to collaborate with the communities, take out their knowledge, combine our knowledge, and obviously we need government and agencies, and this all together can work out. And obviously in Neriwalam we will try to our best to do these things like skill enhancement and capacity building. We are very, very much doing that, and hope all of you will help us in continuing this further. So here I'm concluding. Everything what is there was already talked. So I do not have much to tell. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions? I didn't need anything. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes.
Ma'am, my question is this one. First, I want to congratulate you and your team for the review work. It's a very good review work, and it's very much necessity in this point of time. My question is in your review paper and in these 2 days workshop or symposium, I have noticed we haven't talked about the salt spring and the electrothermal spring, because it is so very important. And when we are talking about the public participation, then this salt spring is very important, because many of the communities, they are dependent on these salt springs. In northeastern region, there are lots of salt springs where people are consuming that for everyday one. So the rejuvenation of that particular salt spring is also very important. And regarding the electrothermal, it is important because we have in the Rampani in Karbiangno, so lots of electrothermal springs also there in the northeastern region. So if you are doing this review work, so it is my humble request that you consider this salt spring and review this electrothermal spring in your paper and publish in a very good journal.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll try. Actually, this electrothermal, these are very important because they have very medicinal values and cultural association, like religious association with them. So we'll definitely try to include those paper. And over to chair.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for replying. Now, this last session. Yes, ask, please ask.
is indeed a very good presentation, compiling the photographs and also the literature available. One thing which worried me is the photograph which is shown under spring rejuvenation. The kind of trenching which has been shown in the photograph, it is a mindless form of doing the trenching. The way Dr. Vasishthi told in the module, we should be very careful. This is based on the experience also I am telling. If you do this trenching is a very good conservation measure. It should not be done in a mindless form. The way it has been done, it is done in a line manner. There is no staggering. If one trench fails, there will be cascading effect. It will lead to a catastrophe. So the lesson from the photograph is that we should never go for such type of trenching. It should be based on the slope. There are certain norms also. The higher the slope, the less will be the spacing. Certain norms are there, and the plantation should be integrated. Or grass seeding at least it should be integrated. This is what I wanted to supplement. Thank you.
Before concluding the session, by our respected chairman, I would like to say something, if please allow me, sir. As a co-chairman, I would like to say a few words. This symposium was very nice, very knowledgeable, and we have all on us their knowledge, a lot of things. Now, I am hearing all the three sessions. Everybody has suggested rejuvenation plan on springs, but nobody has suggested where the spring has been dried up. What is the revival plan for this? Rejuvenation cum revival plan should be there, because except Meghalaya or Sikkim, nobody, no any other state has been done work on revival and rejuvenation on the spring. Rejuvenation work, or we have all done rejuvenation work on the springs. But revival or rejuvenation, revival of springs in any state has not been done. So we have to go forward for identification of that springs. Those were alive before some years. Now they have been dried out because of recharge, not sufficient recharge. So we have to make plans for those springs to revive them, because population are being shifted. If the spring revive, population shifted to another place in hilly area. As we know, 20 crore people are in India depend on the spring waters. So my suggestion, my request for policymakers is that we consider the revival of springs, dry springs at most. Rejuvenation can be done very easily, no problem. There are 5-6 springs are there in the hilly areas, we can rejuvenate and make a springs and management easily. But revival of plant rejuvenation is very tough, very typical. So policymakers of Niti Aayog, I would like to some request from Niti Aayog, please include experts from springs in Niti Aayog's while getting recommendation on springs and management. Thank you very much. I would like to request my chairman sir from the session.
I think we are given time up to 1:30 is going to be 2 now, so there is not much time at all to speak anything. When you go for a forum discussion in SPRINGSHED, more than scientific technical issues, mostly discussion is on governance issues. Mostly management, conflict resolution, social equity, all these issues, capacity building, creation of a parahydrologist. Many places parahydrologists are there. There is no takers for data. So there are many issues. I think in future there will be a lot of study apart from scientific and technical issues. There will be this kind of governance issue also will be discussed. Whatever few presentation was there, it was an excellent presentation, and I thank all these presenters for their nice presentations. And with this, I think we conclude these things. Thank you.
Thank you.
very much, sir. Everybody, during these 2 days, we have discussed an emerging issue that was SPRINGSHED management. We understand, all of you understand there is a water scarcity, water efficiency in the hilly area, but actually we don't know how to start the work with it. During my initial days in Erivalem also, acute water scarcity problems came to us as well for development of a particular region. For example, this New Zealand city, when it was coming up, the authorities approached us that this is the magnitude of the water that is required in that area. These are the developments that we want to shift from the Shillong main city to the New Zealand city. And how this availability of water requirement can be meet up there. So there was a big issue there. Till now also we didn't see much development in the New Zealand city. Similar was a case for the Nagaland University, which was supposed to be have a campus in the Mukaksing district. People there also people will be shifted in that particular campus at that time, and they were also having a similar type of problem, how to meet up the water requirement. So during these 2 days discussions, we got a lot of new solutions, and through which probably we may develop some of the schemes of those problems, so that we can take up a pilot project, at least to start with. At present, the Land Resource Department is sponsoring some of the works on the SPRINGSHED management through its water resource management wing. And on behalf of Nerivalem also, we can say that with the help of some of our experts from here itself, we will also propose a pilot project or some kind of project for which we can implement develop an area through SPRINGSHED management. We had the plenary session in the very beginning in the SPRINGSHED management, and also we had a lot of discussions during these 2 days. So many of our dignitaries have already left. So the brainstorming session already is taken up during the discussions. So there perhaps we can conclude if all of you permit me. This SPRINGSHED session symposium we can conclude here. So after this session, I request all of you, I thank you all, I request all of you to join the lunch that is arranged in the previous side. During this period, I also thank you all for making this occasion a great success. We got a platform for discussion. We will continue with this one. Thank you all. Thank you very much.